Chapter 26. "Why didn't he take off the cowboy hat?" I said as we drove back to Angie's. I left my apartment behind gratefully. Currently it was filled with technicians and cops stampeding around, ripping up the floorboards, covering it in a cloud of fingerprint dust. One bug was found in the living room baseboard, another attached to the underside of my bedroom dresser, a third sewed into the kitchen curtain. I was trying to distract myself from the deep incision made by my total lack of privacy. And that's when I fixated on the cowboy hat. "What?" Devin said. Why was he still wearing the cowboy hat when he blew the light in Williston? "He forgot to take it off," Oscar said. "If he was from Texas or Wyoming," I said, "I'd say okay. But he's a Brockton boy. He's going to be aware of a cowboy hat in his head while he drives. He knows there are feds after him. He's got to know that once we found the eyes, we'd figure he was impersonating Lyle. Yet he's still wearing the hat." Angie said. "He's laughing at us," Devin said after a moment. "He's letting us know we're not good enough to get him." "What a guy," Oscar said. "What a swell fucking guy." Bolton had his agents stashed in the apartments on either side of Phil, and in the Lavoskis' house across from Angie's house, and the McKays' behind it. Both families had been paid well for the imposition, and put up downtown at the Marriott, but even so, Angie called them both and apologized for the inconvenience. She hung up and took a shower while I sat in the dining room at her dusty table with the light off and the shades drawn. Oscar and Devin were in a car down the street, and they'd left 2 walkie-talkies behind. They sat on the table in front of me, hard and square, and their twin silhouettes looked like transmitters to another galaxy in the soft dark. When Angie came out of the shower, she wore a gray Monsignor Ryan Memorial High School t-shirt and red flannel shorts that swam around her thighs. Her hair was wet, and she looked tiny as she placed ashtray and cigarettes on the table and handed me a Coke. She lit a cigarette. Through the flame, I had a momentary glimpse of how drawn and afraid her face was. "It'll be okay," I said. She shrugged. "Yeah. They'll get him before he ever comes near this place." Another shrug. "Yeah. Ange, he won't get to you. His batting average has been pretty good so far. We're very good at protecting people, Ange. We can protect each other, I think." She exhaled a missile of smoke over my head. "Tell that to Jason Warren." I put my hand on hers. We didn't know what we were dealing with when we pulled out of the Warren case. We do now. Patrick, he got into your place pretty easily. I wasn't prepared to even think about that right now. The violation I'd been living with since Fields held up those tape recorders was total and ugly. I said, "My place didn't have 50 agents." Her hand turned under mine so that our palms met, and she tightened her fingers around my wrist. "He's beyond reason," she said. "Evandro. He's nothing like we've ever dealt with. He's not a person. He's a force. And I think if he wants me bad enough, he'll get to me." She sucked hard on her cigarette. The coal flared, and I could see red pockets under her eyes. "He won't." "Shh," she said, and removed her hand from mine. She stubbed out the cigarette and cleared her throat. "I don't want to sound like a wimp here, or the pathetic little woman, but I need to hold someone now. And I came out of my chair and knelt between her legs, and she wrapped her arms around me and pressed the side of her face against mine and dug her fingers into my back. Her voice was a warm whisper in my ear. "If he should kill me, Patrick, I won't if he should. You have to promise me something." I waited, felt the terror rattling up through her chest and squirming out the pores of her skin. "Promise me," she said, "that you'll stay alive long enough to kill him. Slowly. For days if you can manage it. "What if he gets to me first?" I said. "He can't kill us both. No one's that good. If he gets to you before me..." She leaned back a bit so her eyes could meet mine. "I'll paint this house with his blood. Every last inch of it." She went to bed a few minutes later, and I turned on a small light in the kitchen and read through the files Bolton had given me on Alec Hardiman, Charles Rugglestone, Cal Morrison, and the murders of 1974. Both Hardiman and Rugglestone looked numbingly normal. Alec Hardiman's only distinguishing characteristic was that, like Evandro, he was extremely handsome, almost to a degree you'd consider feminine. But there are plenty of handsome men in the world, several of whom hold no sway over anyone. Rugglestone, with his widow's peak and long face, looked more like a West Virginia coal miner than anything else. He didn't look particularly friendly, but he didn't look like a man who crucified children and disemboweled winos. The faces told me nothing. People, my mother once claimed, cannot be fully understood, only reacted to. My mother was married to my father for 25 years, so she probably did a lot of reacting in her time. Right now, I had to agree with her. I'd spent time with Hardiman, read how he'd turned from an angelic boy into a demon overnight, and nothing could tell me why. Less was known about Rugglestone. He'd served in Vietnam, been honorably discharged, came from a small farm in East Texas, and hadn't had any contact with his family in over 6 years by the time he was killed. His mother was quoted as calling him a good boy. I turned a page of the Rugglestone file, saw diagrams of the empty warehouse where Hardiman had inexplicably turned on him. The warehouse was gone now. A supermarket and dry cleaners in its place. The diagram showed me where Rugglestone's body had been found, tied to a chair, stabbed, beaten, and burned. It showed where Hardiman had been found by Detective Jerry Glynn, who was responding to an anonymous call, curled naked into a fetal position in the old dispatch office, his body saturated with Rugglestone's blood. The ice pick, 4 feet away from him. How had Jerry felt, responding to an anonymous tip, walking in and finding Rugglestone's body and then finding his partner's son curled up with the murder weapon? And who had called in the anonymous tip? I flipped another page, saw a yellowed photo of a white van registered to Rugglestone. It looked old and uncared for, and was missing the windshield. The interior of the van, according to the report, had been hosed down within the last 24 hours prior to Rugglestone's death. The panels wiped clean, yet the windshield had been demolished only recently. Glass filled the driver and passenger seats, glistened in rocks on the floor. 2 cinder blocks rested in the center of the van floor. Somebody, probably kids, had tossed the cinder blocks through the windshield while the van was parked outside the warehouse, committing vandalism while Hardiman committed murder only a few feet away. Maybe the vandals had heard noise from inside, recognized it as something insidious and called in the anonymous tip. I looked at the van for another minute, and I felt something akin to dread. I never liked vans. For some reason which I'm sure Dodge and Ford would love to eradicate, I associate them with sickness, with drivers who molest children, with rapists idling in supermarket parking lots, with childhood rumors of killer clowns, with evil. I turned the page, came upon Rugglestone's toxicology report. He'd had large quantities of both PCP and methamphetamine in his system, enough to keep him awake for a week. He'd counterbalanced these with a blood alcohol level of .12. But even that much booze, I was sure, couldn't override the effects of so much artificial adrenaline. His blood would have been electrified. How did Hardiman, 25 pounds lighter, manage to tie him down? I flipped another page, found the post-mortem report of Rugglestone's injuries. Even though I'd heard both Jerry Glynn and Bolton's accounts, the magnitude of damage done to Rugglestone's body was almost impossible to comprehend. 67 blows from a hammer, found under a chair in the dispatch office with Alec Hardiman. Blows came from a height of 7 feet and from as close as 6 inches. They came from the front, the back, the left, and the right. I opened the Hardiman file, placed the two side by side. At his trial, Hardiman's defense lawyer had argued that his client had suffered nerve damage to his left hand as a child, that he wasn't ambidextrous, that he couldn't have swung a hammer with such force using his left hand. The prosecution pointed out the evidence of PCP in Hardiman's system, and judge and jury agreed that the drug could give an already deranged man the strength of 10. No one believed the defense attorney's argument that the PCP in Hardiman's system was negligible compared to the amount found in Rugglestone's, and that Hardiman hadn't added to it with speed, but cut into it with the combination of morphine and Seconal. Add the alcohol to the mix, and Hardiman was lucky he could stand that afternoon. Never mind perform physical feats of such staggering magnitude. He'd burned Rugglestone in sections over the course of 4 hours. He started with the feet, and just before the fire had worked its way up to the lower calves, he doused it, went back to work with the hammer or the ice pick or a straight razor, which was used to lacerate Rugglestone's flesh over 110 times, also from right and left angles. Then he burned the lower calves and knees, doused the flames again, and so on. Examination of Rugglestone's wounds had revealed the presence of lemon juice, hydrogen peroxide, and table salt. Facial and head lacerations had shown evidence of 2 facial compounds, Pond's cold cream and white pancake makeup. He'd been wearing makeup? I checked the Hardiman file. At the time of his arrest, Hardiman, too, had been found with traces of white pancake compound in the roots of the hair closest to his face, as if he'd wiped it off, but hadn't had time to wash his hair. I rifled through Cal Morrison's file. Morrison had left his house at 3 on an overcast afternoon to head for a sandlot football game at Columbia Park. His house was less than a mile away, and while police had checked every possible route he could have taken, they'd found no witnesses who'd seen Cal past the point when he waved to a neighbor on Sumner Street. 7 hours later, he'd been crucified. Forensics teams had found evidence that Cal had spent several hours lying on his back on a rug, a cheap rug, the kind cut in sections unprofessionally, so that tufts of it stayed in his hair. The rug had also contained sediments of oil and brake fluid. Under the nails of his left hand, they found type A blood and the chemicals used to form white pancake makeup. Detectives had momentarily entertained the idea that they could be looking for a female killer. Hair fibers and plaster casts of footprints quickly discounted the theory. Makeup. Why were Rugglestone and Hardiman wearing makeup? Chapter 27. Around 11, I called Devin on the walkie-talkie and told him about the makeup. Bothered me too at the time, he said. And it ended up being just one of those incidental things. Hardiman and Rugglestone were lovers, Patrick. They were homosexual, Devin. That doesn't mean they were cross-dressers or femmes. There's nothing in any of these files about them ever being seen wearing makeup. I don't know what to tell you, Patrick. It never added up to shit. Hardiman and Rugglestone killed Morrison, and then Hardiman killed Rugglestone. And if they were wearing pineapples on their heads and dressed in purple tutus at the time, it wouldn't change those facts. Something's wrong in those files, Devin, I know it. He sighed. Where's Angie? Asleep. Alone? He chuckled. What? I said. Nothing. In the background, I could hear Oscar's guttural guffaw. Spit it out, I said. Devin's amused sigh followed the squawk of the walkie-talkie. Me and Oscar just made a little side bet. Pertaining to? You and your partner. And how long you'll be able to stay cooped up together before one of two things happens. And those things would be? I say you'll kill each other. But Oscar says you'll get buck wild before the weekend. Nice, I said. Aren't you guys late for your political correctness training session? Police department calls it human sensitivity dialogues, Devin said. And me and Sergeant Lee decided we're sensitive enough. Of course. You sound like you don't believe us, Oscar chimed in. Oh no, you're poster boys for the new sensitive male. Yeah, Devin said. Think it'll help us pick up chicks? After I hung up with Devin, I called Grace. I'd been stalling most of the night. Grace was mature and understanding, but even so, I wasn't sure how I'd explain moving in with Angie to her. I'm not a particularly possessive person, yet I'm not sure how well I'd take it if Grace called me and said she was shacking up for a few days with a male friend. As it happened, the issue didn't come up immediately. Hi, I said. Silence. Grace? I'm not sure I feel like talking to you, Patrick. Why? You damn well know why. No, I said, I don't. If you're going to play games with me, I'll hang up. Grace, I have no idea what you're talking, she hung up. I stared at the phone for a minute, considered banging it into the wall several times. Then I took a few deep breaths and called her back. What? She said. Don't hang up. That depends on how much bullshit you try to sling. Grace, I can't respond to something if I don't know what I did wrong. Is my life in danger? She said. What are you talking about? Answer the question, is my life in danger? Not as far as I know. Then why are you having me followed? Canyons opened in the pit of my stomach, and ice melted against my spine. I'm not having you followed, Grace. Evandro? Kevin Hurley? The mystery killer? Who? Bullshit, she said. That psychotic in the trench coat didn't get this idea all on his own and just go, Bubba, I said. You know very fucking well, Bubba. Grace, slow down. Tell me exactly what happened. She exhaled slowly through the receiver. I'm in the St. Baltov restaurant with Annabeth and my daughter. My daughter, Patrick. And there's a guy sitting at the bar checking me out. And he's not being really subtle about it, okay? But he wasn't threatening either. And then? What did this guy look like? What? He looked sort of like Larry Bird before Madison Avenue got a hold of him. Tall, very pale, horrible hair, long jaw, and big Adam's apple. Kevin. Fucking Kevin. Sitting a few feet away from Grace and May and Annabeth. Considering various ways he could crack their spines. I'll kill him, I whispered. What? Go on, Grace, please. So he finally works up his nerve and gets up from the bar and comes over to the table to try out whatever pathetic pickup line he'd use. And then your certifiable mutant friend comes out of nowhere and drags him out of the restaurant by his hair. In full view of 30 people, he banged the man's face off a hydrant several times. Oh my, I said. Oh my? She said. That's all you can say, oh my. Patrick. The hydrant was just on the other side of the window from our table. May saw the whole thing. He smashed that man's face in and she watched. She's been crying all day. And that poor man, Is he dead? I don't know. Some friends of his pulled up in a car and that fucking lunatic and some midget henchman of his just stood back and watched as they dragged the man into a car and drove off. That poor man, Grace, is a contract killer for the Irish Mafia. His name's Kevin Hurley, and he told me this morning he'd hurt you to fuck up my life. You're joking. I wish I were. A long, hard silence hung over the line between us. And now, Grace said eventually, he's in my life? In my daughter's life? Patrick in my daughter's? Grace, What? She said. What? Huh? That freak in the trench coat? He's supposed to be my guardian angel? He's supposed to make me feel safe? Sort of. You brought this into my life. This violence. Jesus. Grace, listen. I'll call you later, she said, and her voice was distant and small. I'm at Angie's. What? I'm staying here tonight. At Angie's, she said. It's possible she's the next target of the guy who killed Jason Warren and Kara Ryder. At Angie's, she said again. I'll call you later. Maybe. She hung up. No goodbye. No take care. Just a maybe. It took her 22 minutes to call back. I was sitting at the table staring at photographs of Hardiman and Rugglestone and Cal Morrison until they all blurred in my head and joined as one. The same questions nagging my brain. The answers I knew lying in front of me, but floating simultaneously just beyond the limits of my vision. Hi, she said. Hi. How's Angie? She said. Scared. I don't blame her. She sighed into the phone. How are you, Patrick? Okay, I guess. Look, I won't apologize for being pissed earlier. I don't expect you to. I want you in my life, Patrick. Good. But I'm not sure I want your life in my life. I don't understand, I said. The line hummed, empty, and I found myself eyeing Angie's cigarette pack, wanting one very badly. Your life, Grace said. The violence. You seek it out, don't you? No. Yes, she said softly. The other day, I went into the library. I looked up those newspaper articles on you from last year, when that woman got killed. And I read about you, she said. And I saw the photos of you kneeling by that woman and the man you shot. You were covered in blood. It was hers. What? The blood, I said. It was Jenna's, the woman who got killed. Maybe some from Curtis Moore, the guy I wounded, but not mine. I know, she said. I know. But as I was looking at pictures of you and reading about you, I felt, well, who is this guy? I don't know the guy in those photos. I don't know the guy who shoots people. I don't know this person. It was so strange. I don't know what to say, Grace. Have you ever killed anyone? Her voice was sharp. I didn't answer at first. Eventually I said, no. So easy. The first lie I ever told her. You're capable of it, though, aren't you? We all are. Maybe so, Patrick. Maybe so. But most of us don't choose situations that force the issue. You do. I didn't choose this killer in my life, Grace. I didn't choose Kevin Hurley in it either. Yes, she said. You did. Your whole life is a conscious attempt to confront violence, Patrick. You can't beat him. Who? Your father. I reached for the pack of cigarettes, slid them across the table until they were in front of me. I'm not trying to, I said. Could have fooled me. I removed a cigarette from the pack, tapped in the center of the fan of photos of Hardiman and Rugglestone's burned corpse, a crucified Cal Morrison. Where's this conversation going, Grace? You hang around with people like Bubba and Devin and Oscar, and you live in a world of such violence and surround yourself with violent people. It'll never touch you. It already has. Shit. And I know you'd die before you'd let anyone harm you physically. I know that. But at what price? What happens to you? You can't clean sewers for a living and come home smelling like soap, Patrick. It'll eat at you, as long as you do this work. It'll hollow you out. Has it so far? For a long, dark moment, I heard only silence. Not yet, she said. But it's a miracle. How many miracles do you have left, Patrick? I don't know, I said, and my voice was raw. I don't either, she said, but I don't like the odds. Grace, I'll talk to you soon, she said, and her voice stumbled around the soon. Okay. Good night. She hung up, and I listened to the dial tone. Then I crushed the cigarette between my fingers and pushed the pack away from me. Where are you? I asked Bubba when I finally reached him on his cell phone. Outside one of Jack Rouse's chop shops in Southie. Why? Because Jack's in there, and so's Kevin, and so's most of their crew. You fucked up Kevin good today, I said. Christmas came early, yeah. He chuckled. Old Kev sucking his boiled dinner through a straw for a while, buddy. You broke his jaw. Nose, too. Got the 2-for-1 special. I said, but Bubba, in front of Grace? Why not? Let me tell you something, Patrick. That's one ungrateful woman you're dating. You were expecting a tip, I said. I was expecting a smile, he said. A thank you or just a grateful roll of the eyes would have been acceptable. You bludgeoned a man in front of her daughter, Bubba. So? He had it coming. Grace didn't know that, and May's too young to understand. What can I say, Patrick? Bad day for Kev, good day for me. Oh, fucking well. I sighed. Trying to talk social conventions and concepts of morality to Bubba is like trying to explain cholesterol to a Big Mac. Is Nelson still watching Grace? I said. Like a hawk. Until all this is over, Bubba. He can't take his eyes off her. Don't think he wants to. I think he's fallen in love with the woman. I almost shuddered. So what are Kevin and Jack doing? Packing. Looks like they're taking a trip. Where? I don't know. We'll find out. I could hear a slightly deflated edge in his voice. Hey, Bubba. Yeah. Thanks for looking out for Grace and May. His tone lightened. Any time. You do the same for me. Probably a bit more delicately, but... Of course, I said. Should you maybe lay low a while? Why? Kevin might come back at you. He laughed. So fucking what? He snorted. Kevin. What about Jack? He'll probably have to save face, whack you for banging up one of his men. Bubba sighed. Jack is all bullshit, Patrick. That's something you never got. He's made as bones, he's dangerous, sure, but only to people who are vulnerable. Not to someone like me. He knows to take me out, he'd have to use fucking humongous amounts of manpower and be ready for an all-out war if he misses me. He's like... When I served in Beirut, they gave us rifles with no bullets. That's Jack. He's a rifle with no bullets. And I'm this deranged, Shiite Muslim motherfucker, driving a truck full of bombs around his embassy. I'm death. and Jack's too pussy to fuck with death. I mean, this is the guy who got his first taste of power running EPA. EPA, I said. EEPA. The Edward Everett Protection Association. The neighborhood vigilante group, remember? Back in the 70s? Vaguely. Shit, yeah. They were all good citizens, all geared up to protect their neighborhood from niggers and spics and people who looked at them funny. Hell, they rousted me twice. Your old man gave me an ass-whooping, boy. That? My old man? Yeah. Seems funny now looking back on it. Hell, the whole group only lasted maybe 6 months. But they made punks like me pay when we got caught. I'll give them that. When was this? I said as some of it came back to me a bit. The meetings in my father's living room. The sound of loud, self-righteous voices and ice clinking in glasses and hollow threats delivered in reference to the car thieves and B&E operators and graffiti artists of the neighborhood. I don't know. Bubba yawned. I was stealing hubcaps back then, so I was probably just out of the crib. We were maybe like 11 or 12. Probably 74 or 5. Right around bussin', yeah. And my father and Jack Rouse were the leaders. And then there was let me see, Paul Burns and Terry Klimstich and some small guy who always wore a tie, didn't live in the neighborhood long. And 2 women. I'll never forget it. They bust me clipping caps off Paul Burns's car, and they're putting the boots to me, no big deal. But I look up and I see 2 chicks doing it. I mean, Christ. Who were the women? I said. Bubba. Emma Hurley and Deidre Ryder. You believe that? A couple of chicks kicking my ass? Crazy world, huh? Gotta go, Bubba. Call you soon, okay? I hung up and dialed Bolton. Chapter 28. What did these people do? Angie said. We were standing over her coffee table with Bolton, Devon, Oscar, Erdem, and Fields. All of us staring down at copies of a photo Fields had acquired by waking the editor of the Dorchester Community Sun, a local weekly that had been covering the neighborhood since 1962. The photo is from a puff piece done on neighborhood watch groups the week of June 12, 1974. Under the headline, Neighbors Who Care, the article gushed about the daring exploits of the EPA, as well as the Adams Corner Neighborhood Watch in Neponset, the Savin Hill Community League, the Fields Corner Citizens Against Crime, and the Ashmont Civic Pride Protectors. My father was quoted in the third column. I'm a fireman, and one thing firemen know is that you have to stop a fire in the low floors before it gets out of control. Your old man had a feel for the soundbite, Oscar said. Even back then. It was one of his favorite sayings. He'd had years of practice with it. Fields had blown up the photo of the EPA members, and there they stood in the basketball court of the Ryan playground, trying to look mean and friendly at the same time. My father and Jack Rouse were kneeling at the center of the group, on either side of an EPA sign with shamrocks in the upper corners. They both looked like they were posing for football cards, as if emulating the stance of defensive linemen, fists dug into the ground, opposite hands holding up the sign. Behind them stood a very young Stan Timpson, the only person wearing a tie, followed from left to right by Deidre Ryder, Emma Hurley, Paul Burns, and Terry Klimstich. What's this? I said, and pointed at a tiny bar of black to the right of the photo. The photographer's name, Field said. Can we magnify it somehow, get a look at it? I'm ahead of you, Mr. Kenzie. We turned and looked at him. Deandra Warren took that photograph. She looked like death. Her skin was the color of white formica, and the clothes hanging to her skeletal frame were besieged by wrinkles. Tell me about the Edward Everett Protection Association, Deandra. Please, I said. The what? She stared at me with bleary eyes. As she stood before me, I felt I was looking at someone I'd known in youth but hadn't seen in several decades, only to discover that time had not only worn her down, but had laid waste to her without mercy. I placed the photograph on the bar in front of her. Your husband, my father, Jack Rouse, Emma Herlihy, Deidre Ryder. That was 15 or 20 years ago, she said. 20. Bolton said. Why didn't you recognize my name? I said. You knew my father. She cocked her head, looked at me as if I'd just claimed she was a long-lost sister. I never knew your father, Mr. Kenzie. I pointed at the photo. There he is, Dr. Warren. Standing a foot away from your husband. That's your father? She stared at the photo. Yes, and that's Jack Rouse beside him. And just over his left shoulder, that's Kevin Herlihy's mother. I didn't... She peered at the faces. I didn't know these people by name, Mr. Kenzie. I took this photo because Stan asked me to. This silly group was something he was involved with, not me. I wouldn't even allow them to have meetings at our house. Why not? Devon said. She sighed and waved a frail hand. All that macho posturing under the guise of community service. It was so ridiculous. Stan would try to convince me how good it would look on his resume. But he was no different than the rest, forming a street gang and calling it socially benevolent. Bolton said, Our records indicate that you filed for separation from Mr. Timpson in November of 1974. Why? She shrugged and yawned into her fist. Dr. Warren? Jesus Christ, she said sharply. Jesus Christ. She looked up at us, and for a moment, life returned to her, and then, just as suddenly, dissipated. She dropped her head into her hands, and limp strands of hair fell over her fingers. Stanley, she said, showed his true colors that summer. He was a Roman, basically, convinced of his own moral superiority. He'd come home with blood on his shoe from kicking some unlucky car thief and try to tell me it was about justice. He became ugly, sexually, as if I were no longer his wife but his purchased courtesan. He changed from an essentially decent man with some unanswered questions about his manhood into a stormtrooper. She stabbed her finger into the photo. And it was this group that caused it. This ridiculous, silly group of fools. Was there any one particular incident that you can recall, Dr. Warren? In what way? Did he ever tell you war stories? Devon said. No, not after we fought about the blood on his shoe that time. And you're sure it was a car thief's blood? She nodded. Dr. Warren, I said, and she looked up at me. If you were estranged from Timpson, why did you help the DA's office during the Hardeman trial? Stan had nothing to do with the case. He was prosecuting prostitutes in night court back then. I had helped the DA's office once before when a defendant was claiming insanity, and they liked the results, so they asked me to interview Alec Hardeman. I found him to be sociopathic, given to delusions of grandeur and paranoid, but legally sane, fully aware of the difference between right and wrong. Was there any connection between Ipa and Alec Hardeman? Oscar said. She shook her head. None that I ever knew of. Why did Ipa disband? She shrugged. I think they just got bored. I really don't know. I'd moved out of the neighborhood by then. Stan followed a few months later. There's nothing else you can remember from that time? She stared at the photograph for a long time. I remember, she said wearily, that when I took this picture I was pregnant and I was feeling nauseous that day. I told myself it was the heat and the baby growing inside me, but it wasn't. It was them. She pushed the photo away. There was a sickness to that group, a corruption. I had the feeling as I took this picture that they'd hurt someone very badly someday, and like it. In the RV, Fields removed his headphones and looked at Bolton. The prison shrink, Dr. Dahlquist, has been trying to reach Mr. Kenzie. I can patch him through. Bolton nodded, turned to me. Put it on speaker. I answered the phone on the first ring. Mr. Kenzie, Ron Dahlquist. Dr. Dahlquist, I said. May I put you on speakerphone? Certainly. I did, and his voice picked up a metallic quality, as if it were bouncing off several satellites at once. Mr. Kenzie, I've spent a lot of time going over all the notes I've kept of my sessions with Alec Hardiman over the years, and I think I may have stumbled on something. Warden Leaf tells me you believe Evandro Rujo is working on the outside at Hardiman's behest. That's correct. Have you considered the possibility that Evandro has a partner? There were 8 of us packed in the RV, and we all looked at the speaker simultaneously. Why would you say that, Doctor? Well, it was something I'd forgotten about, but the first few years he was here, Alex spent a lot of time talking about someone named John. John? Yes. At the time, Alec was working hard to have his conviction overturned on the grounds of insanity, and he pulled out all the stops to convince the psychiatric staff that he was delusional, paranoid, schizophrenic, you name it. This John, I believed, was just his attempt to establish multiple personality syndrome. After 1979, he never mentioned him again. Bolton leaned over my shoulder. What changed your mind, Doctor? Agent Bolton, well, at the time I did allow for the possibility that John was a manifestation of his own personality, a fantasy Alec, if you will, who could walk through walls, disappear in mist, that sort of thing. But as I went through my notes last night, I kept coming upon references to a trinity, and I recalled that he told you, Mr. Kenzie, that you'd be transformed into a man of impact by the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. I said, yes. Often, when Alex spoke of this John, he called him Father John. Alec would be the son, and the ghost, Arujo. I said, he vanishes into mist. Exactly. Alec's grasp of the true meaning of the Blessed Trinity leaves a lot to be desired. But it's like a lot of mythological and religious imagery with him. He takes what he needs and molds it to suit his purposes, tosses out the rest. Tell us more about John, Doctor. Yes. John, according to Alec, disguises himself as his polar opposite, only with his victims and his closest intimates. Hardiman, Rugglestone, and now Arujo, does he remove the mask, lets them see the pure fury of his true face, as Alec put it. When you look at John, you see what you want to see in a person. You see benevolence and wisdom and gentleness. But John is none of these things. According to Alec, John is a scientist who studies human suffering firsthand for clues to the motives behind creation. The motives behind creation, I said. I'm going to read to you from notes I took during a session with Alec in September of '78, shortly before he stopped mentioning John entirely. These are Alec Hardiman's words. If God is benevolent, then why do we have such a capacity to feel pain? Our nerves are supposed to alert us to dangers. That's the biological reason for pain. Yet we can feel pain far past the level necessary to alert us to danger. We can feel acute levels of pain beyond description. And not only do we have this capacity, as all animals do, but we further have the mental capacity to suffer it again and again, emotionally and psychically. No other animal shares that capacity. Does God hate us that much? Or does He love us that much? And if neither, if it's just an arbitrary flaw in our DNA, then isn't the point of all this pain He's given us to inure us, make us as indifferent to the suffering of others as He is? And so shouldn't we emulate Him, do as John does, revel in and prolong and improve upon pain and our methods of inflicting it? John understands that this is the essence of purity. Dahlquist cleared his throat. End quote. Bolton said, "Doctor." "Yes." "Right off the top of your head, describe John." "He's physically powerful, and if you met him, you'd be able to see that, but it wouldn't be overt. He's not a bodybuilder, you understand, just a strong man. He appears to others to be quite sane and rational, maybe even wise. I would expect that he's beloved in his community, a doer of good deeds on a small level." "Is he married?" Bolton said. "I doubt it. Even he'd have to know that no matter how good his facade, his spouse and his children would sense his disease. He may have been married once, but not anymore." "What else?" "I don't think he's been able to stop killing for the past 2 decades. It would be impossible for him. I believe he chose only to keep his kills quiet." We all looked at Angie, and she tipped an imaginary hat. "What else, Doctor?" "The primary thrill for him is the kills. But secondary to that, and only barely, is the joy he gets living behind his mask. John stares out at you from behind that mask and laughs at you from behind the cover it provides. It's very sexual to him, and that's why he has to finally take it off after all these years." "I'm not following you," I said. "Think of it as a prolonged erection, if you will. John has been waiting to climax for over 20 years now. As much as he enjoys that erection, his need to ejaculate is even more pressing. He wants to be caught. He wants to expose himself. It's not the same thing. He wants to take off the mask and spit in your face as you're looking into his real eyes. But that's not to say he'll accept handcuffs willingly." "Anything else, Doctor?" "Yes, I think he knows Mr. Kenzie. I don't mean knows of him. I mean he's known him for a long time. They've met face to face." "Why do you say that?" I said. "A man like this establishes odd relationships, but no matter how odd, they're extremely important to him. It would be paramount to him that he know one of his pursuers. For whatever reason, he chose you, Mr. Kenzie. And he let you know by having Hardiman send for you. You and John know each other, Mr. Kenzie. I'd stake my reputation on it." "Thank you, Doctor," Bolton said. "I'm assuming the reason you read from your notes is because you have no intention of releasing them to us?" "Not without a court order," Dahlquist said. "And even then you'd be in for a battle. If I find anything else in there which I think can stop these murders, I'll call immediately. Mr. Kenzie." "Yes." "If I could have a word with you alone?" Bolton shrugged and I shut off the speaker, cradled the phone to my ear. "Yes, Doctor. Alec was wrong." "About?" "About my wife, he was wrong." "That's good to hear," I said. "I just wanted that to be clear. He was wrong." Dahlquist repeated. "Goodbye, Mr. Kenzie." "Goodbye, Doctor." "Stan Timpson is in Cancun," Erdem said. "What?" Bolton said. "It's correct, sir. Took the wife and kids down there 3 days ago for a little R&R. "A little R&R?" Bolton said. "He's the district attorney of Suffolk County during a serial killer crisis. And he goes to Mexico?" He shook his head. "Go get him." "Sir, I'm not a field agent." Bolton pointed his finger at him. Send someone, then. Send 2 agents and bring him back. Under arrest, sir? For questioning. Where's she staying? His secretary said he was staying at the Marriott. There's a but here, I can feel it. Erdem nodded. He never checked in there. 4 agents, Bolton said. I want 4 agents on the next plane to Cancun. And bring his secretary in too. Yes, sir. Erdem picked up the phone as the RV turned onto the expressway. They've all gone for cover, haven't they? I said. Bolton sighed. It appears so. Jack Rouse and Kevin Hurley can't be found. Deidre Ryder hasn't been seen since her daughter's funeral. What about Burns and Klimstich? Angie said. Both deceased. Paul Burns was a baker who stuck his head in one of his own ovens back in '77. Klimstich died of a coronary in '83. Neither left descendants. He dropped the photo into his lap and stared at it. You look just like your father, Mr. Kenzie. I know, I said. You said he was a bully. Was that all? How do you mean? I need to know what the man was capable of. He was capable of anything, Agent Bolton. Bolton nodded, leafed through his file. Emma Hurley was committed to the Delia Vorston home in '75. Before that, there was no record of mental illness in her family, nor does she evidence any disturbing behavior until late '74. Deidre Ryder's first arrest for drunk and disorderly occurred in February of '75. After that, she was getting picked up by police on a regular basis. Jack Rouse went from being a slightly corrupt corner store owner to the head of the Irish Mafia in 5 years. Reports I obtained from the Organized Crime Bureau as well as BPD's major crime unit say that Rouse's rise to power was allegedly the bloodiest in the history of the Irish Mafia here. He attained power by killing anyone who got in his way. How did this happen? How did an extremely low-level bookie get the Stones to become a made man overnight? He looked at us and we shook our heads. He turned another page in the file. District Attorney Stanley Timpson. Now here's an interesting guy. Graduated near the bottom of his class at Harvard. Reached only the middle of his law school class at Suffolk. Failed his bar twice before he finally passed. The only reason he got in the DA's office at all was because of Deandra Warren's father's connections, and his early performance evaluations were low. Then, starting in '75, he turns into a tiger. He earns a reputation, in night court, mind you, for refusing to cut deals. He graduates to Superior Court. More of the same. People begin to fear him, and the DA's office starts throwing him felony work, and his star continues rising. By '84, he is considered the most feared prosecutor in New England. Again, how did this happen? The RV swung off the expressway in my neighborhood and headed for St. Bart's Church, where Bolton was holding his morning debriefing. Your father, Mr. Kenzie, runs for city council in '78. The only thing he seems to do while in office is acquire a reputation for ruthlessness and power craving which would have made Lyndon Johnson blush. He is, by all accounts, a negligible public servant, but a ferocious politician. Again, we have an obscure person, a firefighter, for Christ's sake, who rises far beyond any normal expectations one would hold for him. What about Klimstich? Angie said. Burns killed himself, but did Klimstich show signs of a transformation? Mr. Klimstich became something of a hermit. His wife left him in the fall of '75. Divorce affidavits attest that Mrs. Klimstich cited irreconcilable differences after 28 years of marriage. She stated that her husband had become withdrawn, morbid, and addicted to pornography. She further stated that said pornography was particularly vile in nature, and that Mr. Klimstich seemed obsessed with bestiality. Where are you going with all this, Agent Bolton? Angie asked. I'm saying something very strange happened to these people. They either became successful, rose beyond any reasonable expectation of their stations in life. Or he ran his index finger over Emma Herlihy and Paul Burns. Their lives fell apart, and they imploded. He looked at Angie as if she held the answer. Something altered these people, Miss Gennaro. Something transformed them. The RV pulled up behind the church, and Angie looked down at the photograph and said it again. What did these people do? I don't know, Bolton said, and shot a wry smile my way. But as Alec Hardiman would say, it definitely had impact. Chapter 29. Angie and I walked to a donut shop on Boston Street with Devin and Oscar following at a discreet distance. We were both well beyond tired, and the air danced with transparent bubbles which popped before my eyes. We barely spoke as we sipped our coffee by the window and stared out at the gray morning. All the pieces seemed to be falling together in our puzzle. But somehow, the puzzle itself still refused to take on a recognizable image. Ipa, I had to assume, had had some sort of encounter with either Hardiman, Rugglestone, or potentially the third mystery killer. But what kind of encounter? Did they see something that Hardiman or the mystery killer believed compromised them? If so, what could that have been? And why not just knock off the original members of the Ipa back in the mid-70s? Why wait 20 years to go after their descendants, or the loved ones of their descendants? You look beat, Patrick. I gave her a weary smile. You too. She sipped her coffee. After this debriefing, let's go home to bed. That didn't sound right. She chuckled. No, it didn't. You know what I mean. I nodded, still trying to get me in the sack after all these years. You wish, Slick. Back in 74, I said, what possible reasons could a man have for wearing makeup? You're stuck on this point, aren't you? Yeah. I don't know, Patrick. Maybe they were very vain men. Maybe they were covering up crow's feet with white pancake. Maybe they were mimes, or clowns, or goth freaks, or Kiss fans, I said. That too. She hummed a bar of Beth. Shit. What? The connection's there, I said. I can feel it. You mean to the makeup? Yes, I said. And the connection between Hardiman and Ipa. I'm certain. It's staring us in the face, and we're too tired to see it. She shrugged. Let's go see what Bolton has to say at his debriefing. Maybe that'll make sense of everything. Sure. Don't be a pessimist, she said. Half Bolton's men were working this neighborhood for information. Others were staking out Angie's place, Phil's apartment, and mine too. So Bolton had gotten permission from Father Drummond to gather in the church. As it usually did in the mornings, the church bore the burnt aroma of incense and candle wax from the 7 o'clock Mass, a stronger scent of pine solvent and oil soap in the pews, and the sad smell of wilting chrysanthemums. Mottled dust spun in the pewter shafts of light that slanted through the east windows over the altar and disappeared in the middle rows of pews. A church, on a cold fall morning, with its smoky browns and reds, its whiskey-hued air and multicolored stained glass just warming to a frigid sun, always feels as the founders of Catholicism probably intended, like a place cleansed and purified of earthly imperfection, a place meant to hear only whispers and the rustling hush of fabric against a bending knee. Bolton sat on the altar in the gilded red priest's celebrant chair. He'd moved it forward a bit to prop his feet on the chancel rail while agents and several cops sat in the front 4 pews, most holding pens, paper, or tape recorders at the ready. Glad you could make it, Bolton said. Don't do that, Angie said, glancing at his shoes. What? Sit on the altar in the priest's chair with your feet on the rail. Why not? Some people would find it offensive. Not me. He shrugged. I'm not Catholic. I am, she said. He watched her to see if she was joking, but she stared back so calmly and firmly that he knew she wasn't. He sighed and got out of the chair, placed it back where it belonged. As we headed back for the pews, he crossed the altar and climbed into the raised pulpit. Better? He called. She shrugged, as Devin and Oscar took their places in the pew ahead of us. It'll do. So glad I'm no longer offending your delicate sensibilities, Miss Gennaro. She rolled her eyes at me as we took seats in the fifth pew, and I once again felt an odd flush of admiration for my partner's faith in a religion I had long ago abandoned. She doesn't advertise it or announce it at every turn, and she has nothing but scorn for the patriarchal hierarchy that runs the church. But she, nevertheless, holds firm to a belief in the religion and ritual with a quiet intensity that can't be shaken. Bolton was quickly taking a liking to the pulpit. His thick hands caressed the Latin words and Roman art carved ornately in its sides, and his nostrils flared slightly as he looked down on his audience. The previous night's developments include the following. 1. A search of Evandro Orujo's apartment yielded photographs discovered under a floorboard below a steel radiator. Sightings of men fitting Orujo's description have tripled since 7 o'clock this morning, when the daily papers carried 2 photographs of him. One with goatee, one without. Most sightings seem baseless. However, 5 alleged sightings have occurred in the lower South Shore, and 2 more recent sightings in Cape Cod, around Bourne. I have deployed agents who searched the upper South Shore last night to head for the lower edges in the Cape and Islands. Roadblocks have been installed along both sides of Route 6, 28, and 3, as well as I-495. 2 sightings put Orujo in a black Nissan Sentra. But again, the validity of any of these sightings is always suspect in the wake of sudden public hysteria. The Jeep? An agent said. As yet, nothing. Maybe he's still in it, maybe he ditched it. A red Cherokee was stolen from the parking lot of the Bayside Expo Center yesterday morning, and we're working under the assumption that this is the car Evandro was spotted in yesterday. License plate number is 299 ZSR. Wollaston police got a partial plate number yesterday off the Jeep they chased, which matches. You mentioned photographs, Angie said. Bolton nodded. Several photographs of Kara Ryder, Jason Warren, Stimovich, and Stokes. These photos are similar to the ones sent to the victims' loved ones. Orujo is, beyond any doubt, the prime suspect in these killings. Other photos found are of unknown people who we must assume are intended victims. The good thing, ladies and gentlemen, is that we may be able to predict where he'll strike next. Bolton coughed into his hand. Forensic evidence, he said, has now unequivocally determined that there are 2 killers involved in the 4 deaths of this investigation. Bruises on Jason Warren's wrists confirm he was held by one person, while another sliced his face and chest with a straight razor. Kara Ryder's head was gripped tightly by 2 hands, while 2 other hands shoved an ice pick into her larynx. Wounds to Peter Stimovich and Pamela Stokes confirmed the presence of 2 killers. Any idea where they were killed? Oscar said. Not at this time, no. Jason Warren was killed in the South Boston warehouse. The rest were killed somewhere else. For whatever reason, the killers felt a need to kill Warren quickly. He shrugged. We have no idea why. The other 3 had only minimal amounts of hydrochlorophyll in their systems, which suggests they were only unconscious while the killers transported them to the site where they were killed. Devin said, Stimovich was tortured for at least an hour. Stokes for twice that. They made a lot of noise. Bolton nodded. We're looking for an isolated murder site, which leaves how many sites? Angie said. Countless. Tenements, abandoned buildings, environmentally protected wetlands, a half-dozen small islands off the coast, closed prisons, hospitals, warehouses, you name it. If one of these killers has been lying dormant for 2 decades, we can assume he's planned everything in detail. He could have easily outfitted his home with a soundproof basement or suite of rooms. Has there been any further proof to suggest the killer who's been lying dormant may have been killing children? No definitive proof, Bolton said. But of the 1,162 flyers you received, covering over 10 years, 287 children are confirmed dead. 211 of those cases officially unsolved. How many in New England? An agent said. 56. Bolton said quietly. 49 unsolved. Percentage-wise, Oscar said, that's an awfully high number. Yes, Bolton said wearily. It is. How many died in ways similar to the current victims? In Massachusetts, Bolton said, none. Although there were several stabbing victims, several with hand perforations, so we're still studying those. We have 2 cases of violence so extreme it could bear matchup with the current victims. Where? One in Lubbock, Texas in '86, one outside of Miami in unincorporated Dade County in '91. Amputation? Affirmative. Body parts missing? Again, affirmative. How old were the kids? Lubbock was 14 and male. The one in unincorporated Dade was 16 and female. He cleared his throat and patted his chest pockets for his inhaler, but didn't find it. Further, as you were all apprised last night, Mr. Kenzie provided us with a possible connection between the murders of '74 and those of the present day. Gentlemen, it looks like our killers have an axe to grind with children of EPA members. But we haven't, as yet, connected the group to Alec Hardiman or Evandro Rujo. We don't know why, but we must assume the connection is primary. What about Stimovich and Stokes? An agent asked. Where's their connection? We believe there is none. We believe they are 2 of the guiltless victims the killer spoke of in his letter. What letter? Angie said. Bolton looked down at us. The one found in your apartment, Mr. Kenzie. Under Stimovich's eyes. The one you wouldn't let me read. He nodded, glanced down at his notes, adjusted his glasses. During a search of Jason Warren's dormitory room, a diary belonging to Mr. Warren was discovered in a locked desk drawer. Copies will be provided to agents upon request, but for the moment, I read from an entry dated October 17th. The date Mr. Kenzie and Ms. Gennaro observed Warren with a Rujo. He cleared his throat, obviously uncomfortable assuming a voice that wasn't his own. E was in town again. For a little over an hour. He has no idea of his power, has no idea how attractive his fear of self is. He wants to make love to me, but he can't completely face his own bisexuality yet. I understand, I told him. It took me forever. Freedom is painful. He touched me for the first time and then he left, back to New York, and his wife. But I'll see him again. I know it. I'm drawing him in. Bolton was actually blushing when he finished. Evandro's the lure, I said. Apparently, Bolton said. Arujo leads them in and his mystery partner snares them. All accounts of Arujo, from fellow prisoners to other entries in this diary, to Kara Ryder's roommate, to people in the bar the night he picked up Pamela Stokes, mentioned the same thing over and over. The man possesses a powerful sexuality. If he's smart enough, and I know he is, to erect hurdles around it for prospective victims to jump, then they ultimately agree to his terms of secrecy and meetings in out-of-the-way places. hence the alleged wife he told Jason Warren about. God only knows what he told the others. But I think he sucked them in by pretending to be sucked in by them. A male Helen of Troy, Devon said. Harry of Troy, Oscar said, and a few agents chuckled. Further investigation of crime scene evidence has yielded the following. 1. Both killers weigh between 160 and 180 pounds. 2. Since Evandro Arujo's shoe size is a match for the size 9.5 we found at the Ryder murder scene, his partner is the one with the size 8. 3. The second killer has brown hair and is quite strong. Stimovich was an extremely powerful man, and someone subdued him before administering toxins. Arujo is not particularly powerful, so we must assume that the partner is. 4th, re-interviewing of all who had tangential contact with these victims has yielded the following. All but Professor Eric Galt and Gerald Glynn have airtight alibis for all 4 murders. Both Galt and Glynn are currently being interrogated at JFK, and Galt has failed a polygraph. Both men are strong, and both are small enough to wear a size 8 shoe, though both claim to wear size 9s. Any questions? Are they suspects? I said. Why do you ask? Because Galt recommended me to Deandra Warren, and Jerry Glynn provided me with crucial information. Bolton nodded, which only confirms our suspicion of the mystery killer's pathology. Which is? Angie said. Dr. Elias Rottenheim from the Behavioral Sciences Division has posited this theory concerning the mystery dormant killer. Also refer to transcripts of this morning's conversation with Dr. Dahlquist. I'm quoting here from Dr. Rottenheim. Subject conforms to all criteria prevalent among those suffering the dual affliction of narcissistic personality disorder combined with a shared psychotic disorder in which subject is the inducer or primary case. English would be nice, Devon said. The gist of Dr. Rottenheim's report is that a sufferer of narcissistic personality disorder, in this case our dormant killer, is under the impression that his acts exist at a level of grandiosity. He deserves love and admiration simply for existing. He evidences all the hallmarks of the sociopath, is obsessed with his own sense of entitlement and believes himself to be special or even godlike. The killer who suffers the shared psychotic disorder is able to convince others that his disorder is perfectly logical and natural, hence the word shared. He's the primary case, the inducer of others' delusions. He's convinced Evandro Arujo or Alec Hardiman, Angie said, or both, that killing is good. It seems so. So how does that profile apply to either Galt or Glynn? I asked. Galt pointed you to Deandra Warren. Glynn pointed you to Alec Hardiman. From a benign perspective, such actions would suggest that neither man could be involved since he's trying to help. However, remember what Dahlquist said. This guy has a relationship with you, Mr. Kenzie. He's daring you to catch him. So Galt or Glynn could be Arujo's mystery partner. I think anything's possible, Mr. Kenzie. The November sun was fighting a losing battle with the encroachment of thickening layers of slate in the sky. In direct sunlight, you felt warm enough to remove your jacket. Outside of it, you were ready to look for a parka. In the letter, Bolton said as we crossed the schoolyard, the writer said some of the victims would be worthy, and others would meet the reproach of the guiltless. What's that mean? I said. It's a line from Shakespeare. In Othello, Iago states, all guiltless meet reproach. Several scholars argue that this is the very moment in which Iago passes from a criminal with motive into a creature beset by what Coleridge called motiveless malignancy. You losing me? Angie said. Iago had a reason to wreak vengeance on Othello, slim as it was. But he had no reason to destroy Desdemona or gut the Venetian army of talented officers the week before a Turkish onslaught. Yet the argument goes he became so impressed with his own capacity for evil that it became, in and of itself, enough motive to destroy anyone. He starts the play by pledging to destroy the guilty, Othello and Cassio, but by the fourth act, he's set on destroying anyone. All guiltless meet reproach, simply because he can, simply because he enjoys it. And this killer may be a similar creature. He kills Kara Ryder and Jason Warren because they are the children of his enemies. But killing Stimovich and Stokes, Angie said. No motive at all, he said. He does it for fun. A light misting rain speckled our hair and jackets. Bolton reached into his briefcase and handed Angie a piece of paper. What's this? Bolton squinted into the mist. A copy of the killer's letter. Angie held the letter away from her, as if its contents might be contagious. You want it in the loop, Bolton said. Right? Yes. He pointed at the letter. Now you're in the loop. He shrugged and walked back toward the schoolyard. Chapter 30. Patrick, the issue is pain. Understand this. Initially, there wasn't any grand plan. I killed someone almost by accident, really. And I felt all those things you're supposed to feel. Guilt, revulsion, fear, shame, self-hatred. I took a bath to clean myself of her blood, sitting in the tub. I vomited, but I didn't move. I sat there as the water stank with her blood and my shame, the stink of my mortal sin. Then I drained the tub and showered and went on. What do humans do, after all, once they've done something immoral or inconceivable? They go on. There's no other choice if you've slipped past the grasp of the law. So I went about my life. And then those feelings of shame and guilt went away. I thought they'd linger forever, but they didn't. And I remember thinking it can't be this simple. But it was. And pretty soon, more out of curiosity than anything, I killed someone else. And it felt, well, nice. Calming. The way a cold glass of beer must feel to an alcoholic coming off a dry spell. The way the first night of sexual intercourse must feel to lovers who've been kept apart. Taking another life is a lot like sex, actually. Sometimes it's a transcending, orgasmic act. Other times it's just a so-so, okay, no big deal, but what are you going to do? Sort of sensation. But it's never less than interesting. It's something you remember. I'm not sure why I'm writing you, Patrick. Who I am as I write this isn't who I am during my day job, nor who I am when I kill. I wear a lot of faces, and some you'll never see, and some you'd never want to. I've seen a few of your faces, a pretty one, a violent one, a reflective one, some others. And I wonder which you'll wear if we ever meet with carrion between us. I do wonder. All guiltless, I've heard, will meet reproach. Maybe so, and so be it. I'm not sure the worthy victims are worth all the trouble, actually. I dreamed once that I was stranded on a planet of the whitest sand, and the sky was white. That's all there was. Me, spilling drifts of white sand as wide as oceans, and a burning white sky. I was alone and small. After days of wandering, I could smell my own rot. And I knew I'd die in these drifts of white under a hot sky. And I prayed for shade. And eventually it came. And it had a voice and a name. Come, darkness said. Come with me. But I was weak. I was rotting. I couldn't rise to my knees. Darkness, I said, take my hand. Take me away from this place. And darkness did. So you see what I'm teaching you, Patrick? Best, the father. Oh, Angie said, tossing the letter on her dining room table. This is good. This guy sounds sane. She scowled at the letter. Jesus. I know. People like this, she said, exist. I nodded. In and of itself, that was horrifying. There's enough evil in the average person who gets up every day, goes to work, thinks of himself as good as much as possible. But maybe he cheats on his wife, maybe he fucks over a coworker, maybe, in his heart of hearts, he thinks there's a race or two of people who are inferior to him. Most of the time, our powers of rationalization being what they are, he never has to face it. He can go to his death thinking he's good. Most of us can. Most of us do. But the man who wrote this letter had embraced evil. He enjoyed the pain of others. He didn't rationalize his hate. He reveled in it. And reading his letter was above all else tiring, in a uniquely sordid way. I'm beat, Angie said. Me too. She looked at the letter again and touched her palms to her shoulders, closed her eyes. I want to say it's inhuman, she said, but it isn't. I looked at the letter. It's human, all right. I'd made myself a bed on her couch and was trying to get comfortable when she called to me from the bedroom. What? I said. Come here a second. I walked to the bedroom, leaned against the doorway. She was sitting up in the bed, the down comforter spread over and around her like a rose-pink sea. You okay on the couch? Fine, I said. Okay. Okay, I said and headed back for the couch. Because, I turned back. Huh? It's big, you know, plenty of room. The couch? She frowned. The bed. Oh. I narrowed my eyes at her. What's up? Don't make me say it. Say what? Her lips turned up in an attempt at a grin, and it came out looking horrible. I'm afraid, Patrick, okay? I have no idea what it cost her to say that. Me too, I said, and came into the bedroom. Sometime during our nap, Angie's body shifted and I opened my eyes to find her leg curled over mine, wrapped tightly between my thighs. Her head was tucked into my shoulder, her left hand draped across my chest. Her breath fluttered against my neck, rhythmic with sleep. I thought of Grace, but for some reason I couldn't picture her fully in my head. I could see her hair and her eyes, but when I tried to form an image of her face, whole, it wouldn't come. Angie groaned and her leg tightened against mine. Don't, she mumbled very softly. Don't, she repeated, still asleep. This is the way the world ends, I thought, and faded back to dreams. Late in the day, Phil called and I answered on the first ring. You awake? He said. I'm awake. Thought I'd drop by. Angie's asleep. That's cool. I just sitting alone, waiting for this guy to try something. It's driving me nuts. Come on by, Phil. While we slept, the temperature had dropped 15 degrees and the sky turned to granite. Wind roared down from Canada and poured across the neighborhood, rattled windows and bucked the bodies of cars parked along the avenue. The hail unleashed itself shortly afterward. When I went into Angie's bathroom for a shower, it spit against the windows like sand carried by sweeps of water off the ocean. By the time I was drying off, it spewed against windows and walls as if the wind were ejecting nails and lug nuts. Phil brewed coffee while I changed into fresh clothes in the bedroom, then come back into the kitchen. She's still asleep? he said. I nodded. Goes out like Spinks fighting Tyson, don't she? 1 minute she's all bright-eyed energy, the next she's crashed like she ain't slept in a month. He poured some coffee into a mug. Always been that way, that girl. I got myself a Coke, sat at the table. She'll be okay, Phil. No one's going to get to her. Or you either. He brought his coffee to the table. You sleeping with her yet? I leaned back in my chair, cocked my head, and raised an eyebrow at him. You're way out of line, Phil. He shrugged. She loves you, Patrick. Not that way. You never understood that. He smiled. I understood a lot, Patrick. He cupped the mug in both hands. I know she loved me. I'm not arguing that. But she's always been half in love with you, too. I shook my head. All those years you beat her, Phil, guess what? She never, not once, fooled around on you. I know that. Really. I leaned forward a bit, lowered my voice. Didn't keep you from calling her a whore on a regular basis. Didn't stop you from pummeling the shit out of her when you felt in the mood. Did it? Patrick, he said softly. I know what I was, what I am. He frowned and stared into his coffee cup. I'm a wife beater and a drunk. And that's that, there you go. He smiled bitterly at the cup. I beat that woman. He looked over his shoulder toward her bedroom. I beat her and I earned her hate, and she'll never trust me again. Ever. We'll never be friends. Not on any level near what we used to be. Probably not. Yeah, so. However I became what I became, I did become that thing. And I've lost her. And I deserve to, because she's better off without me in her life in the long run. I don't think she's planning to ever boot you out of her life, Phil. He gave me that bitter smile. That's classic Ange, though. Let's face it, Patrick. Angie, for all her fuck you, I don't need anyone attitude, can't say goodbye. To anything. That's her weakness. Why do you think she still lives in her mother's house? With most of the furniture that was here when she was a kid? I looked around, saw her mother's ancient black pots in the pantry, her doilies on the couch in the den, realized Phil and I were sitting in chairs her parents had purchased from the Marshall Fields in Upham's Corner that had burned down sometime in the late 60s. Something can sit in front of you your whole life, waiting to be noticed for what it is, and often you're sitting too close to really see it. You got a point, I admitted. Why do you think she never left Dorchester? A girl as smart and beautiful as her? The only time she's been out of state was on our honeymoon. Why do you think it took her 12 years to leave me? Anyone else would have been gone in 6. But Angie can't walk away. It's her flaw. Probably has something to do with her sister being the opposite. I'm not sure what kind of look I gave him, but he held up a hand in apology. Touchy subject, he said. I forgot. What's your point here, Phil? He shrugged. Angie can't say goodbye, so she'll work hard to keep me in her life. And I won't let her. I'm an albatross around her neck. Right now, I need us to, heal a bit more, get some closure. So she knows completely that I was the bad guy. It was all me, not her. And when that's done, I'm gone. A guy like me, I can get work anywhere. Rich people are always remodeling their homes. So soon I'm hitting the road. I think you two deserve your shot. Phil, please, Pat, please, he said. This is me. We've been friends since forever. I know you. And I know Angela. You might have something real nice with Grace now, and I think that's terrific, I do. But know yourself. He bumped his elbow into mine and looked hard in my eyes. Okay? For once in your life, buddy, face yourself. You've been in love with Angie since kindergarten. And she's been in love with you. She married you, Phil. I bumped his elbow back. Because she was pissed at you. That's not the only reason. I know. She loved me too. For a while, maybe, she even loved me more. I don't doubt it. But we can love more than one thing simultaneously. We're human. So we're messy. I smiled, realized it was the first time I'd smiled naturally in Phil's presence in a decade. We are that. We looked at each other, and I could feel the old blood rippling within us. The blood of sacred bonds and shared boyhoods. Neither Phil nor I ever felt accepted in our homes. His father was an alcoholic and an unregenerate womanizer, a guy who slept with every woman in the neighborhood and made sure his wife knew it. By the time Phil was 7 or 8, his household was a DMZ of flying plates and accusations. Anytime Carmine and Laura DeMasi were in the same room, it was about as safe as Beirut. And in one of the great perverse misinterpretations of their Catholic faith, they refused to divorce or live apart. They liked the daily skirmishes and nightly makeup sessions of passionate lovemaking that had them thumping against the wall, separating their bedroom from their son's. I was out of my house as much as possible for different reasons. So Phil and I took refuge together. And the first home we both felt comfortable in was an abandoned pigeon coop we found on the roof of an industrial garage on Sudan Street. We cleaned all the white shit out and reinforced it with boards from old pallets and slid some abandoned furniture in there. And pretty soon, we picked up other strays like ourselves. Bubba, Kevin Herlihy for a while, Nelson Ferrer, Angie. The little rascals with class rage and larcenous hearts and complete lack of respect for authority. As he sat across from me at his ex-wife's table, I could see the old Phil again, the only brother I ever had. He grinned as if remembering it all himself, and I could hear the sounds of our childhood laughter as we roamed the streets and ran like wolves over rooftops and tried to stay 3 steps ahead of our parents. Jesus, we'd laughed a lot for kids who should have been permanently angry. Outside Angie's house, the clatter of hail sounded like 1,000 sticks beating against the roof. What happened to you, Phil? His grin disappeared. Hey, I held up a hand. No, I'm not judging. I'm wondering. Like you told Bolton, we were like brothers. We were brothers, for Christ's sake. And then you went south on me. When'd all the hate take over, Phil? He shrugged. I never forgave you for some things, Pat. Like what? Well, you and Angie, you know, sleeping together? Her losing her virginity to you. You were my best friends. And we were all so Catholic and repressed and sexually skewed. And you too, that summer, you distanced from me. No. Oh, yes. He chuckled. Oh, yes. Left me with Bubba and Frankie Shakes and a bunch of other pituitary cases with mush for brains. And then, what was it, in August? I knew what it was. I nodded. August 4th. Down at Carson Beach, you too, well, did the deed. And then, genius that you were, you treated her like shit, and she came running to me, and I was second choice. Again. Again? Again. He leaned back in his chair and spread his arms in an almost apologetic gesture. Hey, he said, I always had charm and I always had my looks, but you had instinct. You kidding me? No, he said. Come on, Pat. I was always thinking things through too much and you were doing them. You were the first guy to realize Angie wasn't just one of the guys anymore. The first to stop hanging out in the corner. The first to, I was restless. You were instinct, he said. You could always size up any situation before the rest of us and act on it. Bullshit. Bullshit? He chuckled. Come on, Pat. It's your gift. Remember those spooky fucking clowns in Savin Hill? I smiled and shivered at the same time. Oh, yeah. He nodded. And I could tell that 2 decades later, he still felt the fear that had gripped us for weeks after our encounter with the clowns. If you hadn't thrown that baseball through their windshield, he said, who knows if we'd even be here today? Phil, I said, we were kids with overactive imaginations, and he shook his head violently. Sure. We were kids. And we were on edge because Cal Morrison had been killed that week. And we'd been hearing rumors about those clowns since forever and blah, blah, blah. All that's true. But we were there, Patrick. Me and you. And you know what would have happened to us if we'd gotten to that van with them? I could still see it. Shit. The grime and grease all over the fenders, that smell coming from the open window. The white van with the broken windshield and the Hardeman file. Phil, I said. Phil. Jesus Christ. What? The clowns, I said. You just said it yourself. It was the week Cal was killed. And then, shit, I hummed the baseball through their windshield. Damn straight you did. And told my father. I'd raised my hand to my mouth, half covering it because it was wide open in shock. Wait a second, he said. And I could see that the same knowledge pricking like fire ants against my spinal column had invaded Phil. His eyes lit up like flares. I marked the van, I said. I fucking marked it, Phil, without even knowing it. And Ipa found it. He stared at me, and I could see that he knew it too. Patrick, you're saying Alec Hardeman and Charles Rugglestone were the clowns. Chapter 31. In the days and weeks after Cal Morrison was killed, if you were a kid in my neighborhood, you were afraid. You were afraid of black guys, because Cal had supposedly been killed by one. You were afraid of mangy, grizzled men who stared too long at you on the subway. You were frightened by cars that paused at intersections for too long after the light had turned green or seemed to slow as they approached you. You were terrified by the homeless and the dank alleys and dark parks in which they slept. You were afraid of almost everything. But nothing frightened the kids in my neighborhood as much as clowns. It seems so silly in retrospect. Killer clowns rampaged in Pulp Fiction and bad drive-in movies. They lived in the realm of vampires and prehistoric monsters stomping Tokyo. Fictions conjured up to scare the only targets gullible enough to be afraid of them: children. As I reached adulthood, I was no longer afraid of my closet when I woke in the middle of the night. The creaks of the old house I grew up in held no terror either. They were simply creaks. The plaintive whine of aging wood and the relaxed sighs of settling foundations. I grew to fear almost nothing, except the barrel of a pistol pointed in my direction, or the sudden potential for violence in the eyes of bitter drunks and men realizing their entire lives had passed unnoticed by all but themselves. But as a child, my fear was embodied by the clowns. I'm not sure how the rumor started. Maybe around a fire at summer camp. Maybe after one of our group had seen one of those bad drive-in movies. But by the time I was 6 or so, every kid knew about the clowns, though no one could actually claim to have seen them. But the rumors were rampant. They drove a van and carried bags of candy and bright balloons, and bouquets of flowers exploded out from their oversized sleeves. They had a machine in the back of that van that knocked kids out in under a second. And once you were unconscious, you never woke back up. While you were out, but before you died, they took turns on your body. Then they cut your throat. And because they were clowns and their mouths were painted that way, they were always smiling. Phil and I were almost at the age when we would have stopped fearing them. The age when you knew there was no Santa Claus, and you probably weren't the long-lost son of a benevolent billionaire who'd return someday to claim you. We were on our way back from a Little League game in Savin Hill, and we'd lingered until near dark, playing war games in the woods behind the Motley School, climbing the decrepit fire escape to the roof of the school itself. By the time we climbed down, the day had grown long and chilly, the shadows lengthening against walls and spreading out hard against bare pavement, as if they'd been carved there. We began the walk down Savin Hill Avenue as the sun disappeared entirely, and the sky took on the cast of polished metal, tossed the ball back and forth to keep the gathering cold at bay, and ignored the rumbles in our stomachs because they meant we'd have to go home sooner or later. And home, ours at least, sucked. The van slid up behind us as we started down the slope of the avenue by the subway station, and I remember very distinctly noticing that the entire avenue was empty. It lay before us in that sudden emptiness that comes to a neighborhood around dinner time. Though it wasn't yet dark, we could see orange and yellow squares of light in several homes fronting the avenue, and a lone plastic hockey puck curled against the hubcap of a car. Everyone was in for dinner. Even the bars were quiet. Phil rifled the ball with his shotgun arm, and it rose a bit more than I first expected. I had to jump and twist myself to snag it. When I came down, I twisted myself to the side, and that's when I saw the white face and blue hair and wide red lips staring out the passenger window at me. "Nice catch," the clown said. There was only one way kids in my neighborhood responded to clowns. "Fuck you," I said. "Nice mouth," the clown said. And I didn't like the way he smiled when he said it, his gloved hand resting on the outside of the door panel. "Real nice," the driver said. Real nice. Your mother know you talk that way?" I was no more than 2 feet from that door, frozen on the pavement, and I couldn't move my feet. I couldn't take my eyes off the clown's red mouth. Phil, I noticed, was a good 10 feet down the hill, frozen too, it seemed. "You guys need a ride?" the passenger clown said. I shook my head, my mouth dry. He's not so mouthy all of a sudden, this kid. "No." The driver craned his head around his partner's neck so that I could see his bright red hair and the bursts of yellow around his eyes. "You two look cold." "I can see goose pimples," the passenger said. I moved 2 steps to my right, and my feet felt like they were sinking into wet sponge. The passenger clown glanced quickly down the avenue and back toward me. The driver looked in the rear view, and his hand disappeared from the wheel. "Patrick," Phil said. "Let's go." "Patrick," the passenger clown said slowly, as if he were licking the word. "That's a nice name. What's your last name, Patrick?" Even now, I have no idea why I answered. Total fear, perhaps, a desire to buy time, but even then, I should have known to give a false name. But I didn't. I had some desperate feeling, I guess, that if they knew my last name, they'd see me as a person, not a victim, and I'd receive mercy. "Kenzie," I said, and the clown gave me a seductive smile, and I heard the door latch unlock like a round ratcheting into a shotgun. That's when I threw the baseball. I don't recall planning it. I merely took 2 steps to my right, thick, slow steps, as if I were in a dream, and I think initially I was aiming for the clown himself as he started to open his door. Instead, the ball sailed out of my hand and someone said shit, and there was a loud popping noise as the ball buried itself in the center of the windshield and the glass fractured and webbed. Phil screamed, "Help! Help!" The passenger door swung open and I could see fury in the clown's face. I stumbled as I leaped forward and gravity pushed me down Savin Hill Avenue. "Help!" Phil screamed. And then he ran, and I was right behind him. My arms still pinwheeling as I tried to keep my balance, and the pavement kept jerking toward my face. A beefy man with a mustache as thick as a brush head stepped out of Bulldog's bar at the corner of Sydney, and we could hear tires squealing behind us. The beefy man looked angry. He had a sawed-off bat in his hand, and at first, I thought he was going to use it on us. His apron, I remember, bore swaths of meaty red and brown. "Fuck's going on?" the man said, and his eyes narrowed at something over my shoulder, and I knew the van was coming for all of us. It was going to jump the curb and mangle us. I turned my head in order to see my own death, and instead, I saw a flash of grimy orange tail lights as the van spun the corner onto Grampian Way and disappeared. The bar owner knew my father, and 10 minutes later my old man came into Bulldog's as Phil and I sat at the bar with our ginger ales and pretended they were whiskeys. My father wasn't always mean. He had his good days, and for whatever reason that day was one of his best. He wasn't angry we'd stayed out past dinner time, though I'd been beaten for the same offense only a week before. Usually indifferent to my friends, he ruffled Phil's hair and bought us several more ginger ales and 2 heaping corned beef sandwiches, and we sat in the bar with him until night had risen up the doorway on our left and the bar had filled. When I told him in a faltering voice what had happened, his face grew as tender and kind as I'd ever seen it, and he peered at me with soft worry and wiped my wet bangs off my forehead with a thick, gentle finger and dabbed the corned beef off the corner of my mouth with a napkin. "You two had some day," he said. He whistled and smiled at Phil, and Phil smiled back broadly. My father's smile, so rare, was a thing of wonder. "I didn't mean to bust the window," I said. "I didn't mean to, Dad. It's okay. You're not mad?" He shook his head. You did great, Patrick. You did great," he whispered. He took my head to his broad chest and kissed my cheek, smoothed my cowlick with his palm. "You make me proud." It was the only time I ever heard those words from my father. "Clowns," Bolton said. "Clowns," I said. "Clowns, yeah," Phil said. "Okay," Bolton said slowly. "Clowns." He repeated and nodded to himself. "No shit," I said. "Uh-huh." He nodded again and then turned his huge head, looking directly at me. "You are, I'm assuming, fucking kidding me." He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "No. We're perfectly and completely friggin' serious," Phil said. "Jesus." Bolton leaned against the sink, looked over at Angie. "Tell me you're not part of this, Ms. Gennaro. You at least seem like a person of some rationality." She tightened the belt on her robe. "I don't know what to believe." She shrugged her shoulders in the direction of Phil and me. "They seem pretty certain." "Listen for a second." He crossed to me in 3 large steps. No. We've blown the surveillance because of you, Mr. Kenzie. You call me over here and say you've cracked the case? I didn't, figured it all out and you need to see me right away. So I come over here, and he's here. He pointed at Phil. And now they're here, He jerked his head at Devin and Oscar. And any hopes we had of suckering Evandro into this place are shot. Because it looks like a fucking law enforcement convention in here. He paused for breath. And I could have lived with all that as long as we were, getting somewhere. But no. You give me clowns. Mr. Bolton, Phil said. We're serious here. Oh, good. Let me see if I have this right. 20 years ago, 2 circus performers with bushy hair and rubber pants pull up beside you in a van while you're walking to a Little League game and... From, I said. What? We were walking back from the game, Phil said. Mea culpa, Bolton said, and gave us a bow and flourish. Mea maxima fucking culpa tu Morani. I've never been insulted in Latin before, Devin said to Oscar. You? Mandarin, Oscar said. Never Latin. Fine, Bolton said. You were accosted by 2 circus performers coming back from a game. And because, do I have this right, Mr. Kenzie, because Alec Hardiman sang Send in the Clowns during the prison interview, you think he was one of those clowns. And that means, of course, that he's been killing people to get back at you for escaping that day? It's not that simple. Oh, well, thank heaven. Look, Mr. Kenzie, 25 years ago, I asked out Carol Yeager of Chevy Chase, Maryland, and she laughed in my face. But that doesn't, hard to believe, Devin said, mean I thought it perfectly logical to wait a couple of decades and kill everyone she ever knew. Bolton, I said, I'd love to keep watching you dig yourself a hole here, but time is short. You bring the Hardiman, Rugglestone, and Morrison files like I asked. He patted his briefcase. Right here. Open them. Mr. Kenzie, please. He opened the briefcase, pulled out the files, and set them on the kitchen table. And? Check the Emmy's report on Rugglestone. Specifically look at the section on unexplained toxins. He found it, adjusted his glasses. Yes. What was found in Rugglestone's facial lacerations? He read. Lemon extract, hydrogen peroxide, talc, mineral oil, stearic acid, PEG-32, triethanolamine, lanolin, all consistent with ingredients of white pancake makeup. He looked up. So? Read Hardiman's file, same section. He flipped a few pages and did. So they were both wearing makeup. White pancake, I said. The kind mimes use? I said. And clowns? I see. What Cal Morrison was found with the same properties under his fingernails. He opened the Morrison file, leafed through it until he found it. Still, he said, find the photograph of the van found outside the murder site. It was registered to Rugglestone. He leafed through the file. Here it is. It's missing the windshield, I said. Yes. But the van had been hosed clean probably that day. Sometime between the hosing and the time the police found it, someone chucked some cinder blocks through the windshield, probably while Rugglestone was being murdered. So I'd marked the windshield. I threw the baseball and put a spider web in the center. That was the only thing to suggest Hardiman and Rugglestone were the clowns. Remove the mark. Remove the motive. What's your point? I didn't truly believe it until I said it. I think Ipa killed Charles Rugglestone. He's right, Devin said eventually. The hail had turned to rain shortly after 8, and the rain froze almost as soon as it hit. Streaks of water bled down Angie's windows and rippled into veins of crackling ice before our eyes. Bolton had sent an agent back to the RV to make copies of the Rugglestone, Hardiman, and Morrison files, and we spent the last hour reading them in Angie's dining room. Bolton said, I'm not so sure. Please, Angie said. It's all here if you look at it right. Everyone goes in the assumption that Alec Hardiman, loaded up on PCP, does the work of 10 men when he kills Rugglestone. And if I was convinced Hardiman had killed several other people, I probably would have been swayed too. But he had nerve damage in his left hand, seconal in his system, and was found passed out. Now, you look at Rugglestone's wounds with the idea that maybe 10 people, or say 7, were involved, and it makes perfect sense. Devon said, Patrick's father knew about the damage to the windshield. He and his Ipa friends hunted down, find Hardiman and Rugglestone. Ipa killed Rugglestone, Oscar said with a note of shock in his voice. Bolton looked at the file, then at me, then back at the file. He peered at it, and his lips moved as he read over the section detailing Rugglestone's wounds. When he looked at me, the flesh on his face drooped and his mouth opened. "You're right," he said softly. "You're right." "Don't let it go to your head," Devon said. "You prick." "A child's tale," Bolton said in a low whisper. "What?" We sat together in the dining room. The rest of them were in the kitchen while Oscar cooked his famous steak tips. Bolton held up his hands in the darkness. "It's like something out of the Brothers Grimm. The two clowns, the cavernous van, the threat to innocence." I shrugged. At the time, it was just scary. "Your father," he said. I watched fingers of ice congeal on the window. "You know what I'm getting at," he said. I nodded. He would have been the one who burned Rugglestone. "In sections," Bolton said. "While the man screamed." The ice cracked and fragmented as streams of rain tunneled through it. Immediately, fresh, translucent veins replaced it. "Yes," I said, remembering my father's kiss that evening. My father burned Rugglestone alive, in sections. He was capable of that? I told you, Agent Bolton, he was capable of anything. "But that," Bolton said. I remembered my father's lips on my cheek, the rush of blood I'd felt in his chest as he pulled me to him, the love in his voice when he told me I'd made him proud. Then I thought of the time he'd burned me with the iron, the smell of burning flesh that had risen from my abdomen and choked me, as my father stared at me with a fury that bordered on ecstasy. Not only was he capable of it, I said, he probably enjoyed it. We were eating steak tips in the dining room when Erdem came in. "Yes," Bolton said. Erdem handed him a photograph. "I thought you should see this." Bolton wiped his mouth and fingers with a napkin, held the photo up to the light. "This is one of the ones found at Arujo's place, right?" "Yes, sir." "Have you identified the people in the photograph?" Erdem shook his head. "No, sir." "So why am I looking at it, Agent Erdem?" Erdem looked at me and frowned. "It's not so much the people, sir. Look where it was taken." Bolton squinted at the photo. "Yes?" "Sir, if you—" "Wait a minute." Bolton dropped his napkin onto his plate. "Yes, sir," Erdem said, and his body rippled. Bolton looked at me. "This is your place." I put down my fork. "What are you talking about?" "This photo was taken on the front porch of your three-decker." "Of me or Patrick?" Angie said. Bolton shook his head. "Of a woman and a little girl." "Grace," I said. Chapter 32. I was the first one out of Angie's house. I had a cellular phone to my ear as I stepped onto the porch, and several government cars screeched up house. "Grace!" "Yeah." "You okay?" I slipped on some black ice and righted myself by grabbing the railing as Angie and Bolton came onto the porch next. "What? You woke me up. I have to work at 6. What time is it?" 10. "Sorry." "Can we talk in the morning?" No. I need you to stay on the line and check all your doors and windows. The car slid to stops in front of the house. What? What's all that noise? Grace, check your doors and windows. Make sure they're all locked. I made my way to the slick sidewalk. The trees above were heavy and shimmering with daggers of ice. The street and sidewalk were a black glaze. Patrick, do it now, Grace. I hopped in the back of the lead car, a dark blue Lincoln, and Angie sat beside me. Bolton sat up front and gave the driver Grace's address. Go! I slapped the driver's headrest. Go, go! Patrick, Grace said. What's going on? You check the doors. I'm checking them now. Front door is locked. Cellar door is locked. Hang on, I'm heading to the back. Car coming up on our right, Angie said. Our driver punched the gas as we shot through the intersection heading south, and the car racing toward us from the east locked up his brakes on the ice and blared his horn and skidded across the intersection as the caravan of cars behind us jerked right and cruised around his back end. Back door's locked, Grace said. I'm checking windows now. Good. You're scaring the shit out of me. I know, I'm sorry. The windows. Front bedroom and living room, all locked. I'm going into May's room. Locked. Locked. Mommy? It's okay, honey. Stay in bed. I'll be right back. The Lincoln spun onto the 93 on-ramp, doing at least 60. The back wheel skipped over a bubble of ice or frozen slush and banged against the divider. I'm in Annabeth's room, Grace whispered. Locked. Locked. Open. Open? Yeah, she left it open just a crack. Shit. Patrick, tell me what's going on. Close it, Grace, close it. I did. What do you think? Where's your gun? My gun? I don't own one. I hate guns. A knife, then. What? Get a knife, Grace. Jesus, get up. Angie ripped the phone out of my hand and shushed me with a finger to her lips. Grace, it's Ange. Listen, you may be in danger. We're not sure. Just stay on the line with me and don't move unless you're sure there's an intruder in there with you. The exit signs flew past. Andrew Square, Massachusetts Avenue, and the Lincoln swerved onto Frontage Road, past the industrial waste and Big Dig refuse in a blur as we hurtled toward East Berkeley. Bolton, I said. She's not bait. I know. I want her buried so deep in protective custody, the president couldn't find her if he wanted to. I understand. Get May, Angie said, and stay in one room with the door locked. We'll be there in 3 minutes. If someone tries to get through the door, go out the window and run toward Huntington or Mass Ave, screaming your head off. We blew the first red light on East Berkeley and a car swerved out of our way, jumped the curb, and smashed into the light pole in front of Pine Street Inn. There's a lawsuit, Bolton said. No, Angie said anxiously. Don't leave the house unless you hear something inside. If he's waiting outside, that would be just what he wants. We're almost there, Grace. Which room are you in? The rear left tire ate the curb as we fishtailed onto Columbus Avenue. May's bedroom, good. We're 8 blocks away. The pavement of Columbus Avenue was buried under a 1/4 inch of ice so black and hard, it looked like we were passing over a swath of pure licorice. I punched the door with the side of my fist as the wheels spun, and then caught, and then spun again. Calm down, Bolton said. Angie patted my knee. As the Lincoln turned right on West Newton, black and white images exploded in my head like flashbulbs. Kara, crucified in the cold. Jason Warren's head swinging from a power cord. Peter Stimovich staring out from a face with no eyes. May tackling the dog in the grass. Grace's damp body rolling on top of mine in the heart of a warm night. Cal Morrison locked in the back of that grimy white van. The bloody red leer of the clown as he said my name. Grace, I whispered. It's okay, Angie said into the phone. We're almost there now. We turned onto St. Botolph, and the driver put on the brakes, caught more ice under his wheels, and we slid past Grace's brownstone before the car jerked to a stop 2 houses up. The rear cars were pulling to erratic stops behind us as I got out and ran toward her house. I slipped on the sidewalk and dropped to my knee as a man came charging out between 2 cars on my right. I turned, pointed my gun at his chest, saw him raising his arm in the dark rain. My finger was depressing the trigger when he screamed, "Patrick, hold it!" Nelson. He lowered his arm, his face wet and frightened, and Oscar hit him from behind like a train. Nelson's small body disappearing completely under Oscar's bulk as the 2 of them hit the ice. "Oscar," I said. He's okay. He's working for me." I ran up the steps to Grace's door. Angie and Devin came up behind me as Grace opened the door and said, "Patrick, what the hell is going on?" She looked over my shoulder as Bolton barked orders at his men, and her eyes widened. Lights went on up and down the street. "It's okay now," I said. Devin's gun was drawn, and he stepped up beside Grace. "Where's the child?" "What?" "In her bedroom." He went into the house in a target shooter stance. "Hey, wait!" She rushed in after him. Angie and I went in behind her as agents tramped through the surrounding yards with flashlights. Grace was pointing at Devin's gun. "Put that away, Sergeant! Put it—" May began to cry loudly. "Mommy!" Devin was sticking his head in and out of doorways, his gun held tightly next to his knee. I felt nauseous as I stood in the warm light of the living room, my hands shaking with adrenaline. I heard May weeping from the bedroom, and I followed the sound. A thought. I almost shot Nelson, passed through my brain with a shiver, and then was gone. Grace held May to her shoulder, and May opened her eyes and saw me and burst into a fresh peal of tears. Grace looked over at me. "Jesus Christ, Patrick, was this necessary?" Flashlight beams bounced off her windows from the outside. "Yes," I said. "Patrick," she said, and her eyes were angry as they stared at my hand. "Get rid of that." I looked down, noticed the gun in my hand, realized it had brought forth May's last burst of tears. I slid it back into the holster, then stared at them, mother and daughter as they hugged on that bed, and I felt soiled and foul. The first priority here, Bolton told Grace in the living room as May changed in her bedroom, is to get you and your daughter to safety. The car's waiting outside, and I'd like you two to get into it and come with us. "Where?" Grace said. "Patrick?" a small voice said. I turned and saw May standing in her bedroom doorway, freshly dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, shoelaces untied. "Yeah," I said softly. "Where's your gun?" I tried to smile. "Tucked away. Sorry I scared you." "Is it fat?" "What?" I bent by her, tied her shoes. "Is it—" She fidgeted, groping for the word, embarrassed that she didn't know it. "Heavy?" I said. She nodded. "Yeah, heavy." "It's heavy, May. Too heavy for you to carry." "How about you?" "Pretty heavy for me, too," I said. "So why do you have it?" She cocked her head to the left, looked up into my face. "It's sort of equipment for my job," I said. "Like your mom uses her stethoscope." I kissed her forehead. She kissed my cheek and hugged my neck with arms so soft they didn't seem as if they could come from the same world that produced Alec Hardmans and Evandro Rujos and Knives and Guns. She went back into the bedroom. In the living room, Grace was shaking her head no. "What?" Bolton said. "No," Grace said. "I won't go. You can take May and I'll call her father. I'm sure of it, yes, he'll take time off and go with May so she won't be alone. I'll visit until this is over. But I won't go myself." "Dr. Cole, that's unacceptable." "I'm a first-year surgical resident, Agent Bolton. Do you understand that?" Yes, I do, but your life's in danger. She shook her head. You can protect me, you can watch me, and you can hide my daughter. She looked at May's bedroom door and tears welled in her eyes. But I can't give up my work. Not now. I'll never get a decent job if I walk away in the middle of a residency. Dr. Cole, Bolton said, I can't allow this. She shook her head. You'll have to, Agent Bolton. Protect my daughter. I'll take care of myself. This man we're dealing with is dangerous, I know, you've told me, and I'm afraid, Agent Bolton, but I'm not going to give up what I've spent my life working toward. Not now. Not for anyone. He'll get to you, I said, and I could still feel May's arms on my neck. Everyone in the room looked up at me. Gray said, Not if you what? I can't protect you all, Grace. I'm not asking you. He said I had a choice. Who? Hardiman, I said, and I was surprised at how loud my voice was. I had to choose between people I loved. He meant you and May and Phil and Angie. I can't protect all of you, Grace. Then don't, Patrick. Her voice was cold. Don't. You brought this to my doorstep. My daughter's doorstep. Your stupid fucking pursuit of a violent life led this person to me. Your life is my life now and my daughter's, and neither of us asked for it. She punched her knee with the side of her fist and then looked at the floor, inhaled sharply. I'll be fine. Take May someplace safe. I'll call her father now. Bolton looked at Devon, and Devon shrugged. I can't make you go into protective custody. No, I said. No, Grace, you don't know this guy. He'll get to you. He will. I crossed the floor until I was standing over her. So, she said. So, I said. So? I was aware that everyone was looking at me. I was aware that I didn't feel completely like myself. I felt crazed and vindictive. I felt violent and ugly and unhinged. So, Grace said again. So he'll cut your fucking head off, I said. Patrick, Angie said. I bent over Grace. You understand that? He'll cut your head off. But last. He'll do that last. First, Grace, he'll rape you for a while, and then he'll slice off pieces of your body, and then he'll hammer nails through your fucking palms, and then... Stop it, she said quietly, but I couldn't. It seemed important that she know this. He'll disembowel you, Grace. He loves that. Disemboweling people so he can see their inside steam. And then maybe he'll pluck out your eyes while he lets his partner rip into you, and... The scream came from behind me. Grace had her hands over her ears by this point, but she pulled them off when she heard the scream. I turned, and May was standing behind me, her face bright red, her arms jerking spasmodically by her sides, as if she'd been electrified. No, she screamed it through tears of horror and pushed past me and jumped on her mother and clung to her with ferocity. Grace looked past her daughter as she held her to her breast, looked at me with a naked and total hatred. Leave my house, she said. Grace, now, she said. Dr. Cole, Bolton said. I'd like you to... I'll go with you, she said. What? Her eyes were still fixed on me. I'll go into protective custody with you, Agent Bolton. I won't leave my daughter. I'll go, she said softly. I said, Look, Grace. She placed her hands over her daughter's ears. I thought I told you to get the fuck out of my home. The phone rang and she reached for it, her eyes never leaving me. Hello, she frowned. I thought I told you this afternoon not to call back. If you want to talk to Patrick—" "Who is it?" I said. She tossed the receiver on the floor by my feet. "You gave my number to that psycho friend of yours, Patrick?" "Baba." I picked up the phone as she brushed past me, carried May into the bedroom. "Hello, Patrick." "Who's this?" I said. "How'd you like all those pictures I took of your friends?" I looked at Bolton, mouthed Evandro. He ran from the house, Devon a step behind him. "They didn't do much for me, Evandro." "Oh," he said. "I'm sorry to hear that. I've been working on my technique, trying to play with light and space, respect the spatial tableau, that sort of thing. I think I'm developing artistically, don't you?" Outside the window, an agent scaled the telephone pole in Grace's side yard. "I don't know, Evandro. I doubt you got Annie Leibovitz looking over her shoulder or anything." Evandro chuckled. "But I've got you looking over yours, don't I, Patrick?" Devon came back in holding a piece of paper with the words "Keep him on for 2 minutes" written on it. "Yes, you do. Where are you, Evandro?" "Watching you." "Really?" I resisted the urge to turn and look out the windows fronting the street. "Watching you and your girlfriend and all those nice policemen tramping around the house." "Well, since you're in the neighborhood, drop on by." Another soft chuckle. "I'd rather wait. You look very handsome at the moment, Patrick." The phone clenched tightly against your ear, brow furrowed with concern, hair disheveled from the rain. "Very handsome." Grace came back into the living room, dropped a suitcase on the floor by the door. "Thanks for the compliment, Evandro." Grace blinked when she heard the name, looking over at Angie. "My pleasure," Evandro said. "What am I wearing?" "What's that?" he said. "What am I wearing?" "Patrick, when I took the pictures of your girlfriend and her—" "What am I wearing, Evandro? Little girl? You don't know because you're not watching this house, are you?" "I see a lot more than you can imagine. You're full of shit, Evandro." I laughed. "Trying to come off as—" "Don't you dare laugh at me. Some all-seeing, all-knowing master criminal. Change the tone of your voice immediately, Patrick. When from where I'm standing, you look like a punk." Devon looked at his watch, held up 3 fingers. 30 seconds to go. "I'm going to cut the child in half and mail her to you." I turned my head, saw May standing over her suitcase in the bedroom, rubbing her eyes. "You're not going to get anywhere near her, jerk-off. You had your chance, and you choked. I will annihilate everyone you know." His voice was ragged with rage. Bolton came through the front door, nodded. "Pray I don't see you first, Evandro." "You won't, Patrick. No one ever does. Goodbye." And another voice, huskier than Evandro's, came over the line. "We'll be seeing you, laddies." The connection broke, and I looked at Bolton. "Both of them," he said. "Yep." "You recognize that second voice?" "Not with the phony accent." "They're on the North Shore." "The North Shore," Angie said. Bolton nodded. "Nahant." "They're holed up on an island," Devon said. "We can lock them down," Bolton said. "I've already alerted the Coast Guard and sent police cars from Nahant, Lynn, and Swampscott to block the bridge leading off the island." "So we're safe?" Grace said. "No," I said. She ignored me, looked at Bolton. "I can't take the chance," Bolton said. "You can't either, Dr. Cole. I can't risk your safety and your daughter's until we've got them." She looked at May as May came out of the bedroom with her Pocahontas suitcase. "Okay. You're right." Bolton turned to me. "I have 2 men on Mr. DeMassey's place, but I'm stretched thin. Half my men are still on the South Shore. I need the ones I have. I looked at Angie and she nodded. Those are state-of-the-art alarms on both front and back doors of your house, Miss Gennaro. We can protect ourselves for a few hours, I said. He clapped a hand on my shoulder. We've got them, Mr. Kenzie. He looked at Grace and May. Ready? She nodded, held out her hand to May. May took it and looked up at me. Her face a mask of confusion and a sadness older than herself. Grace. No. Grace shook her head as I reached my hand toward her shoulder. She turned her back to me and left the house. The car that took them away was a black Chrysler New Yorker with bulletproof windows and a driver with cold, brightly alert eyes. I said, Where are you taking them? Far away, Bolton said. Far away. A helicopter touched down at the center of Massachusetts Avenue, and Bolton and Erdeman Fields jogged gingerly to it on the ice. As the helicopter lifted up and blew trash against storefronts along the avenue, Devin and Oscar pulled up beside us. I put your dwarf buddy in the hospital, Oscar said, holding out his hands in apology. Cracked 6 of his ribs. I'm sorry. I shrugged. I'd make it up to Nelson someday. I've sent a unit to Angie's house, Devin said. I know the guy. His name's Tim Dunn. You can trust him. Head back there. We stood together in the rain and watched them pull into the police and FBI car caravan and head down Massachusetts Avenue. And the patter of the rain against the ice was one of the loneliest sounds I've ever heard. Chapter 33. Our cab driver maneuvered the icy streets with a deft touch, keeping the needle around the 20-mile-per-hour mark, and rarely touching the brake unless he had no other choice. The city was encased in ice. Great glassy sheets covered building facades and gutters bent under the weight of cascading white daggers. Trees shimmered platinum, and cars along the avenues had turned to sculptures. We're gonna have many blackouts tonight, man, the cab driver said. You think so? Angie said absently. Oh, you bet, pretty lady. That ice, she gonna pull all those power lines to the ground. You wait and see. Nobody should be out on this bad night, no. Why are you? I said. Got to feed the little ones, sure. Little ones don't have to know how tough this world is for their papa. No. Just got to know they get fed. I saw May's face, scrunched in confusion and abject terror. The words I'd spewed at her mother echoed in my ears. The little ones don't have to know. How could I have forgotten that? Timothy Dunn clicked his flashlight beam at us twice as we walked up Angie's front walkway. He crossed the street to us with careful steps. He was a slim kid with a wide-open face under his dark blue cap. It was the face of a farm boy, or a boy whose mother raised him for the priesthood. His cap was encased in plastic to keep it dry, and his heavy black raincoat was slick with drizzle. He tipped the cap as he met us at the front steps. Mr. Kenzie, Miss Gennaro, I'm Officer Timothy Dunn. How we doing tonight? Been better, Angie said. Yes, ma'am, I heard. Miss, Angie said. Excuse me? Please call me Miss or Angie. Ma'am makes me feel like I'm old enough to be your mother. She peered at him through the rain. I'm not, am I? He smiled sheepishly. I sure doubt it, miss. How old are you? 24. Whew. And you? He said. She chuckled. Never ask a woman her weight or her age, Officer Dunn. He nodded. Just seems like in either case the Lord's been awful kind to you, miss. I rolled my eyes. She leaned back, took a second look at him. You will go far, Officer Dunn. Thank you, miss. People keep telling me that. Believe them, she said. He looked down at his feet for a moment, shuffled them slightly, and tugged on his right earlobe in such a way that I was sure it was a nervous habit of his. He cleared his throat. Sergeant Ann Ronklin said the FBI boys would be sending reinforcements by as soon as they get them all rounded up on the South Shore. He said by 2 or 3 in the morning, the latest. I understand front and back doors are protected by alarms and the back of the house is secure. Angie nodded. I'd still like to take a look back there. Be my guest. He tipped his hat again and walked back around as we stood on the porch and listened to his footsteps crunch through the frozen grass. Where'd Devin get this kid? Angie said. Mayberry? Probably a nephew, I said. Of Devin's? She shook her head. No way. Trust me. Devin's got 8 sisters and half of them are nuns. Literally. The other half are married to men who know they take a back seat to the Lord. How'd Devin come out of that gene pool? It's a mystery, I admit. This one's so innocent and forthright, she said. He's too young for you. Every boy needs a woman to corrupt him, she said. And you're just the girl to do it. Bet your ass. Did you see the way those thighs of his moved in those tight pants? I sighed. The flashlight beam preceded Timothy Dunn's crunching feet as he came back around the house. All clear, he said as we came back out on the steps. Thank you, officer. He met her eyes and his pupils dilated, then fluttered to his right. Tim, he said. Please call me Tim, miss. Then call me Angie. He's Patrick. He nodded and his eyes glanced guiltily over my face. So, he said. So, Angie said. So I'll be in the car? If I need to approach the house, I'll call first. Sergeant Ann Ronklin gave me the number. What if the line's busy? I said. He'd thought of that. 3 flashes from my flashlight directed at that window. He pointed at the living room. I've seen a diagram of the house, and that should carry into any room except the kitchen and bathroom, correct? Yes. And finally, if you're asleep or don't see it, I'll ring the bell. 2 short rings, okay? Sounds good, I said. You'll be fine, he said. Angie nodded. Thank you, Tim. He nodded, but couldn't meet her eyes. He walked back across the street and down to his car and climbed in. I grimaced at Angie. Tim, I said. Oh, shut up. They'll get over it, Angie said. We sat in the dining room, talking about Grace and May. From there I could see the dot of red light pulsing from the alarm console by the front door. Instead of reassuring me, it seemed only to underscore our vulnerability. No, they won't. If they love you, they'll see you were just cracking under stress. Cracking badly, I admit, but cracking. I shook my head. Grace was right. I brought it into her home. And then I became it. I terrified her child, Angie. Kids are resilient, she said. If you were Grace, and I pulled that performance on you, gave your child nightmares for a month probably, what would you do? I'm not Grace. But if you were. She shook her head, looked down at the beer in her hand. Come on, I said. She was still looking at the beer when she spoke. I probably want you out of my life, forever. We moved to the bedroom, sat in chairs on either side of the bed, both of us exhausted but still too wired to sleep. The rain had stopped and the lights in the bedroom were off as the ice cast silver light against the windows and bathed the room in pearl. It'll eat us eventually, Angie said. The violence. I always thought we were stronger than it. You were wrong. It infests you after a while. You talking about me or you? Both of us. Remember when I shot Bobby Royce a few years ago? I remembered. You saved my life. By taking his. She took a deep drag on her cigarette. I told myself for years that I didn't feel what I felt when I pulled the trigger, that I couldn't have. What'd you feel? I said. She leaned forward in the chair, her feet on the edge of the bed, and hugged her knees. I felt like God, she said. I felt great, Patrick. Later, she lay in bed with the ashtray on her abdomen, staring up at the ceiling while I remained in the chair. This is my last case, she said. At least for a while. Okay. She turned her head on the pillow. You don't mind? No. She blew smoke rings at the ceiling. I'm so tired of being scared, Patrick. I'm so tired of all that fear turning into anger. I'm exhausted by how much all of it makes me hate. I know, I said. I'm tired of dealing with psychotics and deadbeats and scumbags and liars on a continual basis. I'm starting to think that's all there is in the world. I nodded. I was tired of it too. We're still young. She looked over at me. You know? Yeah. We're still young enough to change if we want. We're young enough to get clean again. I leaned forward. How long have you felt this way? Ever since we killed Marion Socia. Ever since I killed Bobby Royce, I don't know. But a long time. I felt so dirty for so long, Patrick. And I didn't used to. My voice was a whisper. Can we get clean, though, Ange? Or is it already too late? She shrugged. It's worth a try, don't you think? Sure. I reached across and took her hand. If you think so, it's worth it. She smiled. You're the best friend I've ever had. Back at you, I said. I sat up in Angie's bed with a start. What? I said. But no one was talking to me. The apartment was still. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something move. I turned and looked at the far window. As I stared at the frozen panes, dark leaf silhouettes pressed flat against the glass, then snapped back into the darkness as the poplar tree outside bowed in the wind. I noticed that the red digital numbers of her alarm clock were black. I found my watch on the dresser, leaned down to catch the icy light from the window. 1:45. I turned on the bed and lifted the window shade behind me, looked at houses around me. Every light was out, even porch lights. The neighborhood looked like a mountain hamlet, glazed in ice, deprived of electricity. When the phone rang, it was a shattering sound. I grabbed it. Hello. Mr. Kenzie? Yes. Tim Dunn. The lights are out. Yes, he said. In pockets all over the city. The ice is turning heavy and yanking down lines, blowing transformers across the state. I've apprised Boston Edison of our situation, but it's still going to take a while. Okay. Thanks, Officer Dunn. Don't mention it. Officer Dunn. Yes. Which of Devon's sisters is your mother? How'd you know? I'm a detective, remember? He chuckled. Teresa. Ah, I said. One of the older sisters. Devon's afraid of the older ones. He laughed softly. I know, it's kind of funny. Thanks for looking out for us, Officer Dunn. Any time, he said. Night, Mr. Kenzie. I hung up, stared out at the hushed mixture of deep black and bright silver and pearl. Patrick. Her head rose up off the pillow and her left hand pulled a mass of tangled hair off her face. She pushed herself up on an elbow, and I was very aware of her breasts moving under her Monsignor Ryan Memorial High School t-shirt. What's going on? Nothing, I said. Bad dream? She sat up, one leg under her, the other slipping out, smooth and bare from under the sheet. I thought I heard something. I nodded in the direction of the window. Turned out to be a tree branch. She yawned. I keep meaning to trim that. Lights are out too. All over town. She peeked under the shade. Wow. Dunn said transformers are blowing all over the state. No, she said abruptly and threw back the sheet, got out of bed. No way. Too dark. She rummaged through her closet until she found a shoebox. She placed it on the floor and pulled out a handful of white candles. You want a hand? I said. She shook her head and walked around the room, placing the candles in holders and stands I couldn't see in the dark. She had them tucked everywhere. On the 2 nightstands, the dresser, the vanity chest. It was almost unsettling to watch her light the wicks. Her thumb never once releasing the igniter on her lighter as she pivoted from one candle to the next, until the shadows of flame flickered and expanded against the walls and the light they'd created. In under 2 minutes, she'd turned the room into one that resembled a chapel, far more than a bedroom. There, she said as she slid back under the covers. For at least a minute, neither of us said anything. I watched the flames flicker and grow, the warm yellow light play off our flesh, begin to glow on the strands of her hair. She turned on the bed so that she was facing me, her legs crossed at the knees, tucked against her, the sheet bunched at her waist. She kneaded it between her hands and tilted her head and shook it so that her hair untangled some more and fell down her back. I keep seeing corpses in my dreams, she said. I just see Evandro, I admitted. What's he doing? She leaned forward a bit. Coming for us, I said, steadily. In my dreams, he's already arrived. So those corpses, they're ours. Her hands clenched together in her lap, and she looked at them as if she expected them to tear apart from each other on their own. I'm not ready to die, Patrick. I sat up against the headboard. Neither am I. She leaned forward, with her hands clenched on her lap and her upper body leaning in toward me, her thick hair framing her face so that I could barely see it. She seemed conspiratorial, vested in secrets she might never share. If anyone can get to us, that's not going to happen. She leaned her forehead against mine. Yes, it is. The house creaked, settling another 100th of an inch closer to the earth. We're ready if he comes for us. She laughed, and it was a wet, strangled sound. We're basket cases, Patrick. You know it. I know it. And he probably knows it. We haven't eaten or slept decently in days. He's screwed us emotionally and psychologically and just about every other way you can think of. Her damp hands pressed against my cheeks. If he chooses, he can bury us. I could feel tremors, like sudden jolts of electricity explode under her palms. The heat and blood and tidal tuggings of her body pulsed through her t-shirt, and I knew she was probably right. If he wanted to, he'd bury us. And that knowledge was so goddamned ugly, so polluted with the basest sort of self-awareness that we were nothing, any of us, but a pile of organs and veins and muscle and valves hanging suspended in currents of blood within frail, uselessly vain exteriors. And that with the flick of a switch, Evandro could come along and shut us down, turn us off as easily as turning off a light, and our particular pile of organs and valves would cease to function, and the lights would go out and the darkness would be total. Remember what we talked about, I said. If we die, we're taking him with us. So what? She said. So fucking what, Patrick? I don't want to take Evandro with me. I simply do not want to die. I want him to leave me alone. Hey, I said softly. It's okay. Come on. She smiled sadly at me. I'm sorry. It's just that it's the dead of night, and I'm more afraid than I've ever been in my life, and I'm not up to the tough guy platitudes right now. They feel terribly hollow lately." Her eyes were moist and so were her palms as she pulled them down my cheeks, began to lean back on her haunches. I caught her hand gently at the wrists, and she leaned forward again. Her right hand moved into my hair, pushing it back off my forehead as she lowered her body onto mine, and her thighs slid in between mine, and her left foot grazed my right as she pushed the sheet down to the foot of the bed. A strand of her hair tickled my left eye, and we both froze, with our faces almost touching. I could smell fear on her breath, fear in our hair, on our skin. Her dark eyes peered into my face with a mixture of curiosity, determination, and the ghosts of old, ancient hurts we never talked about. Her fingers dug deeply into my hair, and her pelvic bone drove down against my own. "We shouldn't be doing this," she said. "No," I said. "What about Grace?" she whispered. I let the question hang there because I didn't have an answer. "What about Phil?" I said. "Phil's over," she said. "There are good reasons we haven't done this in 17 years, I said. "I know. I'm trying to remember them." I raised my hand, pushed it through the hair along her left temple, and she nipped at my wrist with her teeth and arched her back, drove her pelvic bone even deeper. "Renee," she said, and gripped the hair by my temples with a sudden anger. "Renee's gone." I gripped her hair just as roughly. "You're so sure?" "You ever hear me talk about her?" I slid my left leg along the edge of her right, hooked my ankle over hers. "Conspicuously," she said. Her left hand slid down my chest, squeezed my hip at the place where bare skin met boxer shorts. "You conspicuously don't talk about a woman you married." The heel of her hand nudged an edge of underwear over my hip. "Ange, don't say my name." "What?" "Not when we're talking about you and my sister." There it was. A full decade since we'd so much as broached the subject, and it was back out again with all its sordid implications. She leaned back until she was sitting on my thighs and my hands had fallen to her hips. "I've paid enough for her," I said. She shook her head. "No." "Yes." She shrugged. "I'm beyond the point of caring about it, though. At the moment, anyway." "Ange." She put a finger to my lips, then she leaned back again and peeled her t-shirt off her body. She tossed it to the side of the bed and grasped my hands and pulled them up over her rib cage and placed them on her breasts. She lowered her head and her hair fell over my hands. "I've missed you for 17 years, she murmured. "Me too," I said hoarsely. "Good," she whispered. Her hair fell in my face again as her lips hovered over mine and her knees locked against my thighs and pushed my underwear down my legs. Her slim tongue flicked against my upper lip. "Good," she said again. I raised my head and kissed her. My right hand caught in the tangles of her hair, and as my mouth dropped back from hers, she followed it, closing her lips over it and burying her tongue inside. My hands dropped down her back, the fingers pressing either side of her spinal cord before they hooked under the elastic band of her underpants. She raised an arm and gripped the headboard, her body rising up mine as my tongue found her throat and my hands turned her underpants into a silk coil that rolled tightly over her hips and the rise of her ass. Her breast sank into my mouth and she gasped slightly, pulled the headboard against the mattress. The heel of her hand ran roughly down my abdomen and into my groin, and she kicked at the coil of underwear around her ankles as she lowered herself back down my body. And the phone rang. "Fuck 'em," I said, "whoever it is." Her nose bumped lightly off mine and she groaned, and then we both laughed, our teeth an inch apart. "Help me get these off," she said. "I'm all tied up down here." The phone rang again, loud and shrill. Our legs and underwear had become completely intertwined. and my hand slid down her legs and reached for them and met Angie's hand down there too. And the sudden touch of it was one of the most erotic sensations I've ever encountered. The phone rang again, and she arched sideways on the bed as our ankles came free, and I could see sweat glistening on her olive skin in the candlelight. Angie groaned, but it was a groan of pure annoyance and exasperation, and our bodies slid against each other as she reached over me for the phone. "It could be Officer Dunn," she said. "Shit." "Tim," I said. "Call him Tim." "Fuck you," she said with a throaty laugh and slapped my chest. She brought the receiver back over my body with her and fell away from me onto the bed, her olive skin further darkened by the white sheet below it. "Hello," she said and blew at wet strands of hair clinging to her forehead. I could hear the sound of something scratching, softly but persistently. I looked at the window to my right, saw the dark leaves scrape the pane. Scratch, scratch. Angie's right leg pulled away from mine, and my flesh suddenly felt cold. "Phil, please," she said. "It's almost 2 a.m. She pressed her head and shoulders into the pillow, crooked the phone between ear and shoulder, raised her lower back and ass off the bed, and pulled the underpants back up to her hips. "And I am glad you're okay," she said. "But Phil, can't we talk in the morning?" The leaves scratched the window again, and I found my boxers, pulled them on. Angie's palm caressed my hip absently, and she turned and gave me a "can you believe this" roll of her eyes. She suddenly squeezed the flesh over my hip where she'd claimed I had love handles, and she bit her lower lip in an attempt to keep from smiling. She failed. "Phil, you've been drinking, haven't you?" Scratch, scratch. I looked at the window, but the leaves were gone, bowing back in the dark breeze. "I know that, Phil," she said sadly. "I know, and I'm trying." Her hand fell away from my hip and she turned toward the phone and stood up from the bed. I don't hate you." She stood with one knee on the bed, looking out the window, the phone cord pressed against the backs of her thighs, and worked her way back into her t-shirt. I got out of the bed too, tossed my jeans and shirt back on. The house was cold, without the press of body heat, and I didn't feel like crawling back under the covers while she chatted with Phil. "I'm not judging," she said. "But if Arujo picks tonight to come after you, wouldn't you rather have sharp wits?" The white beam of light crested her shoulder in the glow of candlelight and blinked 3 times against the upper wall in front of her. She had her head down and didn't notice, so I left the bedroom and walked down the hallway, hugging my arms against the cold, and watched through the living room window as Tim Dunn crossed the street toward the house. I reached to deactivate the alarm, saw that it had lost its power in the blackout. I opened the door before he could ring the bell. "What's up?" I said. He had his head down against the moisture sweeping off the trees, and I realized he was looking at my bare feet. A walkie-talkie squawked from the living room. "Called?" Dunn said and tugged his earlobe. "Yeah, come on in," I said. "Shut the door behind you." I turned in the hallway and Devin's voice burst over the walkie-talkie. "Patrick, get the fuck out of the house! Arujo set us up! Arujo set us up! He's not in the hunt!" I turned back as Dunn raised his head, and Evandro Arujo's face stared out at me from under the cap brim. "Arujo's not in the hunt, Patrick. He's right here, in the rest of your life." Chapter 34. Before I could speak, Evandro pressed a stiletto against the skin under my right eye. He dug the point into the socket bone and closed the door behind him. There was already blood on the knife. He noticed me looking at it and smiled sadly. "Officer Dunn," he whispered. Won't be turning 25, I'm afraid. Bummer, huh? He pushed me backward by digging the point in harder against the bone, and I took a few steps down the hallway. Patrick, he said, his other hand on Dunn's service revolver. If you make a sound, I'll pluck out your eye and shoot your partner before she's halfway out of the bedroom. Understood? I nodded. In the faint light from the candles in the bedroom, I could see he wore Dunn's uniform shirt. It was dark with blood. Why'd you have to kill him? I whispered. He used gel in his hair, Evandro said. He held a hand to his lips as we reached the bathroom, midway down the center hall, and motioned for me to stop. I did. He'd shaved the goatee, and the hair peeking out from under the cap brim was dyed a honey blonde. His colored contacts were a faded gray, and I assumed the inch of sideburns by each ear were fake, since he didn't have them when I saw him last. Turn around, he whispered. Slowly. From the bedroom I could hear Angie sigh. Phil, really, I'm very tired. She hadn't heard the walkie-talkie. Fuck. I turned around as Evandro placed the flat edge of the stiletto to my face and allowed it to slide with the skin as my head turned away. I felt the point skip across the back of my neck and then bite into the hollow space under my right ear, in the gap between my skull and jaw. You fuck with me, he whispered in my ear, and this point comes out through your nose. Take small steps. Philip, Angie said. Please. The bedroom had 2 doorways. One fronted the hall, the other 6 feet beyond led into the kitchen. We were 4 feet from the first doorway when Evandro pressed the stiletto point into my skin to stop me. Shh, he whispered. Shh. No, Angie said, and her voice sounded weary. No, Phil, I don't hate you. You're a good man. I was 12 feet away out there, Evandro whispered. You and your partner and poor Officer Dunn chatting about securing the house against me, and I'm crouched in the neighbor's hedge. I could smell you from there, Patrick. I felt a small popping sensation as the stiletto point broke the skin at the edge of my jaw like a pin. I couldn't see my options. If I tried for an elbow to Evandro's chest, which would be the first thing he'd suspect, there was still more than a 50% chance he'd be able to shove the knife through my brain anyway. All other possibilities, fist to the groin, foot brought down hard on his instep, sudden pivot to my left or right, carried the same likelihood of success. One of his hands held the knife, the other the gun, and both weapons dug into my body. If you just call back in the morning, Angie said, we'll talk then. Or not, Evandro whispered. He nudged me forward. At the edge of the doorway, he suddenly jerked the gun from my side. The point of the knife left my ear and dug into the back of my head where my spinal column and the base of my skull met. He spun in front of the doorway with my body blocking his. Instead of standing by the bed where I'd left her, Angie was gone. The phone lay off the hook in the center of the bed, and I could hear Evandro's breath quicken as he craned his head over my shoulder to get a better look. The sheet on the bed still bore the imprints of our bodies. Her cigarette fed ash into the ashtray and a pirouette of smoke into the air. The candle flames glowed like the yellow eyes of jungle cats. Evandro looked toward the closet, saw that it was filled with enough clothes to hide a body. He nudged me again, and I again considered elbowing him. He pointed Dunn's service revolver over my shoulder at the closet, pulled back the hammer. She in there? He whispered, shifting his body to my left as he drew a bead on the closet and dug the knife harder against my skull. I don't know, I said. I heard her voice before I even knew she was there. It came from 2 inches behind me, and it was preceded by the hard metal crack of a pistol hammer pulling back. Don't fucking move. Evandro twisted the point of the knife into the base of my skull so hard that I stood up on my toes and felt a stream of blood flow down the back of my neck. The movement turned my head to the left, and I could see the barrel of Angie's .38 sticking out of Evandro's right ear, see how white her knuckles were around the butt. Angie knocked the gun out of Evandro's hand with a quick swipe. When it hit the floor by the footboard, I expected it to fire, but it lay there, hammer cocked, pointing at the vanity chest. "Angela Gennaro," Evandro said. "Nice to meet you. Very slick pretending you were still on the phone." "I still am on the phone, asshole. It look hung up to you?" Evandro's eyelids fluttered. "No, it doesn't." "What does that tell you?" "It tells me someone forgot to hang it up." He sniffed the air. "Smells like sex in here. The commingling of flesh. I hate that smell. You enjoyed yourselves, I hope." "The police are on their way, Evandro, so put the knife down." "I'd love to, Angela, but I have to kill you first. You won't get both of us." "You're not thinking clearly, Angela. Must be the sex making you foggy. It'll do that. It's the stench of cave dwellers, really, the stink of sex is. After I fucked Kara and Jason, and believe me, it wasn't my choice, it was theirs. I wanted to cut their throats then and there. But I was convinced to wait. He's trying to lull you with talk, Ange." She shoved the gun harder against his ear. "I seem lulled to you, Evandro? Remember what you've learned over these last few weeks. I don't work alone. Or did you forget that?" "I'd say you're alone now, Evandro, so put the fucking knife down." He dug it deeper, and a white flash erupted in my brain. "You're out of your depth," Evandro said. "You think we can't beat you both, but instead, you can't beat both of us." "Shoot him," I said. "What?" Evandro said wildly. "Shoot him!" To our right from the kitchen, someone said, "Hello." Angie turned her head, and I could smell the bullet when it hit her. It smelled like sulfur and cordite and blood. Her own gun went off between Evandro and me, and the muzzle flash was like fire in my eyes. I jerked forward and felt the stiletto pop back out of my flesh and clatter to the floor behind us as Evandro's nails tore across my face. I drove my elbow back into his head and heard bone break and a scream. And suddenly Angie's gun roared twice and glass shattered in the kitchen. Evandro and I wrestled our way blindly into the bedroom, and then shapes began to take form again through the blaring white in my eyes. My foot hit Dunn's service revolver, and it discharged loudly and skittered out into the kitchen. Evandro's hands clawed at my face, and I dug my hands into the flesh under his ribcage. I spun, tightening my fingers on his lowest ribs, and hurled him over Angie's vanity chest and into the mirror. The flash of white disappeared as I watched his slim body crest her makeup and crash through the glass. The mirror cracked in large, jagged pieces the shape of dorsal fins, and the candle flames sputtered, then flared as they fell to the floor. I dove over the bed as he came down, and the entire vanity came with him. I grabbed my gun from Angie's nightstand as I went over it, came up on the other side of the bed, and fired without hesitation at the place where I'd seen him last. But he wasn't there anymore. I turned my head, saw Angie sitting up on the floor, one eye squinting as she aimed down her barrel and steadied her arm, a fallen candle burning on the floor beside her. Footsteps paused on the kitchen floor, and Angie pulled the trigger. And then she pulled it again. Someone in the kitchen screamed. And I heard another scream from outside, but it was the scream of metal, the howl of an engine. and suddenly the kitchen exploded in bursts of angry fluorescent, and the hum of electrical appliances followed. I stamped out the candle by Angie's arm and stepped out into the hall behind her, pointed my gun at Evandro. His back was to us, his arms held down by his sides. He swayed from side to side in the middle of the kitchen floor, as if to music only he could hear. Angie's first shot had found the center of his back, and a large hole was torn through Dunn's black leather patrolman's jacket. As we watched, it filled with red, and Evandro stopped swaying and dropped to one knee. Her second shot had blown off a flap of his head just over his right ear. He raised his gun hand to it absently, and Dunn's service revolver fell and skittered across the linoleum. "You okay?" I said. "Stupid question," she groaned. "Jesus, get in the kitchen." "Where's the guy who shot you?" "He went through the kitchen door. Get in there." "Fuck that. You're hurt." She grimaced. "I'm okay, Patrick. He can still pick up that gun again. Will you get in there?" I came up behind Evandro and picked up Dunn's service revolver, came around to face him. Evandro stared at me as he gingerly fingered the place where a piece of his head used to be. His face bathed gray in the sputtering fluorescence overhead. He wept silently, and the tears mixed with blood flowing down his face, and his skin was so pale, I was reminded of the clowns from long ago. "It doesn't hurt," he said. "It will." He stared up at me with those confused, lonely eyes. "It was a blue Mustang," he said, and it seemed important to him that I understand that. What was? "The car I stole. It was blue and it had white leather bucket seats." "Evandro," I said, "who's your partner?" "The hubcaps," he said, "gleamed." "Who's your partner?" "Do you feel anything for me?" he asked. His eyes wide and his hands held out like a supplicant's. "No," I said, and my voice was flat and dead. "We're getting to you then," he said. "We're winning." "Who's we?" I said. He blinked at the blood and tears. "I've been to hell." "I know." "No! No! I've been to hell!" he screamed, and fresh tears poured out of his eyes as his face contorted. "And then you created some for other people. Quick, Evandro, who's your partner?" "I don't remember." "Bullshit, Evandro, tell me!" I was losing him. He was dying in front of me, as he placed his palm on his head and tried to staunch the flow of blood. And I knew he could go any second, or within a few hours, but he was going. "I don't remember," he repeated. "Evandro, he left you behind. You're dying. He's not. Come on." I don't remember who I was before I went in that place. I have no idea. I can't even remember. His chest heaved suddenly and his cheeks puffed up like a blowfish, and I heard something rumble in his chest. "Who's can't remember what I looked like as a child?" "Evandro." He vomited blood onto the floor and looked at it for a moment. When he looked back at me, he was terrified. My face probably didn't provide much hope, because as I looked down at what had just left his body, I knew he couldn't live long without it. "Oh, shit," he said, and he held out his hands and looked at them. "Evandro." But he died that way, staring at his hands as they dropped back to his sides, one knee bent to the floor, his face confused and afraid and utterly alone. "Is he dead?" I came back into the hall after stepping into her bedroom long enough to stamp out a single candle trying to burn through her floor. "Oh, yeah. How are you?" Her skin glistened with fat beads of sweat.
I'm sort of fucked up here, Patrick.
I didn't like the sound of her voice. It was much higher than usual, and there was a keening to it. Where you hit? She lifted her arm, and I could see a dark red hole just above her hip and below her rib cage that seemed to breathe.
How's it look?
She lay her head against the door jamb. Not bad. I lied. Let me get a towel.
I only saw his body, she said. The shape of it.
What? I pulled a towel from the rack in the bathroom, came back into the hall. Who?
The prick who shot me. When I shot back, I saw his body. He's short, but built, you know.
I pressed the towel into her side. Okay, short but built. Got it. She closed her eyes.
Scrively,
she said. What? Open your eyes, Ange, come on. She opened them, smiled wearily.
Skung,
she said.
It's heavy.
I took the gun from her hand. Not anymore. Ange, I need you to stay awake while... There was a loud crash at the front door, and I spun in the hall, took aim at Phil and 2 EMTs as they burst inside the house. I lowered my gun as Phil slid to his knees in the hall beside Angie.
Oh, Jesus,
he said.
Honey!
He wiped wet hair off her brow. One of the EMTs said, Give me some room, come on. I stepped back.
Honey!
Phil screamed. Her eyes fluttered open.
Hi,
she said. Step back, sir, the EMT said. Step back now. Phil fell back on his haunches and slid a few feet away. Miss, the EMT said. Can you feel that pressure? Outside, patrol cars screeched to a halt and bathed the windows in lights the color of raging flame.
So scared,
Angie said. The second EMT dropped the wheels to a stretcher in the hallway and flipped up a metal rod by its head. A sudden rattle erupted in the hallway, and I looked down and saw Angie's heels hammering the floorboards. She's going into shock, the EMT said. He grabbed her shoulders. Get her legs, he shouted. Get her legs, man! I grabbed her legs and Phil said, Oh, Jesus, do something, do something, do something! Her legs kicked into my armpit and I pressed them between my arm and chest, held on as her eyes rolled back white in the sockets and her head slipped off the side of the door jamb and banged into the floor. Now! The first EMT said, and the second one handed him a syringe and he plunged it into Angie's chest. What are you doing? Phil said. Jesus Christ, what are you doing to her? She jerked in my arms one last time and then she seemed to almost float back down to the floor. We're going to lift her, the EMT told me. Gently but fast, on 3. 1. 4 cops appeared in the doorway, hands on their weapons. 2. The EMT said, Get the fuck out of the doorway! We got an injured woman coming through! The second EMT pulled an oxygen mask out of his bag, held it at the ready. The cops backed off onto the porch. 3. We lifted her, and her body felt far too light in my arms, as if it had never moved or jumped or danced. We settled her onto the stretcher, and the second EMT clamped the oxygen mask down over her face and yelled, Coming through, and they pulled her down the hall and onto the porch. Phil and I followed, and the moment I stepped out onto the icy porch, I heard the sounds of at least 20 weapons being cocked and aimed in my direction. Put the guns down and drop to your fucking knees! I knew better than to argue with nervous cops. I placed my gun and Don's on the porch and knelt over them and held my hands up. Phil was too worried about Angie to think that they could be talking to him too. He took 2 steps after her stretcher, and a cop clubbed his collarbone with a shotgun butt. He's the husband, I said. He's the husband. Shut the fuck up, asshole! Keep your fucking hands in the air! Do it! Do it! Do it! I did. I remained kneeling as the cops moved cautiously closer and the bitter air found my bare feet and thin shirt and the paramedics lifted Angie into the back of the ambulance and took her away. Chapter 35. By the time the cops sorted everything out, Angie was in her second hour of surgery. Phil was allowed to leave around 4, after he'd called City Hospital. But I had to stick around and walk 4 detectives and a nervous young ADA through everything. Timothy Dunn's body had been found stuffed naked into a trash barrel by the swing sets in the Ryan playground. The assumption was that Evandro had lured him there by doing something suspicious enough to catch Dunn's eye, but not so obvious as to be taken as a direct threat or sign of danger. A white sheet was found hanging from the basketball hoop that would have been directly in Dunn's field of vision from his unmarked cruiser. A man hanging a sheet to a hoop at 2 a.m. on an icy night could conceivably have been odd enough to draw a young cop's curiosity, but not a call for backup. The sheet froze to the pole and hung there, a diamond of white against a pewter sky. Dunn had been approaching the playground steps when Evandro came up behind him and buried the stiletto in his right ear. The man who shot Angie had come in through the back door. His footprints, size 8, were found all over the backyard, but disappeared on Dorchester Avenue. The alarms Erdem had installed were rendered useless by the blackout, and all the man had to do was pick a second-rate bolt lock on the back door and walk on in. Both Angie's shots had missed him. One was found in the wall by the door. The other had ricocheted off the oven and shattered the window over the sink, which left only Evandro to explain. Cops, when one of their own has been killed, are scary people to be around. The anger that commonly seethes just under their surfaces comes fully to the fore, and you pity the poor bastard they arrest next. Tonight was even worse than usual, because Timothy Dunn had been related to a decorated brother cop. A promising cop himself, he'd also been young and innocent, stripped of his blues and stuffed in a barrel. As Detective Cord, a white-haired man with a kind voice and merciless eyes, interviewed me in the kitchen, Officer Rogan, a balled-up bull of a cop, circled Evandro's body, opening and closing his fists. Rogan struck me as the kind of guy who becomes a cop for the same reason a lot of guys become jail guards. Because they're sadists who need socially acceptable outlets. Evandro's corpse was as I'd left it, defying the laws of physics and gravity as I'd come to know them by remaining on one knee, hands by his sides, looking down. He was heading for Riga that way, and it pissed Rogan off. He looked at Evandro for a long time and breathed through his nostrils and balled his fists, as if by standing there long enough, exuding enough menace, he'd resurrect Evandro long enough to shoot him again. It didn't happen. So Rogan took a step back and kicked the corpse in the face with a steel-toed shoe. Evandro's corpse flipped onto its back and the shoulders bounced off the floor. One leg collapsed under him. His head lolled to the left, and his eyes stared at the oven. "Rogan, the fuck you doing?" "Nice going, Huey. You're going on report," Detective Cord said. Rogan looked at him, and it was clear they had a history. Rogan shrugged elaborately and spit on Evandro's nose. "Showed him," a cop said. "Fucker won't have the nerve to die on you twice, Rogan." And then the house was cored by a deep quiet. Rogan blinked uncertainly at something in the hallway. Devon entered the kitchen with his eyes on Evandro's corpse, his face pink with cold. Oscar and Bolton came in behind him and stayed a few steps back. Devon kept his eyes on the corpse for a full minute, during which no one spoke. I'm not sure anyone breathed. "Feel better?" He looked up at Rogan. "Sergeant, do you feel better now?" Rogan wiped a hand on his hip. "I'm not sure what you mean, sir." "Pretty simple question," Devon said. "You just kicked a corpse. Do you feel better?" Rogan looked at the floor. "Yeah, I do." Devon nodded. "Good. he said softly. Good. I'm glad you have a sense of accomplishment, Officer Rogan. That's important. What else have you accomplished tonight? Rogan cleared his throat. I established a crime scene perimeter. Good, that's always good. And I, clubbed a guy on the porch, Devon said. Correct. I thought he was armed, sir. Understandable, Devon said. Tell me, did you engage in a search for the second shooter? No, sir, that was... Did you perhaps provide a blanket for the naked body of Officer Dunn? No. 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 Devon nudged Devondro's corpse with his toe, stared down on it with pure apathy. Did you take any steps to ascertain the location of the second shooter, or interview neighbors, or conduct a house-to-house search? No, but again, So outside of kicking a corpse and clubbing a defenseless man and stretching out some yellow crime scene tape, you haven't accomplished much, have you, officer? Rogan studied something on the stove. No. What was that? Devon said. I said no, sir. Devon nodded and stepped over the corpse until he was standing beside Rogan. Rogan was a tall man and Devon wasn't, so Rogan had to lean down when Devon beckoned him to do so. He bent his head and Devon turned his lips toward his ear. Leave my crime scene, Officer Rogan, Devon said. Rogan looked at him. Devon whispered, but the whole kitchen could hear. While your arms are still attached to your shoulders. We fucked up, Bolton said. Actually, I fucked up. No, I said. This is my fault. This is Evandro's fault, I said. And his partner's. He leaned his head back against the wall in Angie's hallway. I was overeager. They offered bait and I bit. I never should have left you alone. You couldn't have predicted a blackout, Bolton. No? He raised both hands, then dropped them in disgust. Bolton, I said. Grace is safe. May is safe. Phil is safe. They're the civilians in all this. Not me and Angie. I started to walk down the hall toward the living room. Kenzie. I looked back at him. If you and your partner aren't civilians and you're not cops, what are you? I shrugged. Two idiots who aren't half as tough as we thought we were. Later in the living room, a mottled gray light told us morning was advancing. You tell Teresa? I asked Devon. He stared out the window. Not yet. I'm heading over there in a few minutes. I'm sorry, Devon. It wasn't much, but it was all I could think to say. Oscar coughed into his fist, looked at the floor. Devon ran his finger over the window ledge, stared at the dust he came back with. My son turned 15 yesterday, he said. Devon's ex-wife, Helen, and their 2 children lived in Chicago with her second husband, an orthodontist. Helen had custody and Devon had lost visitation rights after an ugly Christmas incident 4 years ago. Yeah? How's Lloyd doing these days? He shrugged. He sent me a picture a few months back. He's big. Got hair so long I couldn't see his eyes. He studied his hard, scarred hands. He plays drums in some local band. Helen says his grades are suffering. He looked back out at the street, and the mottled gray seemed to dampen and stretch his skin. When he spoke again, his voice was tremulous. I figure there's a lot worse things to be than a musician, though. You know, Patrick? I nodded. Phil had taken my Crown Victoria to the hospital, so Devon drove me over to the garage where I store my Porsche as the morning lightened around us. Outside the garage, he sat back in his seat and closed his eyes as the heat sputtering from his cracked exhaust pipe enveloped the car. Arujo and his partner rigged a phone to a computer modem in an abandoned house in Nahant, he said. Rigged it so they could call from a payphone down the street, and the call would be traced back to the computer phone. Pretty smart. I waited as he rubbed his face with his hands and closed his eyes tighter. as if warding off a fresh wave of hurt. "I'm a cop," he said. "It's everything I am. I have to do my job. Professionally. I know. Find this guy, Patrick. I will. By any means necessary. Bolton," he held up a hand. "Bolton wants this to end, too. Don't call attention to yourself. Don't be seen. From me and Bolton's end, we offer you privacy. You won't be watched." He opened his eyes, turned on the seat, looked at me for a long time. "Don't let this guy write books from prison or give interviews to Geraldo." I nodded. "They'll want to study his brain." He picked at a loose piece of vinyl peeling from his cracked dashboard. "They can't do that if there's no brain left to study." I patted his arm once and got out of the car. Angie was still in surgery when I called the hospital. I asked them to page Phil, and when he got on the phone, he sounded washed out. "What's going on?" I said. "She's still in there. They won't tell me anything." "Stay calm, Phil. She's strong." "You coming here?" "Soon," I said. "I have to see someone first." "Hey, Patrick," he said carefully. "You stay calm, too." I found Eric at his apartment in the Back Bay. He answered the door in a tattered bathrobe and gray sweatpants, and his face was drawn. 3 days' worth of gray stubble along his jawline. His hair wasn't tied back into a ponytail, and it made him look ancient, as it flowed around his ears and over his shoulders. "Talk to me, Eric." He glanced at the gun in my waistband. "Leave me alone, Patrick. I'm tired." Behind him, I could see discarded newspapers on the floor, a pile of plates and cups in the sink. "Fuck you, Eric, we have to talk." "I've already talked. With the FBI, I know. You failed your polygraph, Eric." He blinked. "What?" "You heard me." He scratched his leg, yawned, and looked at a point over my shoulder. "Polygraphs aren't admissible in court." "This isn't about court," I said. "This is about Jason Warren. This is about Angie." "Angie? She's got a bullet in her, Eric." "She?" He held a hand out in front of him, as if not sure what to do with it. "Jesus, Patrick, is she going to be okay?" "I don't know yet, Eric. You must be losing your mind." "I'm completely fucking deranged right now, Eric. Take that into consideration." He winced, and a tide of something bitter and hopeless washed through his eyes. He turned his back to me, leaving the door open, and walked back into his apartment. I followed him through the wreckage of a living room strewn with books and empty pizza boxes, bottles of wine, and empty beer cans. In the kitchen, he poured himself a cup of coffee, and the coffee maker was stained by days of splattered coffee he'd neglected to wipe off. It was also unplugged. God knew how old the coffee was. "Were you and Jason lovers?" I said. He sipped his cold coffee. "Eric, why'd you leave UMass?" "You know what happens to male professors who sleep with male students?" he said. "Professors sleep with students all the time," I said. He smiled and shook his head. "Male professors sleep with female students all the time," he sighed. "And in the current political atmosphere on most campuses, even that's becoming dangerous. In loco parentis. Not a terribly threatening phrase, unless it's applied to 21-year-old men and women in one country, where the last thing we would want of our children is that they actually grow up." I found a clean spotted counter, leaned against it. Eric looked up from his coffee cup. "But yes, Patrick, a prevailing attitude exists that it's okay for male professors to sleep with female students, as long as those students aren't currently taking their professors' classes. So where's the problem? The problem is gay professors and gay students. That sort of relationship, I promise you, is still frowned on." "Eric," I said, "give me a break. This is Boston academia we're talking about here. The most strongly fortified bastion of liberalism in America. He laughed softly. You think so, don't you? He shook his head again, a strange smile playing on thin lips. If you had a daughter, Patrick, and let's say she's 20, she's smart, she's at Harvard or Bryce or BU, and you found out she was fucking a professor, how would you feel? I met his hollow gaze. I'm not saying I'd like it, Eric, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I'd figure she's an adult, it's her choice. He nodded. Same scenario, but it's your son and he's fucking his male professor. That stopped me. It stirred some deeply repressed part of myself that was more Puritan than Catholic. And the image I had in my head of a young man in a tiny cramped bed with Eric revolted me for just a moment before I got control of it. Started to distance myself from the image, grasp onto the intellectual handholds of my own social liberalism. See? He was smiling brightly, but his eyes were still hollow and unhinged. The thought repulsed you, didn't it? Eric, didn't it? Yes, I said quietly, and wondered what that made me. He held up a hand. It's okay, Patrick. I've known you for 10 years, and you're one of the least homophobic straight men I know. But you're still homophobic. Not when it comes to you and your gay friends, he said. You're fine, I grant you that. But when it comes to the possibility of your son and his gay friends, I shrugged. Maybe. Jason and I had an affair. He said and poured his coffee into the sink. When? I said. Last year. It ended. It only lasted a month in the first place. I was a family friend, and I felt like I was betraying Deandra. Jason, for his part, I think, wanted to be with someone closer to his own age. And he still had a pretty powerful attraction to women as well. But the breakup was very amicable. Did you tell the FBI this? No. Eric, for Christ's sake, why not? It'll destroy my career, he said. Remember your reaction to my hypothetical. No matter how liberal you think academia is, the trustees of most colleges are straight white males, or their country club wives. And as soon as they think a fag professor is turning their children or their friends' children into fag students, they'll ruin him. Bank on it. Eric, it's going to come out. The FBI, Eric, the FBI. They're going through your life right now with magnifying glasses. They'll turn over the right rock sooner or later. I can't admit this, Patrick. I can't. What about Evandro Arujo? Did you know him? He shook his head. No. Jason was scared, Deandra was scared, so I called you in. I believed him. Eric, please consider talking to the feds. Will you be telling them what I told you? I shook my head. I don't work that way. I'll tell them for what it's worth that I don't think you're a suspect. But I don't think it'll change their minds without proof. He nodded and walked out of the kitchen to the door. Thanks for coming by, Patrick. I paused in the doorway. Tell them, Eric. He put a hand on my shoulder and smiled at me, trying to look brave. The night Jason was killed, I was with a student, a lover. The student's father is a high-powered attorney from North Carolina and a ranking member of the Christian Coalition. What do you think he'll do when he finds out? I looked down at his dusty carpet. Teaching's all I know, Patrick. It is me. Without it, I disappear. I looked at him, and he seemed to be disappearing as he said it, floating away to mist right in front of me. I stopped at the Black Emerald on my way over to the hospital, but it was closed. I looked up at Jerry's apartment above it. The shades were drawn. I looked for Jerry's Gran Torino, usually parked out in front of the bar. It wasn't here. If the killer had met me face to face since all this began, as Dahlquist theorized, then it narrowed the field of suspects. Eric and Jerry were both considered suspects by the FBI, and Jerry was definitely physically strong. But what possible motive could he have? I'd known Jerry my entire life. Could he kill? We're all capable of murder, the voice in my head whispered. Every one of us. Mr. Kenzie. I turned, saw Agent Field standing by the trunk of a dark Plymouth. He tossed recording equipment into the trunk. Mr. Glenn's in the clear. How? We had this place staked out last night. Glenn went up to his apartment at 1, watched TV until 3, and went to bed. We sat here all night, and he never left. He's not our man, Mr. Kenzie. Sorry. I nodded. Part of me relieved. Part of me feeling guilty for suspecting Jerry in the first place. Of course, there was another part of me that was disappointed. Maybe I'd wanted it to be Glenn. Just so it would finally be over. The bullet did a lot of damage, Dr. Barnett told me. It tore up her liver, nicked both kidneys, settled in her lower intestines. We almost lost her twice, Mr. Kenzie. How is she now? She's not out of the woods, he said. Is she a strong person, got a big heart? Yes, I said. Then she's got a better chance than some. That's really all I can tell you right now. They brought her into ICU at 8:30 after 90 minutes in post-op. She'd looked like she'd lost 50 pounds, and her body seemed to drift in the bed. Phil and I stood over her as a nurse hooked up her IVs and switched on a life support monitor. What's that for? Phil said. She's okay now, right? She hemorrhaged twice, Mr. DeMasi. We're monitoring to make sure she doesn't do it again. Phil took Angie's hand, and it looked so small in his. Ange, he said. She'll be asleep for most of the day, the nurse said. There's very little you can do for her now, Mr. DeMasi. I'm not leaving her, Phil said. The nurse looked at me and I gave her back nothing but a flat stare. At 10, I came out of ICU and found Bubba sitting in the waiting room. How is she? They think, I said, she's going to be okay. He nodded. We'll know more when she wakes up, I guess. When's that? Late this afternoon, I said. Maybe the evening. Anything I can do? I leaned over the fountain, gulped water like a man come in from a desert. I need to speak to Fat Freddy, I said. Sure. Why? I need to find Jack Rouse and Kevin Hurley and ask them some questions. I don't think Freddy will have a problem with that. If they don't answer my questions, I said, I'll need permission to shoot them until they do. Bubba leaned over the fountain and looked at me. You're serious. You tell Freddy, Bubba. But if I don't get his permission, I'll do it anyway. Now you're talking, he said. Phil and I worked in shifts. If one of us had to use the bathroom or get a drink, the other held Angie's hand. All day, her hand was enclosed in one of ours. At noon, Phil went looking for the cafeteria, and I lifted her hand to my lips and closed my eyes. The day I met her, she was missing both front teeth, and her hair was cut so short and so badly that I thought she was another boy. We were in the gym at the Little House Recreation Center on East Cottage, and it was a free-for-all for 6-year-olds. This was back before there was much official after-school care in my neighborhood. But parents could drop their kids at the little house for 3 hours for $5 a week, and the staff pretty much gave us free rein as long as we didn't break anything. That day, the floor of the gym was littered with maroon dodgeballs and orange Nerfs and hard plastic footballs and floor hockey sticks and pucks and basketballs and maybe 25 uncoordinated 6-year-olds running around and screaming like maniacs. The pucks were in short supply, and after I picked up a hockey stick, I honed in on the short kid with the bad haircut as she pushed one awkwardly around the edge of the gym. I snuck up behind her, lifted her stick off the floor with my own, and stole the puck. And she tackled me, punched me in the head and stole it back. With her hand to my face in the ICU unit, I could remember that day as vividly as any in my life. I leaned in and placed my cheek against hers, pressed her hand tightly to my chest, closed my eyes. When Phil came back, I bummed a cigarette off him and went out to the parking lot to smoke it. I hadn't smoked in 7 years, but the tobacco smelled like perfume as I lit it, and the smoke that filled my lungs felt clean and pure in the frigid air. "That Porsche," someone on my right said, "is one nice ride." 66. 63, I said and turned to look at him. Pine wore a camel-hair topcoat and burgundy twill trousers and a black cashmere sweater. His black gloves looked like a second skin over his hands. "How'd you afford it?" he said. "I pretty much bought a body only," I said. "Acquired parts over several years." "You're one of those guys who loves his car more than his wife or friends?" I held up the keys. "It's chrome and metal and rubber, Pine. And it couldn't mean less to me right now. You want it, take it." He shook his head. "Far too ostentatious for my tastes. Drive an Acura myself." I took my second drag on the cigarette and immediately felt lightheaded. The air danced in front of my eyes. "Shooting Vincent Patrizio's only granddaughter," he said, "was an extremely uncool thing for someone to do. Yes. Mr. Constantine has been informed that 2 people he ordered to cooperate with your investigation did not." "That's correct." "And now Ms. Gennaro lies in ICU." "Yes. Mr. Constantine wants you to know that he had nothing to do with this." "I know." "Mr. Constantine also wants you to know that you have carte blanche when it comes to whatever you have to do to identify and apprehend the man who shot Ms. Gennaro." "Carte blanche?" "Carte blanche, Mr. Kenzie. If Mr. Hurley and Mr. Rouse were never seen again, Mr. Constantine assures you that neither he nor his associates would have any desire to look for them. Understood?" I nodded. He handed me a card. Scribbled on one side was an address, 411 South Street, 4th floor. Scribbled on the other side was a phone number I recognized as Bubba's cell phone. "Meet Mr. Rogowski there as soon as you can." "Thanks." He shrugged, looked at my cigarette. "Shouldn't smoke those things, Mr. Kenzie." He walked off into the parking lot, and I stubbed out the cigarette and went back inside. Angie opened her eyes at 2:45. "Honey," Phil said. She blinked and tried to speak, but her mouth was too dry. As instructed earlier by the nurse, we gave her some chips of ice but no water, and she nodded gratefully. "Don't call me honey," she croaked. "How many times do I have to tell you, Philip?" Phil laughed and kissed her forehead, and I kissed her cheek, and she slapped feebly at both of us. We sat back. "How do you feel?" I said. "Real stupid question," she said. Dr. Barnett dropped his stethoscope and pen light back into his pockets and told Angie, "You're going to be in ICU until tomorrow, just so we can keep a close eye on you. But it looks like you're coming along well." "Hurts like hell," she said. He smiled. "I'd expect so. That bullet took a particularly nasty course, Miss Gennaro. And later we'll discuss some of the damage. I can promise you that there's a whole lot of foods you'll never be able to eat again. Just about any liquid besides water is going to be out of the question for a while, too." "Damn," she said. "And there'll be other restrictions to talk about, but..." "What about?" She looked at Phil and me and then away. "Yes?" Barnett said. "Well," she said, "the bullet sort of rattled around down in my lower regions, and it affected none of your reproductive organs, Miss Gennaro." "Oh," she said, and caught me smiling, glared at me.
Don't say a damn word, Patrick. The pain returned in force around 5, and they shot her up with enough Demerol to mellow out a Bengal tiger. I touched my palm to her cheek, and she blinked at the drug's effect. "The guy who shot me," she said thickly. "Yeah." "You identify him yet?" "No." "But you will, won't you?" "Absolutely." "Well then, yeah? Go get him, Patrick," she said. "Shut his ass down."
Chapter 36. 411 South Street was the only vacant building on a street of artists, lofts, and carpet makers, costumers, rag merchants, and by-appointment-only galleries. Boston's 2-block equivalent of Soho. 411 was 4 stories tall, and had been a parking garage before the city actually needed one. It changed hands in the late 40s, and the new owner turned it into an entertainment complex for sailors. The first floor had been a bar and billiards parlor, the second a casino, and the third a whorehouse. The place had been vacant most of my life, so I never knew what the 4th floor was used for, until my Porsche rose up past the dark floors in an ancient car elevator, and the doors opened onto a dank, musty bowling alley. Light fixtures hung haphazardly from a section of caved-in ceiling, and several alleys were nothing but corridors of rubble. Shattered bowling pins lay in heaps of white dust in the gutters, and the hand dryers had long ago been ripped from the floors and presumably sold for parts. Several of the runway shelves still held bowling balls, though, and I could see target arrows through the dust and grime in a couple of alleys. Bubba sat in a captain's chair by the center alley as we left the car and exited the elevator. The chair still bore screws at the base, from wherever he'd torn it up, and the leather was ripped in several places and spilling foam stuffing onto the floor by his feet. "Who owns this place?" I said. "Freddie." He sipped from a bottle of Finlandia. His face was ruddy and his eyes slightly watery, and I knew that he was easily into his second bottle. Never a good sign. "Freddie keeps an abandoned building on his books for fun?" He shook his head. "The 2nd and 3rd floor only look like shit from the elevator. They're actually pretty nice. Freddie and his boys use them for functions sometimes, shit like that." He looked at Phil, and there was nothing friendly in his glance. "Fuck you doing here, pussy?" Phil took a step back, but still did better than most people facing Bubba in full psychotic tilt. "I'm in this now, Bubba. All the way." Bubba smiled, and the darkness that covered the entire rear of the alley seemed to rise up behind him. "Well now," he said, "how nice for you. Pissed off someone put Angie in the hospital, but it wasn't you this time. Someone stepping into your area of expertise, faggot." Phil shifted toward me a step. "This has nothing to do with the bad blood between us, Bubba." Bubba raised his eyebrows at me. "He grows some balls? Or is he just stupid?" I'd seen Bubba like this only a few times before, and it was always a case of being far too close to the demon for my liking. By my amended estimate, he had to be 3 bottles of vodka in, and there was no telling if he'd allow his blacker instincts to be reined in. Bubba cared about exactly 2 people in the world. Me and Angie. And Phil had spent too much time hurting Angie over the years for Bubba to feel anything for him but pure hate. Being the object of another's hate is relative. If the person who hates you is an advertising exec whose infinity you cut off in traffic, you're probably not going to worry much. If Bubba hates you, though, putting a couple of continents between the 2 of you is not a bad idea. "Bubba," I said. He turned his head slowly to look up at me, and his gaze was muddy. "Phil is on our side for this one. That's all you need to know right now. He wants to be in on whatever we do." He showed no reaction, just turned his head back toward Phil, fixed that muddy gaze on him. Phil held the look for as long as he could, long after sweat had slid down by his ears, but eventually he looked at the floor. "All right, douche," Bubba said.
We'll let you sit in for a few hands. You want to find redemption for what you did to your wife or whatever bullshit you told yourself? He stood and towered over Phil until Phil looked up. Just so there's no misunderstanding. Patrick forgives. Angie forgives. I don't. Someday I'm gonna hurt you. Phil nodded. I know that, Bubba. Bubba used his index finger to prop Phil's chin up. And if anything that happens in this room leaks, I'll know it didn't come from Patrick. Which means I'll kill you, Phil. Got it? Phil tried to nod, but Bubba's finger kept his head from moving. Yes, Phil said through gritted teeth. Bubba looked up at a dark wall on the other side of the elevator. Lights, he called. Someone behind the wall flicked a switch, and a sickly green and white neon flickered in the few remaining light fixtures over the back half of the alleys. There was more sputtering and several gauzy yellow bars of light shafted over the bowling pits themselves. Bubba raised his arms and turned around grandly, like Moses parting the Red Sea, and we looked down the alley as a rat scurried for safety along one of the gutters. Holy shit, Phil said under his breath. You say something? Bubba said. No, nothing, Phil managed. At the end of the alley, directly in front of me, Kevin Herlihy was kneeling in the pit. His hands were tied behind his back, and his legs were tied at the ankles, and a noose around his neck was tied to a nail in the wall over the pit. His face was swollen and shiny with bloody welts. The nose Bubba had broken was flabby and blue, and his broken jaw was wired shut. Jack Rouse, looking even worse for wear, was tied in identical fashion in the next alley over. Jack was a lot older than Kevin, and his face was almost green and slick with sweat. Bubba took in our shocked faces and smiled. He leaned in toward Phil and said, Take a good look at them. Then think what I'm going to do to you someday, pussy. As Bubba sauntered down the alley toward them, I said, What? You already interrogated them? He shook his head and swigged some vodka. Hell no. I had no idea what questions to ask. So why are they all beat to shit, Bubba? He reached Kevin and bent down by him, looked back at me with his deranged grin. Because I was bored. He winked and slapped Kevin's jaw, and Kevin screamed through his wired teeth. Jesus, Patrick, Phil whispered. Jesus. Relax, Phil, I said, though my own blood churned. Bubba stepped over beside Jack and slapped him in the side of the head so hard you could hear the sound ring across the 4th floor. But Jack didn't scream, just closed his eyes for a moment. Okay. Bubba turned around and his trench coat lifted and swirled around him for a moment. He staggered back to us and his combat boots sounded like the hoofs of Clydesdales. Ask your questions, Patrick. How long they been there? I said. He shrugged. Few hours. He picked up a dusty bowling ball from the rack, wiped it with his sleeve. Maybe we should get them some water or something. He spun on me. What? You fucking kidding me? Patrick. He placed his arm around me, used the bowling ball to gesture in their direction. That's the asshole who threatened to kill you and Grace, remember? Those are the fucks who could have stopped this a month ago. Before Angie got shot. Before Kara Ryder got crucified. They're the enemy, he hissed, and the alcohol in his breath rode over me like a wave. True, I said as Kevin shook involuntarily. But no buts! Bubba said. No buts! You said today you were ready to shoot them if necessary, right? Right! Yes. Well then, what? There they are, Patrick. Be a man of your word. Don't fucking embarrass me. Don't! He removed his arm and pulled the bowling ball close to his chest, caressed it. I'd said I'd shoot them to get information, and at the time I'd felt it. But it was real easy to say, and real easy to feel standing in a hospital waiting room, far distanced from the actual human flesh and bone and blood I was threatening. Now, here were two bloodied human beings rendered completely helpless and at my mercy. And they weren't vague concepts. They were breathing and shaking. At my mercy. I left Bubba and Phil and walked down the alley toward Kevin. He watched me come and seemed to gather strength from it. Maybe he thought that I was the weak link here. When Grace had told me he'd approached her table, I'd said I'd kill him. And at that moment, if he'd walked into the room, I would have. That was rage. This was torture. As I neared him, he sucked air and shook his head as if to clear it, and then fastened his numb eyes on my own. Kevin tortures. A voice in my head whispered, he kills. He enjoys it. He'd give you no mercy, so you owe him none. Kevin, I said and lowered myself until I was on one knee in front of him. This is bad, you know this is bad. You don't tell me what I need to know, Bubba will do the Spanish Inquisition on your head. Fuck you. His cracked voice broke through gritted teeth. Fuck you, Kenzie, okay? No, Kev, no. You don't help me out here, you're going to be fucked up 10 different ways. Fat Freddy gave me carte blanche with you. And Jack. The left half of his face sagged a bit. It's true, Kev. Bullshit. You think we'd be here if it wasn't? You let Vincent Patrizio's granddaughter get shot. I didn't. I shook my head. That's how he sees it. Doesn't matter what you say now. His eyes were red and bulging as he shook his head and stared up at me. Kevin, I said softly, tell me what happened between Ipa and Hardiman and Rugglestone. Who's the third guy? Ask Jack. I will, I said. But I'm asking you first. He nodded, and the noose bit into his neck and his throat gurgled. I pulled the rope back out of the center of his Adam's apple and he sighed, his eyes on the floor. He shook his head adamantly, and I knew he wouldn't talk. 4! Bubba yelled. Kevin's eyes widened and his neck jerked back in the noose, and I stepped out of the way as the bowling ball rocketed down the alley and seemed to pick up speed by the second as it hurtled across the splinters in the ancient floor and made contact with Kevin Herlihy's groin. He howled and jerked forward against the noose, and I yanked at his shoulders to keep his neck from snapping, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Only a spare, Bubba said. Hey, Bubba, I said. Hold up. But Bubba was already into his wind-up. He crossed one leg in front of the other at the foul line, and the ball left his hand and arced out by the target arrows, hit the alley with a hint of a backward spin, and then streaked across the wood and shattered Kevin's left knee. Jesus! Kevin screamed and flipped to his right. Your turn, Jack. Bubba picked up a ball and stepped into the next lane. I'll die, Bubba. Jack's voice was soft and resigned, and it stopped Bubba for a moment. Not if you talk, Jack, I said. He looked at me as if just noticing me. You know what the difference between you and your old man is, Patrick? I shook my head. Your old man would be throwing those bowling balls himself. You'll use what torture can get you, but you won't do it yourself. You're vomit. I looked at him and suddenly felt the same crazed rage I'd felt in Grace's house. This piece of shit Irish mafia killer was getting self-righteous with me, while Grace and May were holed up in some FBI bunker in Nebraska or someplace with Grace's career in ruins, while Kara Ryder lay in the ground, and Jason Warren lay in pieces, and Angie lay in a hospital bed, and Tim Dunn was stripped of his clothes and shoved in a barrel. I'd spent weeks standing by, while people like Evandro and his partner and Hardiman and Jack Rouse and Kevin Hurley wreaked violence on innocents for fun, because they enjoyed the pain of others, because they could. And suddenly, I wasn't just angry at Jack or Kevin or Hardiman. I was furious at every person who practiced violence willingly. People who blew up abortion clinics and bombed airliners and butchered families and gassed subway tunnels and executed hostages and killed women who looked like women who'd spurned them in the past, in the name of their pain or their principles or their profit. Well, I was sick of their violence and their hate and my own codes of decency, which may have cost people their lives in the last month. Sick to fucking death of it all. Jack was staring up at me defiantly, and I could feel blood roaring in my ears and still hear Kevin hissing in pain through clenched teeth beside me. I met Bubba's eyes and saw a gleam in them, and it invigorated me. I felt omnipotent. I kept my eyes on Jack and pulled out my gun and rammed the button to Kevin's gritted teeth. The shriek he sent out into the atmosphere was one of complete disbelief and sudden, utter fear. I grabbed his hair in my hand, my eyes still on Jack, and the hair felt slick and oily between my fingers as I rammed the barrel into his temple and cocked the hammer. "You have any feelings for this guy, Jack? Talk." Jack looked at Kevin, and I could see it pained him. I was once again surprised by the bonds that could exist between two people who knew so little about love. Jack's mouth opened, and he looked so old. "You got 5 seconds, Jack. 1, 2, 3. Kevin moaned, and his broken teeth rattled against the wire in his mouth. 4. "Your father," Jack said quietly, "burned Rugglestone from head to toe over the course of 4 hours. I know that. Who else was there?" His mouth opened wide again, and he looked at Kevin. "Who else, Jack? Or I start counting again. From 4. All of us. Timson, Kev's mother, Deidre Ryder, Burns, Klimstitch, me. What happened?" "We found Hardiman and Rugglestone hiding out in that warehouse. We'd been looking for the van all night, and that morning we found it right in our neighborhood." Jack licked his upper lip with a tongue so pale it was almost white. "Your father came up with the idea of tying Hardiman to a chair and making him watch while we did Rugglestone. At first, we were just going to take a few shots each, then work on Hardiman, then call in the police. Why didn't you?" "I don't know. Something happened to us in there. Your father found a box hidden under the floorboards. The box was inside a cooler. There were body parts in it." He looked at me wildly. "Body parts of kids. Adults too, but Jesus, there was a child's foot in there, Kenzie, still in a small red sneaker with blue polka dots. Christ! We saw that, and we lost it. That's when your father got the gasoline. That's when we started using the ice picks and razor blades." I waved my hand at him because I didn't feel like hearing any more about the good citizens of Ypres and their systematic torture killing of Charles Rugglestone. "Who's doing Hardiman's killing for him now?" Jack looked confused. "What's his name?" "Arujo. The guy your partner killed last night, right?" "Arujo had a partner. You know who it is, Jack." "No," he said. "I don't. Kenzie, we made a mistake. We let Hardiman live, but why? Why what? Why'd you let him live?" "Because it was our only way out once G busted us. That was the deal he made with us." "G? What the hell are you talking about?" He sighed. "We got caught, Patrick. Standing around Rugglestone watching his body go up in flames with blood all over our clothes." "Who caught you?" "G, I told you." "Who's G, Jack?" He frowned. Jerry Glynn, Kenzie. I felt lightheaded suddenly, as if I'd just tried to smoke another cigarette. And he didn't arrest you? I asked Jack. Jack nodded slightly. He said it was understandable. He said most people would do the same. Jerry said this. Who the fuck am I talking about? Yeah, Jerry! He made sure each one of us knew what we owed him. And then he sent us on our way and arrested Alec Hardiman. What do you mean you owed him? We owed him. Favor shit like that for the rest of our lives. Your father pulled strings and got him the zoning and the liquor license for his bar. I got him some creative financing. Other people did other things. We were forbidden to talk with each other, so I have no idea who gave him what, outside of me and your old man. You were forbidden to talk with each other by Jerry? Of course by Jerry. He stared at me and the veins in his neck were bright blue and hard. You don't know who you're dealing with when it comes to Jerry, do you? Jesus! He laughed loudly. Holy shit. You bought all that officer-friendly bullshit, didn't you, Kenzie? He said, and strained against the noose. Jerry Glynn is a fucking monster. He makes me look like a parish priest. He laughed again, and it was a shrill, awful sound. You think that gypsy cab he keeps out front always takes people where they want to go? I remember that night in the bar. The drunk kid who Jerry sent into that cab with $10. Had he made it home? And who was the cab driver? Evandro? Bubba and Phil had come down the alley by this point, and I looked at them as I removed the gun from Kevin's head. You guys know this? Phil shook his head. Bubba said, I knew Jerry was a little shady. Ran some blow and some hookers out of the bar. But that's it. He duped your whole fucking generation, Jack said. The whole pack of you, Jesus. Be specific, I said. Very specific, Jack. He smiled at us and his old eyes danced. Jerry Glynn is one of the meanest motherfuckers who ever came out of the neighborhood. His son died, you know that? I said, he had a son? Of course he had a fucking son. Brendan died in 1965. Had some bizarre hemorrhage at his brainstem. No one could ever explain it. Kid was 4 years old. He grabs his head, drops dead in Jerry's front yard while he's playing with Jerry's wife. Jerry snapped. He killed his wife. Bullshit, Bubba said. Guy was a cop. So? Jerry got it in his head that it was her fault. That she'd been fucking around on him, and God had punished her by killing their kid. He punched her to death, framed some spook for it. The spook got shivved to death and dead him a week after his arraignment. Case closed. How's Jerry reach out and touch a guy locked up? Jerry was a bullet dead him. Back in the old days, when they still allowed cops to work 2 jobs in the same system, some witness, a con, supposedly heard Jerry set it up. Jerry whacked the guy in Scully Square a week after he was released. Jamal Cooper, victim number 1. Jesus. Jerry's one of the scariest guys on the planet, you dumb fuck, Kenzie. And it never occurred to you that he could be Hardiman's partner? I asked. Everyone looked at me. Hardiman's? Jack's mouth opened wide again and the muscles in his jaws rotated against thin skin. No! I mean, Jerry's dangerous, but he's not... He's not what, Jack? He's, not... serial killer psycho crazy. I shook my head. How fucking dumb could you be? Jack looked at me. Shit, Kenzie, Jerry's from the neighborhood. We don't breed crazies like that in the neighborhood. I shook my head. You're from the neighborhood, Jack. So was my father. Look what you two pulled off in that warehouse." I started to walk back down the alley, and he called after me. "What about you, Kenzie? What about what you pulled off here today?" I looked back, saw Kevin trying to stay conscious against the pain, blood painted on his mouth and chin. "I didn't kill anyone, Jack. But if I hadn't talked, you would have, Kenzie, you would have." I turned, kept walking. "You want to think of yourself as good, Kenzie? Huh? Think about what I just said. Remember what you would have done." The shots came out of the darkness in front of me. I saw the muzzle flash and actually felt the first bullet streak past my shoulder. I dropped to the floor as a second bullet burst through the darkness and out into the light. Behind me, I heard two deep metal-into-flesh sounds, sucking sounds. As Pine walked out of the darkness, he unscrewed a silencer from his pistol, his gloved hand shrouded in smoke. I turned my head and looked back down the lanes. Phil was on his knees, hands over his head. Bubba tilted his head back as he poured vodka down his throat. Kevin Herlihy and Jack Rouse stared blankly back at me, identical bullet holes in the centers of their foreheads. "Welcome to my world," Pine said, and offered me his gloved hand. Chapter 37. I didn't like the way Pine stood over the elevator shaft with his eyes on Phil as we descended. Phil had his head down and his hand on the roof of the Porsche, as if he needed its support to remain standing. Pine's gaze never wavered. As we neared the first floor, Pine said something to Bubba, and Bubba stuffed his hands in his trench coat pockets and shrugged. The elevator doors opened and we climbed in the car and pulled out the back of the building and turned up the alley that led to South Street. "Jesus," Phil said. I drove slowly up the alley, my eyes on the headlights cutting through the hard dark in front of us. "Pull the car over," Phil said desperately. "No, Phil. Please, I'm going to be sick." "I know," I said. "But you're going to have to hold it down until we're out of sight of the building." "Why, for God's sake?" I pulled out onto South Street. "Because if Pine or Bubba sees you puke, they'll be convinced they can't trust you. Now hold on." I drove up the block, turned right, and picked up speed on Summer Street. A half block past South Station, I pulled in behind the post office, checked each loading bay until I was sure they hadn't started filling the trucks yet, and then pulled in behind a dumpster. Phil was out of the car before we came to a complete stop, and I turned up the radio so I wouldn't have to hear the sounds of his body revolting against what he'd just witnessed. I reached down and turned the volume higher, and the windows reverberated as sponges plowed, poured through my speakers, the vicious guitar riffs carving through my skull. 2 men were dead, and I may as well have pulled the trigger myself. They weren't innocent. They weren't clean, but they were human nonetheless. Phil came back to the car and I handed him Kleenex from the glove compartment and turned down the volume. He pressed the tissue to his mouth as I swung back onto Summer and headed toward Southie. "Why'd he kill them? They told us what we wanted to know." "They disobeyed his boss. Don't get caught up in the whys, Phil." "But Christ, he just shot them. He just pulled his gun and they were tied up, and I'm standing there looking at them, and then shit, no sound. Nothing, just those holes." "Phil, listen to me." I pulled to the side of the road on a dark stretch by the Arab and Coffee building. Smelled the roasted aroma trying to override the oily stench of the docks off to my left. He put his hands over his eyes. "Oh my God! Phil, fucking look at me!" He lowered his hands. "What?" "It never happened." "What?" "It never happened. You got it?" I was shouting, and Phil recoiled from me in the dark of the car, but I didn't care. "You want to die too? Do you?" "That's just what we're talking about here, Phil." "Jesus me, why?" "Because you're a witness.
I know, but is not an option. This is very simple, Phil. You're alive because Bubba would never kill anyone I care about. You're alive because he's convinced Pine that I'll keep you in line. I'm alive because they know I won't talk. And both of us, by the way, would go to jail for double homicide if we did because we were there. But it'd never come to that, Phil, because if Pine has any reason to worry, he'll kill you, and he'll kill me, and he'll probably kill Bubba, too. But stop with the fucking buts, Phil, I swear to God. You convince yourself that this never happened. It was all a bad dream. Kevin and Jack are on vacation somewhere because if you don't get clear on that concept, you'll talk. I won't. You will. You'll tell your wife or your girlfriend or someone in a bar, and then we're all dead. And the person you told is dead too. Do you understand? Yes. You'll be watched. What? I nodded. Face it and find a way to live with it. For quite a while, you'll be watched. He swallowed hard and his eyes bulged, and I thought he might get sick again. Instead, he jerked his head around and stared out the window and curled into himself on the seat. How do you do this? He whispered. Day in and day out? I sat back in my seat and closed my eyes and listened to the German engine rumble. How do you live with yourself, Patrick? I slid the shift into first and didn't speak again as we drove through Southie and down into the neighborhood. I left the Porsche in front of my house and headed for the Crown Victoria, parked a few cars back, because a '63 Porsche is just about the last thing you want to be driving in my neighborhood if you want to remain anonymous. Phil stood by the passenger door and I shook my head. What? He said. You're staying behind, Phil. I'm alone on this one. He shook his head. No. I was married to her, Patrick, and this prick shot her. Want him to shoot you too, Phil? He shrugged. You think I'm not up to this? I nodded. I think you're not up to this, Phil. Why, because of the bowling alley? Kevin, he was someone we grew up with. A friend once, so okay, I didn't handle him getting shot real well. But Jerry? He held his gun up on the car top, worked the slide, and jacked around into the chamber. Jerry's dog shit. Jerry dies. I stared at him, waited for him to see how silly he looked working the slide like a character in a movie, spitting out his bravado. He stared back, and the muzzle of his gun slowly turned until it was facing me over the roof. You going to shoot me, Phil? Huh? His hand was firm. The gun never wavered. Answer me, Phil. You going to shoot me? You don't open this door, Patrick. I'll blow the window out. Climb in anyway. I looked steadily at the gun in his hand. I love her too, Patrick. He lowered the gun. I got in the car. He rapped on the window with the gun and I took a deep breath, knowing he'd follow me on foot if it came down to it, or shoot out the window of my Porsche and hotwire it. I reached across the seat and unlocked the door. The rain started around midnight, not even a drizzle at first, just a few spits that mingled with the dirt on my windows and bled down to my wipers. We parked in front of a senior citizen's home on Dorchester Avenue, a half block up from the Black Emerald. Then the clouds broke and the rain clattered the roof and swept down the avenue in great dark sheets. It was a freezing rain, identical to yesterday's, and the only effect it had on the ice still clinging to sidewalks and buildings was to make it seem simultaneously cleaner and more lethal. Initially, we were grateful for it, because our windows steamed up, and unless someone was standing right beside the car, he wouldn't be able to see the two of us inside. But this worked against us, too, because pretty soon we couldn't see the bar very well, or the door to Jerry's apartment. The defrost in the car was broken, and so was the heater, and the damp cold bit into my bones. I cracked my window and Phil cracked his, and I used my elbow to wipe at the condensation on the inside, until Jerry's doorway and the doorway to the Emerald reappeared, diluted and rubbery.
How are you so sure it's Jerry who's been working with Hardiman? Phil said. I'm not, I said. But it feels right. So why aren't we calling the cops? To tell them what? 2 guys with fresh bullet holes in their heads told us Jerry was a bad guy? What about the FBI then? Same problem. We don't have any proof. If it is Jerry and we tip him too early, maybe he slips away again, goes into hibernation or whatever, only kills runaways nobody's looking for. So why are we here? Because if he makes a move, any kind of move, I want to see it, Phil. Phil wiped at his side of the windshield, peered out at the bar. Maybe we should just go in there, ask him some questions. I looked at him. Are you nuts? Why not? Because if it is him, he'll kill us, Phil. There's 2 of us, Patrick. We're both armed. I could see he was trying to talk himself into it, to suck up the courage necessary to go through that door. But he was still a long way from doing it. It's the tension, I said. The waiting. What about it? Sometimes it seems a lot worse than any confrontation could be. Like if you could just do something, you'd stop feeling like you need to climb out of your skin. He nodded. That's the feeling, yeah. Problem is, Phil, if Jerry's the guy we think he is, the confrontation will be a lot worse than the wait. He'll kill us, guns or no guns. He swallowed once, then nodded. For a full minute I stared hard at the door to the Emerald. In the time we'd been here, I had seen no one enter or exit. And that was more than a little odd just after midnight at a bar in this neighborhood. A solid sheet of water the size of a building swept along the avenue, its edges curling, and the wind howled distantly. How many people? Phil said. What? Phil tilted his head in the direction of the Emerald. If he is the guy, how many people you think he's killed? Over his entire lifetime. I mean, taking into consideration that maybe he killed all those runaways over the years, and maybe a shitload of people no one even knows about. And, Phil, yeah, I'm nervous enough. There are some things I don't want to think about just now. He rubbed the stubble under his chin. Right. I stared at the bar, counted off another full minute. Still no one went in or out. My cell phone rang, and both Phil and I jerked so hard our heads hit the roof. Jesus, Phil said. Jesus Christ. I flipped it open. Hello. Patrick, it's Devin. Where are you? In my car. What's up? I just talked to Erdem with the FBI. He pulled a partial print from under the floorboard in your house where one of the bugs was placed. And? The oxygen circulating through my body slowed to a crawl. It's Glenn, Patrick. Jerry Glenn. I looked through my steamed windows and could just make out the shape of the bar, and I felt unequivocal terror like I'd never felt in my life. Patrick, you there? Yeah. Look, Devin, I'm outside Jerry's place now. You're what? You heard me. I came to the same conclusion an hour ago. Jesus, Patrick, get out of there now. Don't fuck around. Go. Go. I wanted to. Christ, I wanted to. But if he wasn't there now, packing a bag with ice picks and straight razors, preparing to head out to pick up another victim, I can't, Dev. If he's here and he moves, I'm following him wherever he goes. No. No, Patrick. You hear me? Get the fuck out of there. Can't do it, Dev. Fuck! I heard him bang something hard. All right. I'm on my way over there now with an army. You got it? You sit tight, and we'll be there in 15 minutes. He moves, you call this number. He gave it to me and I scribbled it on the pad, velcroed to my dash. Hurry, I said. I'm hurrying. He hung up. I looked at Phil. It's confirmed. Jerry's our guy. Phil looked at the phone in my hand and his face was a mixture of nausea and desperation. Help's on the way, he said. Help's on the way. The windows had fogged over completely, and I wiped at mine again. Saw something dark and heavy move out of the corner of my eye near the back door. Then the door opened, and Jerry Glynn hopped inside and put his wet arms around me. Chapter 38. "How you guys doing?" Jerry said. Phil's hand had slipped into his jacket, and I looked at him so he knew I didn't want him pulling a gun in the car. "Good, Jerry," I said. I met his eyes in the mirror, and they were kind and slightly amused. His thick hands patted my sternum. "I surprise you?" "Oh, yeah," I said. He chuckled. "Sorry. Just I saw you guys sitting in here, and I thought to myself, now why are Patrick and Phil sitting in a car on Dot Ave at 12:30 in the morning during a rainstorm?" "Just having a chat, Jer," Phil said, and his attempt at sounding casual came out sounding forced. "Ah," Jerry said. "Well, hell of a night for it." I looked at the wet red hair spreading limply down his forearms. "You looking to get lucky with me?" I said. He narrowed his eyes at me in the mirror, then looked down at his arms. "Oh, jeez." He removed his arms. "Whoops. Forgot how wet I was." "You're not working the bar tonight?" Phil said. "Huh?" No. He propped his forearms on the back of our seat between the two headrests, leaned his head in. "Bar's closed at the moment. I figured, weather like this, who's going to come out?" "Too bad," Phil said and coughed out a ragged half-chuckle. "Could have used a drink tonight." I looked at the driver's wheel to conceal my fury. "Phil," I thought, "how could you have just said that?" "Bar's always open to friends," Jerry said happily and slapped our shoulders. "Yes, sir, no problem there." I said, "I don't know, Jer, it's getting a little late for me, and—" "On the house," Jerry said. "On me, my friends." "A little late," he said, and nudged Phil. "What's with this guy?" "Well—" Come on, one drink." He hopped out of the car and opened my door before I thought to reach for it. Phil was giving me a what-do-we-do look, and the rain was spitting through the open door into my face and neck. Jerry leaned into the car. "Come on, guys. You trying to drown me out here?" Jerry kept his hands in the pouch of his hooded warm-up sweater as we jogged to the bar door, and when he removed the right to open the door with his key, the left remained in the pouch. In the dark, with the wind and rain in my face, I couldn't tell if he had a weapon in there or not, so I wasn't about to pull my own and attempt a citizen's arrest on the street with a jittery partner for backup. Jerry opened the door and swept his hand out ahead of him so he'd pass first. A muted halo of yellow illuminated the bar itself, but the rest of the place was dark. The pool room just beyond the bar was pitch black. "Where's my favorite dog?" I said. "Patton. Up in the apartment, dreaming doggy dreams." He snapped the bolt lock, and Phil and I looked back at him. He smiled. "Can't have any regular stumbling in getting pissed at me for closing up earlier." "Can't have that," Phil said and laughed like an idiot. Jerry gave him a quizzical look, then glanced at me. I shrugged. "Neither of us has slept in a good while, Jerry." His face immediately jellied into an expression of the deepest sympathy. "I almost forgot. Jesus. Angie was hurt last night, wasn't she?" "Yeah," Phil said, and now his voice was too hard. Jerry went behind the bar. "Oh, guys, I'm sorry." "She's okay, though." "She's okay," I said. Sit. Jerry said and rummaged in the cooler. His back to us, he said, "Angie, she is, well, special, you know." He turned back to us as we sat and placed 2 bottles of Bud in front of us. I removed my jacket, tried to appear normal, shook my hands free of rain. "Yes," I said, "she is." He frowned at his hands as he popped the tops off the bottles.
Well, every now and then you get someone in this town who's just unique, full of spirit and life. Angie's like that. I'd rather die myself than see harm come to a girl like that. Phil was gripping his beer bottle so hard, I was afraid it would shatter in his hand. "Thanks, Jerry," I said. "She's going to be fine, though." "Well, that calls for a drink." He poured himself a shot of Jameson's, raised the glass. "To Angie's recovery." We touched bottles to glass and drank. "You're okay, though, Patrick?" he asked. "I heard you were in the middle of the firefight, too." "Fine, Jerry." "Thank the good Lord for that, Patrick. Yes, sir." Behind us, music suddenly exploded in our ears, and Phil jerked around in his seat. "Fuck!" Jerry smiled and touched the switch under the bar, and the volume descended rapidly until the wall of noise became a song I recognized. "Let It Bleed." Absolutely fucking perfect. "Jukebox kicks on automatically 2 minutes after I come through the door," Jerry said. "Sorry to spook you." "No problem," I said. "You okay, Phil?" "Huh?" Phil's eyes were the size of hubcaps. Fine. Why?" Jerry shrugged. "You just seem a little jumpy." "No?" Phil shook his head violently. "Not me. Nope." He gave us both a broad, sickly smile. "I'm aces, Jerry." "Okay," Jerry said and smiled himself. Gave me another curious look. "This man kills people," a voice whispered. "For fun. Dozens of people." "So anything new?" Jerry asked me. "Kills," the voice whispered. "Huh," I said. "Anything new?" Jerry repeated. "I mean, outside of getting in a shootout last night and all." "He dissects people," the voice hissed, "while they're still alive and screaming." "No," I managed. "Outside of that, everything's been pretty status quo, Jer." He chuckled. "Oh, wonder you've made it this far, Patrick, the life you lead. They beg, and he laughs. They pray, and he laughs. This man, Patrick, this man with the open face and the kind eyes. Luck of the Irish," I said. "Don't I know it?" He raised his glass of Jameson's and winked, downed it. "Phil," he said as he poured another, "what are you doing these days?" "What?" Phil said. "How do you mean?" Phil clung to his seat like a rocket to its booster, as if the countdown had already begun, and any second he'd shoot up through the roof. "For work," Jerry said. "You still work for Galvin Brothers?" Phil blinked. No, I'm a private contractor now, Jerry." "Steady work?" This man opened Jason Warren's body up and amputated his limbs, severed his head. "What?" Phil sucked some beer from the bottle. "Oh, yeah, pretty steady." "You guys are a little slow tonight," Jerry said. "Ha ha," Phil said weakly. This man hammered Kara Ryder's hands into frozen dirt. His fingers snapped in front of my face. "You still with us, Patrick?" I smiled. "Take another beer, Jerry." "Sure thing." He kept his eyes on me, steady and curious, as he reached behind him into the cooler. Behind us, Let It Bleed had given way to Midnight Rambler, and the harmonica sounded like a persistent chuckle from the grave. He handed me the beer, and his hand touched mine around the icy bottle as he did so, and I resisted the urge to recoil. "FBI interrogated me," he said. "You hear about that?" I nodded. "The questions they asked, my God. Sure, they're just doing their jobs, I understand, but the miserable cunts, I swear." He flashed his smile at Phil, but it didn't fit those words. And suddenly I was aware of a smell that had been in here with us since we entered. It was a sweaty, musky smell commingled with the stewy stench of matted hair and flesh. It wasn't coming from Jerry or Phil or me, because it wasn't the smell of a human.
It was the smell of an animal. I glanced at the clock over Jerry's shoulder. 15 minutes exactly since I'd talked to Devon. Where was he? I could still feel his hand where it had glanced off mine around the beer bottle. The skin burned. That hand plucked out Peter Stimovich's eyes. Phil was leaning to his right, peering at something around the corner of the bar, and Jerry looked at both of us, and his smile evaporated. I knew the silence was heavy and uncomfortable and suspicious, but I couldn't think how to break it. That smell rose into my nostrils again, and it was sickly warm somehow, and I knew it came from my right, from the pitch black of the pool room. Midnight Rambler ended, and the silence that replaced it for a moment filled the bar. I could just barely hear a low, almost imperceptible chugging sound coming from the pool room, the sound of breathing. Patton was back in the dark somewhere, watching us. Talk, Patrick. Talk or die. So, Jer, I said, and my throat felt dry, as if the words would strangle in my throat. What's new with you? Not much, he said, and I knew he'd given up on small talk. He watched Phil openly now. You mean outside of being interrogated by the FBI and all? I grinned, tried to bring the forced lightness back to the room. Outside of that, yeah, Jerry said, his eyes on Phil. The long black veil took Midnight Rambler's place. Just one more song about death. Wonderful. Phil stared at something around the corner of the bar on the floor out of my eyesight. Phil, Jerry said, something interest you? Phil looked up sharply, and then his eyes half-hooded over as if he were completely nonplussed. Nah, Jer. He smiled and held out his hands. Just looking at that dog bowl on the floor and, the food in there's wet like Patton was just chewing it. You sure he's upstairs? It was supposed to sound casual. I'm sure that's how he intended it. But it came out sounding anything but. The kindness in Jerry's eyes disappeared into a vortex of pure black cold, and he glanced at me as if I were a bug under a microscope. And I knew all pretense had ended. I reached for my gun as tires screeched to a stop outside and Jerry reached under the bar. Phil was still frozen when Jerry said, Iago. It wasn't just the name of a Shakespeare character. It was an attack code. I had my gun clear of my waistband when Patton burst out of the darkness and I saw the hard glint of the straight razor in Jerry's hand. Phil said, Oh, no, and ducked. And Patton vaulted over his shoulder toward me. Jerry's arm shot out and I leaned back as the razor cleaved through the flesh by my cheekbone, and Patton hit me like a wrecking ball and knocked me off my stool. No, Jerry! No! Phil screamed. His hand stuck in his belt as he dug for his gun. The dog's teeth bounced off my forehead, and its head reared back and its jaws opened and plunged toward my right eye. Someone screamed. I grasped Patton's neck with my free hand, and the noise he made was a savage combination of screaming and barking. I squeezed his throat, but it constricted, and my hand slid up his sweaty fur and his head plunged toward my face again. I shoved the gun into his midsection as he kicked at my arm with his back feet, and when I pulled the trigger, twice, Patton's head snapped back as if he heard his name being called. And then he jerked and shuddered, and a low hissing sound escaped his mouth. His flesh went soft in my hands as he tipped to his right and toppled into the row of bar stools. I sat up and fired 6 rounds into the mirrors and bottles behind the bar, but Jerry wasn't there. Phil was on the floor by his stool, grasping his throat. The front door shattered off its hinges as I crawled to him, and I heard Devon yell, don't shoot, he's a good guy. Then, Kenzie, put your gun down. I laid on the floor beside Phil as I reached him. Most of the blood came from the right side of his throat, where Jerry had made his initial incision before cutting a smile toward the other side. An ambulance! I screamed. We need an ambulance! Phil looked up at me, confused, as the bright blood flowed between his fingers and over his hand. Devin handed me a bar towel and I pressed it to Phil's throat, placed my hands tightly on either side. "Shit," he said. "Don't speak, Phil." "Shit," he said again. Twin pearls of defeat were imprinted in his eyes, as if he'd been expecting this since he was born, as if you come out of a womb with a winner's luck or a loser's, and he'd always known he'd find himself on the floor of a bar some night, the stench of stale beer soaked in rubber tile all around him, his throat cut. He tried to smile and tears spilled from the corners of his eyes, slid across his temples, and were lost in his dark hair. "Phil," I said, "you're going to be okay." "I know," he said, and died. Chapter 39. Jerry had run down to the cellar and crossed into the building next door, let himself out the back door as he'd done the night he'd shot Angie. He hopped into his Gran Torino in the alley behind the bar and drove toward Crescent Avenue. A cruiser almost collided with him as he shot out the alley into Crescent, and by the time he squealed onto Dorchester Avenue, 4 police cars were in pursuit. 2 more cruisers and an FBI Lincoln came down the avenue and formed a blockade by the corner with Harborview Street as Jerry's car slid along the ice toward them. Jerry spun the wheel at the Ryan Playground and drove straight up entrance stairs so slick with ice they might as well have been a ramp. He fish-tailed in the center of the playground as the cops and the feds were getting out of their cars and aiming their weapons, and then he popped the trunk and pulled his hostages out. One was a 21-year-old woman named Danielle Rawson, who'd been missing from her parents' house in Reading since this morning. The other hostage was her 2-year-old son, Campbell. When Jerry pulled Danielle out of the trunk, there was a 12-gauge attached to her head by electrical tape. He strapped Campbell to his back using the backpack Danielle had been wearing when he kidnapped them. Both of them had been drugged, and only Danielle came to as Jerry wrapped his finger around the shotgun trigger and doused himself and Danielle in gasoline, then poured a circle of it around the 3 of them in the ice. Then, Jerry asked for me. I was still in the bar. I was kneeling over Phil's body, weeping into his chest. I hadn't cried since I was 16 years old, and my tears flooded out in waves as I knelt by my oldest friend's body and felt sheared, in strips, of anything I'd ever known by which to define myself or my world. "Phil," I said, and buried my head in his chest. "He's asking for you," Devin said. I looked up at him and felt removed from everything and everyone. I noticed a fresh swath of blood on Phil's shirt where my head had been, and remembered that Jerry had cut me. "Who?" I said. "Glenn," Oscar said. "He's trapped in the playground with hostages." "You got sharpshooters?" "Yes," Devin said. I shrugged. "So shoot him." "Can't do it." Devin handed me a towel for my cheek. Then Oscar told me about the baby strapped to Glenn's back and the shotgun taped to the mother's head in the gasoline. It didn't seem real to me, though. "He killed Phil," I said. Devin grasped my arm roughly and pulled me to my feet. "Yes, Patrick, he did. And now he might kill 2 more people. Care to help us prevent that?" "Yeah," I said, and my voice didn't sound like my own. It sounded dead. "Sure." They followed me out to my car as I shrugged on the bulletproof vest they gave me and put a fresh clip in my Beretta. Bolton joined us on the avenue. "He's surrounded," he said. "Boxed in." I felt as numb as I've ever felt, as if I'd been cored clean of emotions as swiftly as you'd core an apple. "Be quick," Oscar said. "You got 5 minutes or he maims a hostage." I nodded, pulled my shirt and jacket on over the vest as we reached my car. "You know Bubba's warehouse?" I said.
Yeah. The fence that runs around it also runs around the playground. I'm aware of this, Devin said. I opened the car, popped the glove compartment, began pulling out its contents and spilling them on the seats. What are you doing, Patrick? The fence, I said, has a hole in it. You can't see it in the dark because it's just a cut. You push at it and it flaps forward. Okay? I saw the edge of a small steel cylinder sticking up from the pile of matchbooks and warranty information and various papers and screws on my seat. The hole is at the east corner of the fence where the posts meet at the beginning of Bubba's land. Devin looked at the cylinder as I shut the door and headed up the avenue toward the playground. What's that in your hand? It's a one-shot. I loosened my watch band, slid the cylinder between the leather strap and my wrist. A one-shot. Christmas present from Bubba, I said. Years ago. I flashed it at him. One bullet. I'd press this button, it's like a trigger. The bullet leaves the cylinder. He and Oscar looked at it. That's a fucking suppressor with a couple of hinges and screws, a blasting cap, and a bullet. It'll blow up in your hand, Patrick. Possibly. The playground loomed in front of us. The 15-foot-high fence glazed in ice, the trees black and heavy with it. Why do you even need that? Oscar said. Because he'll make me give up my gun. I turned and looked at them. The hole in the fence, guys. I'll send a man in, Bolton said. No. I shook my head. I nodded at Devin and Oscar. One of them. They're the only ones I trust. One of you go through it and crawl up on him from behind. And do what, Patrick? He's got a baby strapped to his back. Trust me, you're going to have to break his fall. I'll do it, Devin said. Oscar snorted. With your knees? Shit. You won't get 10 yards across that ice. Devin looked at him. Yeah? How you going to drag your whale's ass across a playground without getting seen? I'm a brother, partner. I'm one with the night. Which is it? I said. Devin sighed, jerked his thumb at Oscar. Whale's ass, Oscar said grumpily. Huh. See you in there, I said, and walked over the sidewalk to the playground. I came up the steps by pulling myself hand over hand up the railing. The streets and avenues had been burned free of ice by salt and tires during the day, but the playground was a skating rink. At least 2 inches of blue-black ice covered the center where the pavement sloped and the water had pooled. The trees and basketball hoops and jungle gyms and swings were pure glass. Jerry stood in the center of the playground, in what was intended as a fountain spring or frog pond before the city ran out of money and it became merely a cement basin with benches surrounding it, a place to go with the kids and watch your tax dollars at work. Jerry's car sat sideways. He leaned against the hood as I approached. I couldn't see the baby on his back from my angle. But Danielle Rawson bore the hollow gaze of someone who'd already accepted her own death as she knelt on the ice by Jerry's legs. 12 hours in a trunk had matted her hair to the left side of her head, as if a hand were pressed there, and her face was streaked with dirty fingers of ruined mascara. The corners of her eyelids burned red by gasoline. She reminded me of pictures of women I've seen in Auschwitz or Dachau or Bosnia. She seemed to know her life had passed beyond the reach of human protection. Hi, Patrick, Jerry said. That's far enough. I stopped 6 feet from the car, 4 feet from Danielle Rawson, found myself towing the ring of gasoline. Hi, Jerry, I said. You're awful calm. He raised an eyebrow, and it was sodden with gasoline. His rusty hair was pasted to his head. Tired, I said. Your eyes are red. If you say so. Philip DeMasi is dead, I take it. Yep. You wept for him. Yes, I did. I looked at Danielle Rawson, tried to find the energy necessary to care what happened to her. Patrick. He leaned back against the car and the shotgun taped to Danielle Rawson's head pulled her back with him. "Yeah, Jerry. Are you in shock?" "I don't know." I turned my head, looked around at the prisms of ice and the dark drizzle and the blue and white lights from the police cruisers and the cops and federal agents stretched across car hoods, splayed haphazardly on telephone poles, kneeling on the roofs surrounding the playground. All of them, to the man, with guns extended. Guns, guns, guns. 360 degrees of pure violence. "I think you're in shock." Jerry nodded to himself. "Well, shit, Jerry," I said and found myself scratching my head as if it was pelted with rain. "I haven't slept in 2 days, and you've killed or wounded just about everybody I care about. So I don't know, how am I supposed to feel?" "Curious," he said. "Curious. Curious," he repeated, and wrenched the shotgun so that Danielle Rawson's neck twisted in his grip and her head banged off his knee. I looked at her, and she wasn't terrified or angry. She was defeated, just like me. I tried to find a bond based on that, to force emotion to rise in me, but it wouldn't come. I looked back at Jerry. "Curious about what, Jerry?" I rested my hand against my hip, felt the butt of my gun. He hadn't asked me for my gun, I realized. How odd. "About me," he said. "I've killed a lot of people, Patrick." "Kudos," I said. He twisted the shotgun and Danielle Rawson's knees lifted off the ice. "You're amused," he said, and his finger curled tight around the shotgun trigger. "No, Jerry," I said. "I'm apathetic." Just over the trunk of the car, I noticed a piece of the fence push forward in the darkness and a gaping space open in its place. Then the fence fell back and the space disappeared. "Apathetic," Jerry said. "Tell you what, Pat, let's see how apathetic you are." He reached behind his head and came back with the baby, his fist gripping its clothes at the back, and held it aloft. "Weighs less than some rocks I've thrown," he said. The baby was still drugged, maybe dead, I didn't know. His eyelids were clenched shut as if from pain, and his small head was feathered with blonde whiskers. He seemed softer than a pillow. Danielle Rawson looked up and then she banged her head into Jerry's knees, her screams muffled by the tape over her mouth. "You going to chuck the baby, Jerry?" "Sure," he said. "Why not?" I shrugged. "Why not? He ain't mine." Danielle's eyes bulged and their pupils damned me. "You burned out, Pat." I nodded. "I got nothing left, Jerry." "Take your gun out, Pat." I did. I went to toss it into the frozen snow. No, Jerry said. "Hold on to it." "Hold on to it?" "Absolutely. In fact, jack around into the chamber and point at me. Come on. It'll be fun." I did as he asked, raised my arm and centered it on Jerry's forehead. "Much better," he said. "I'm kind of sorry you're all burned out on me, Patrick." "No, you're not. That was one of the alleged points of this, wasn't it?" He smiled. "How do you mean?" "You wanted to practice your bullshit theory of dehumanization, right?" He shrugged. "Some people would say it's not bullshit. Some people would buy sunblock in the Arctic, Jerry." He laughed. "Worked on Evandro pretty well. Is that why it took you 20 years to come back?" "I never went away, Patrick. But in terms of my experiment with the human condition in general, and a certain belief I have in the charm of threes, yeah. Alec and I had to wait until you had all grown up a bit, and until Alec had found a worthy candidate in Evandro. And then there were all my years of planning and all Alec's efforts with Evandro until we could be sure he was one of us. I'd say it was all a great success, wouldn't you?
Sure, Jerry, whatever. He cocked his arm so that the baby's head was pointed directly at the ice and stared at the ground as if looking for the perfect impact point. What are you going to do, Patrick? Don't know this much I can do, Jer. He smiled. You shoot me now. The mother definitely dies and the baby probably does. Agreed. You don't shoot me now, I might just hurl this baby's head against the ice. Danielle bucked against the gun. I'd do that, Jerry said. You lose them both. So here we have choice. Your choice, Patrick. The ice under Jerry's car was darkened by Oscar's shadow as he inched along the other side of it. Jerry, I said, you won, right? How do you see it? Correct me if I'm wrong. I was supposed to pay for what my father did to Charles Rugglestone, right? Partially, he said, and looked up at the baby's head, tilted it, so he could see the clenched eyes. Okay. You got me. Shoot me if you want. It's cool. I never wanted to kill you, Patrick, he said, his eyes still on the baby. He pursed his lips and made cooing sounds. Last night at your partner's place, Evandro was supposed to kill her and leave you alive with the guilt. With the pain. Why? Oscar's shadow was preceding him across the ice. It leaked out in front of the car and spread raggedly across the stone animals and hobby horses directly behind Jerry. The shadow was thrown by the streetlight in the rear of the playground, and I found myself wondering which genius hadn't thought of shutting it off before Oscar went through the fence. All Jerry had to do was turn his head, and this whole mess would reach boiling point. Jerry turned his hand, pivoted the baby back and forth. Used to hold my own son like this, he said. Over ice? He grinned. No, Patrick. Just hold him in my arms and smell him and kiss the top of his head occasionally. And he died. Yes. Jerry peered up at the child's face, scrunched his own in imitation. So what, Jerry? Because of that, everything makes some sort of sense? It was in my voice. I'm not sure why or how, but there it was, the barest hint of emotion. Jerry heard it. Toss your gun to your right. I looked at it like I didn't care. Like I hadn't even known it was there. Now. Jerry opened his palm and the baby dropped into space. Danielle shrieked against the tape and banged her head into the shotgun. Okay, I said. Okay. The baby's head was plummeting toward the ice when Jerry closed his hand over the ankles. I tossed my gun into the slushy sand pit under the jungle gym. Now you back up, Jerry said and swung the baby like a pendulum in his hands. Fuck you, I said, and watched his perilous grip on the small ankles. Patrick, he said and raised his eyebrows. It sounds like you're coming out of your stupor. The backup? I pulled the gun Phil had been grasping when Jerry slashed his throat, tossed it beside my own. Oscar must have noticed his shadow, because it began to recede back behind the car and his legs appeared between the front and rear tires again. When my son died, Jerry said and pulled Campbell Rawson in against his cheek, nuzzled his soft face. There was no warning. He was out in the yard, 4 years old, making noise. And then he wasn't. A valve in his brain slipped. He shrugged. Just slipped. And his head filled with blood. And he died. Tough way to go. He gave me a soft, kind smile. Patronize me again, Patrick, and I smashed the child's skull. He tilted his head and kissed Campbell's cheek. So my son's dead. And I find out there's no way what happened to him could have been predicted or prevented. God decided Brendan Glynn dies today. And so it was. And your wife? He smoothed Campbell's hair against his head and the baby's eyes remained shut. "My wife," he said. I killed her, yeah. Not God, me. I don't know what sort of plan God had for the woman, but I definitely fucked them up. I had plans for Brendan's life. He fucked them up. He probably had plans for Kara Ryder's life, but he's had to change them, hasn't he? And Hardiman, I said, how did he come into this? Did he tell you about his childhood encounter with bees? Yes. It wasn't bees. Alec likes to embellish. I was there, and it was mosquitoes. He disappeared in a cloud of them. And when he came out, I could see the mark of conscience had been removed from him. He smiled, and I could see the cloud of bugs on the dark lake in his eyes. So after that, Alec and I established a mentor-student relationship, which later blossomed into so much more. And he, went to jail willingly to protect you? Jerry shrugged. Jail meant nothing to someone like Alec. His freedom is total, Patrick. It's in his mind. Bars can't hold it. He's more free in jail than most people are on the outside. So why punish Deandra Warren for sending him there? He frowned. She reduced Alec. On the stand. She presumed to explain him to a jury of dunces. It was fucking insulting. So all this, my arm swept the playground, is about you and Alec getting back at who exactly? Whom? He corrected me and his smile returned. God? I said. That's a bit reductive. But if that's the sort of glib shit you have to feed the media after I'm dead, be my guest, Patrick. You're going to die, Jerry? When? As soon as you make your move, Patrick. You'll kill me. He tilted his head in the direction of the police. Or they will. What about the hostages, Jerry? One of them dies. Minimum. You can't save them both, Patrick. There's no way. Accept that. I have. Danielle Rawson searched my face to see if I was joking, and I met her eyes long enough for her to see I wasn't. One of them dies, Jerry said. We're agreed on that. Yep. I pivoted my left foot to the right and then back and then to the right again. To Jerry, hopefully it seemed an absent-minded gesture. To Oscar, again, hopefully it was more than that. I couldn't risk looking at the car again. I'd just have to assume he was there. A month ago, Jerry said, you would have done anything to save both of them. You'd be racking your brain. But not now. Nope. You've taught me well, Jerry. How many lives did you shatter to get to me? He asked. I thought of Jack and Kevin, then of Grace and May. Phil, of course. Enough, I said. He laughed. Good. Good. It's fun, isn't it? I mean, okay, you've never killed anyone intentionally, have you? But I'll tell you, I didn't exactly plan for it to be my life's work. After I killed my wife, in pure fury, not premeditated at all, really. After I killed her, I felt awful. I threw up. I had the cold sweats for 2 weeks. And then one night, I'm driving out on an old stretch of road near Mansfield, no other car for miles, and I passed this guy riding his bike, and I got this impulse, strongest impulse I'd ever had in my life. I'm passing him on the right. I can see the reflectors on his bike, see his face all serious and full of concentration, and this voice says to me, flick the wheel, Jerry. Flick the wheel. So I did. I just turned my hand a quarter inch to the left, and he went vaulting off into a tree. And I went back to him. He was still barely alive, and I watched him die. And I felt fine. And it just kept getting better. The nigger kid who knew I'd gotten someone else to take the fall for my wife, all the ones after him, Cal Morrison. It just kept feeling better and better. I have no regrets. Sorry, but I don't. So when you kill me, I'm not going to kill you, Jerry. What? His head reared back. You heard me. Let someone else send you to your blaze of glory. You're a speck, man. You're nothing. You're not worth the bullet or the mark on my soul for taking you out. You trying to piss me off again, Patrick? He removed Campbell Rawson from his shoulder and held him aloft. I twisted my wrist so the cylinder dropped into my palm. Shrugged. You're a joke, Jerry. I'm just calling it like I see it. That's so. Absolutely. I met his hard eyes with my own. And you'll be replaced, just like everything else in maybe a week tops. Some other dumb, sick shit will come along and kill some people, and he'll be all over the papers and all over hard copy, and you'll be yesterday's news. Your 15 minutes are up, Jerry, and they've passed without impact. He flipped Campbell Rawson upside down in his hand, grasped his ankles again, and his finger depressed the shotgun trigger 1/8 of an inch, and Danielle closed one eye against the blast she was sure was coming, but kept the other eye on her baby. They'll remember this, Jerry said. Believe me. He swung his arm back in a softball pitcher's wind-up, and Campbell slid back into the darkness behind him, the small white body disappearing as if it had gone back to the womb. But when Jerry swung his arm forward to release the baby into the air, Campbell was no longer in his hand. He looked down, confused, and I jumped forward, hit the ice on my knees, and slid the index finger of my left hand in between the shotgun trigger and the guard. Jerry clamped back on the trigger. When he met my finger, he looked at me, and then clamped down so hard that my finger broke. The straight razor appeared in his left hand, and I shoved the one shot into his right palm. He shrieked even before I pulled the trigger. It was a high-pitched sound, the yip and bark of a kennel's worth of hyenas, and the razor felt like the tip of a lover's tongue as it sank into my neck, then snagged against my jawbone. I depressed the trigger on the one shot and nothing happened. Jerry shrieked louder, and the razor came out of my flesh, then swung back in immediately, and I clenched my eyes shut and depressed the trigger frantically 3 times, and Jerry's hand exploded, and so did mine. The razor hit the ice by my knee as I dropped the one shot, and fire roared up the electrical tape and gasoline on Jerry's arm and caught the wisps of Danielle's hair. Jerry threw his head back and opened his mouth wide and bellowed in ecstasy. I grabbed the razor, could barely feel it because the nerves in my hand seemed to have stopped working. I slashed into the electrical tape at the end of the shotgun barrel, and Danielle dropped away toward the ice and rolled her head into the frozen sand. My broken finger came back out of the shotgun, and Jerry swung the barrels toward my head. The twin shotgun bores arced through the darkness like eyes without mercy or soul, and I raised my head to meet them, and Jerry's wail filled my ears as the fire licked at his neck. Goodbye, I thought. Everyone. It's been nice. Oscar's first 2 shots entered the back of Jerry's head and exited through the center of his forehead, and a third punched into his back. The shotgun jerked upward in Jerry's flaming arm, and then the shots came from the front, several at once, and Jerry spun like a marionette and pitched toward the ground. The shotgun boomed twice and punched holes through the ice in front of him as he fell. He landed on his knees, and for a moment, I wasn't sure if he was dead or not. His rusty hair was afire, and his head lolled to the left as one eye disappeared in flames, but the other shimmered at me through waves of heat, and an amused derision shone in the pupil. Patrick, the eye said through the gathering smoke. You still know nothing. Oscar rose up on the other side of Jerry's corpse. Campbell Rawson clutched tight to his massive chest as it rose and fell with great heaving breaths. The sight of it, something so soft and gentle in the arms of something so thick and mountainous, made me laugh. Oscar came out of the darkness toward me, stepped around Jerry's burning body, and I felt the waves of heat rise toward me as the circle of gasoline around Jerry caught fire. Burn, I thought. Burn. God help me, but burn. Just after Oscar stepped over the outer edge of the circle, it erupted in yellow flame, and I found myself laughing harder as he looked at it, not remotely impressed. I felt cool lips smack against my ear, and by the time I looked her way, Danielle was already past me, rushing to take her child from Oscar. His huge shadow loomed over me as he approached, and I looked up at him, and he held the look for a long moment. "How you doing, Patrick?" he said, and smiled broadly. And behind him, Jerry burned on the ice. And everything was so goddamned funny for some reason, even though I knew it wasn't. I knew it wasn't. I did. But I was still laughing when they put me in the ambulance. Epilogue. A month after Jerry Glynn's death, his killing ground was discovered in what had been the cafeteria of the long-closed Dedham House of Correction, along with several of his victims' body parts stored in a half-dozen coolers. Police also found a list Jerry'd compiled of all the people he'd killed since 1965. Jerry was 27 when he murdered his wife, 58 when he died. In those 31 years, he killed, either by himself or with the aid of Charles Rugglestone, Alec Hardiman, or Evandro Arujo, 34 people, according to the list. A police psychologist speculated that the number could actually be higher. Someone of Jerry's ego, he argued, could easily have differentiated between worthy victims and lesser ones. Of the 34, 16 were runaways, one in Lubbock, Texas, and another in unincorporated Dade County, Florida, just as Bolton had suspected. 3.5 weeks after his death, Cox Publishers published the true crime book, The Boston Manglers, by a staff reporter with the News. The book sold fast for 2 days, and then the discovery was made in Dedham, and people lost interest because even a book produced in 24 days wasn't able to keep up with the times. An internal police investigation into Jerry Glynn's death concluded that officers and federal agents had used necessary extreme force when sharpshooters fired 14 bullets into his body after Oscar's first 3 had effectively killed him. Stanley Timpson was arrested on charges of conspiracy to commit murder in the Rugglestone case and obstruction of a federal investigation upon arriving at Logan Airport from Mexico. The state, upon reviewing the Rugglestone case, decided that since the only witnesses to Rugglestone's murder were a catatonic mental patient, an unhinged alcoholic, and an AIDS victim who wouldn't live to see a trial, and because there was no longer any physical evidence left, that they'd leave prosecution of Timpson to federal authorities. Last I heard, Timpson was planning to enter a plea on the obstruction charge in exchange for dismissal of the conspiracy. Alec Hardiman's attorney petitioned the state Supreme Court for immediate reversal of his client's conviction and immediate commutation of his prison term due to allegations surfacing against Timpson and IPA in relation to the Rugglestone murder. The attorney then filed a second suit in civil court against the state of Massachusetts, the current governor and chief of police, as well as the men who'd held those positions in 1974. For wrongful imprisonment, the attorney argued, Alec Hardiman was entitled to $60 million, or $3 million for every year he spent behind bars. His client, the attorney argued, was further victimized by the state
when he contracted AIDS due to inferior policing fellow inmates, and should be released immediately while he still had some life left. A reversal of Hardiman's decision is currently pending. Jack Rouse and Kevin Herlihy were rumored to be hiding out in the Cayman Islands. Another rumor, rarely reported in the papers, suggested they'd been murdered on the orders of Fat Freddie Constantine. Lieutenant John Kowalski of the Major Crime Unit said, negative. Both Kevin and Jack have a history of disappearing when the heat gets turned up. Besides, Freddie had no reason to kill them. They made him money. They're hiding out in the Caribbean. Or not. Deandra Warren quit her consulting position at Bryce and put her private practice on hiatus. Eric Galt continues to teach at Bryce. His secret's safe for now. Evandro Arujo's parents sold a diary their son had written as a teenager to a TV tabloid for $20,000. Producers later sued for return of the money on the basis that the diary revealed the musings of what was back then a perfectly healthy mind. The parents of Peter Stimovich and Pamela Stokes joined together in a class action suit against the state, the governor again, and Walpole Penitentiary for releasing Evandro Arujo. Campbell Rawson was, quite miraculously, according to doctors, unaffected by the overdose of hydrochlorophyll administered by Jerry Glynn. He should have had permanent brain damage, but instead, he woke with a headache and nothing more. His mother, Danielle, sent me a Christmas card with a rambling thank you note inside, and an assurance that any time I passed through Reading, I was welcome to a hot meal and friendship at the Rawson household. Grace and May returned from a safe house in upstate New York 2 days after Jerry's death. Grace resecured her position at Beth Israel and called me the day I was released from the hospital. It was one of those uncomfortable conversations in which polite reserve replaces intimacy, and as it stumbled toward a close, I asked her if she'd like to meet for a drink sometime.
I don't think that would be a good idea, Patrick.
Ever? I asked. A long, unpopped bubble of a pause followed, and was an answer in and of itself. And then she said, I'll always care for you. But my daughter comes first, and I can't risk exposing her to your life again. A pit opened and yawned and extended from my throat to my stomach. Can I talk to her? Say bye?
I don't think that would be a healthy thing for either of you.
Her voice cracked, and her quick inhalation was a wet hiss.
Sometimes it's better to let things fade.
I closed my eyes and placed my head against the phone for a moment.
Grace, I have to go, Patrick. Take care of yourself. I mean that. Don't let that job destroy you, okay? Okay. Promise.
I promise, Grace.
Bye, Patrick. Bye.
Angie left the day after Phil's funeral.
He died, she said, because he loved us too much and we didn't love him enough.
How do you figure? I stared into an open grave cut through hard frozen earth.
It wasn't his fight, but he fought it anyway. For us. And we didn't love him enough to keep him out of it. I don't know if it's that simple.
It is, she assured me, and dropped flowers in the grave onto his coffin. Mail has piled up in my apartment. Bills, solicitations from supermarket tabloids and local TV and radio talk shows. Talk, I find myself thinking. Talk all you want, and it won't change the fact that Glynn existed, and so many others like him still do. The only thing I've pulled from the pile is a postcard from Angie. It arrived 2 weeks ago from Rome. Birds flap their wings over the Vatican. Patrick, gorgeous here. What do you think the guys in this building are deciding about my life and my body these days? Men keep pinching our butts over here, and I'm going to clock one soon. Start an international incident, I just know it. Going to Tuscany tomorrow. Then, who knows? Renee says hi.
Says don't worry about the beard. She always thought you'd look hot with one. My sister, I swear. Take care. Miss you, Ange. Miss you. On the advice of friends, I consulted a psychiatrist during the first week in December. After an hour, he told me I was suffering from clinical depression. I know that, I said. He leaned forward. And how are we going to help you with that? I glanced at the door behind him, a closet, I assumed. You got Grace or May Cole back there? I said. He actually turned his head to check. No, but how about Angie? Patrick, can you resurrect Phil? Or make the last few months not have happened? No. Then you can't help me, Doctor. I wrote him a check. But Patrick, you're deeply depressed. And I need my friends, Doctor. I'm sorry, but you're a stranger. Your advice may be great, but it's still a stranger's advice. And I don't take advice from strangers. Something my mother taught me. Still, I need Angie, Doctor. That's simple. I know I'm depressed, but I can't change it right now, and I don't want to. Why not? Because it's natural, like autumn. You go through what I went through, and you'd be nuts not to be depressed, right? He nodded. Thank you for your time, Doctor. Christmas Eve, 7:30 p.m. So here I sit, on my porch, 3 days after someone shot a priest in a convenience store, waiting for my life to begin again. My crazy landlord Stannis actually invited me in for Christmas dinner tomorrow, but I declined, said I'd made other plans. I might go to Richie and Sherry Lynn's, or Devon's. He and Oscar invited me to join their bachelor's Christmas. Microwaved turkey dinners and generous portions of Jack Daniels. Sure sounds tempting, but I've been alone on Christmas before. Several times, but never like this. I never felt it before. This dire loneliness, the hollowing despair of it. You can love more than one person at the same time, Phil said once. Humans are messy. I definitely was. Alone on the porch, I loved Angie and Grace and May and Phil, and Kara Ryder and Jason and Deandra Warren, Danielle and Campbell Rawson. I loved them all, and missed them all, and felt all the more lonely. Phil was dead, I knew that, but I couldn't accept it enough not to want, desperately, that he wasn't. I could see us, climbing out windows in our respective homes as children, and meeting on the avenue, running up it together as we laughed at the ease of our escapes, and headed through the bitter night to rap on Angie's window and pull her into our desperado pack. And then the three of us took off, lost to the night. I have no idea what we used to do on half our midnight jaunts, what we used to talk about as we made our way through the dark cement jungle of our neighborhood. I only know that it was enough. Miss you, she'd written. Miss you too. Miss you more than the severed nerves in my hand. Hi, she said. I'd been dozing in the chair on the porch, and I opened my eyes to the first snowflakes of this winter. I batted my eyes at them, shook my head against the cruel, sweet sound of her voice, so vivid, I'd been ready to believe for a moment, like a fool, that it wasn't a dream. Aren't you cold? She said. I was awake now, and those last words didn't come from a dream. I turned in my chair, and she stepped onto the porch gingerly, as if worried she disturbed the gentle settling of the virgin flakes on the wood. Hi, I said. Hi. I stood and she stopped 6 inches from me. I couldn't stay away, she said. I'm glad. The snow fell in her hair and glistened white for just a moment before it melted and disappeared. She took a faltering step and I took one to compensate. And then I was holding her as the fat white flakes fell on our bodies. Winter, real winter was here. I missed you, she said and crushed her body against mine. Missed you too, I said. She kissed my cheek, ran her hands into my hair, and looked at me for a long moment as flakes collected on her eyelashes. She lowered her head. And I miss him badly. Me too. When she raised her head, her face was slick, and I couldn't tell if it was all just melted snow or not. Any plans for Christmas? She said. You tell me. She wiped her left eye. I'd kind of like to hang with you, Patrick. That okay? That's the best thing I've heard all year, Ange. In the kitchen, we made hot chocolate, stared over the rims of our mugs at each other as the radio in the living room updated us on the weather. The snow, the announcer told us, was part of the first major storm system to hit Massachusetts this winter. By the time we woke in the morning, he promised 12 to 16 inches would have fallen. Real snow, Angie said. Who would have thought? It's about time. The weather report over, the announcer was updating the condition of Reverend Edward Brewer. How long do you think he can hold on? Angie said. I shrugged. I don't know. We sipped from our mugs as the announcer reported the mayor's call for more stringent handgun laws, the governor's call for tougher enforcement of restraining orders. So another Eddie Brewer wouldn't walk into the wrong convenience store at the wrong time. So another Laura Stiles could break up with her abusive boyfriend without fear of death. So the James Fahey's of the world would stop instilling us with terror. So our city would one day be as safe as Eden before the fall. Our lives insulated from the hurtful and the random. Let's go in the living room, Angie said, and turn the radio off. She reached out and I took her hand in the dark kitchen as the snow painted my window in soft specks of white. Followed her down the hall toward the living room. Eddie Brewer's condition hadn't changed. He was still in a coma. The city, the announcer said, waited. The city, the announcer assured us, was holding its breath.
This is Jonathan Davis. We hope you've enjoyed this unabridged recording of Darkness, Take My Hand by Dennis Lehane. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 1996 by Dennis Lehane. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. All rights reserved. Excerpt from The Power and the Glory by Graham Greene. Copyright 1940, 1968 by Graham Greene. Used by permission of Viking Penguin, a division of Penguin Books USA, Inc. Excerpt from Send in the Clouds from A Little Night Music. Music and lyrics by Stephen Sondheim. Used by permission of Rilting Music, a division of Warner Chappell Music. Thank you for listening.